familiar with how they play. When you start coming to these big global events finally, and we're all playing each other in a LAN environment, you're like, why are Furia doing this? Why is Art doing this? You know?
And if anything, it is also a testament to the high level that the CIS region has reached
Oh,
now. Because
it's
you have
insane.
Entropiq coming in at the major. No one would put them at the top of CIS counters,
no.
right? There are plenty of other teams up there, Gambit, Navi, and still they are out there. They are contenders. They make life hard for any favorites. So lucky for them, they got landlocked, but in an absolute time machine.
Yeah,
of
the best
Counter-Strike.
place to be.
Absolutely. If you got to
Yeah.
practice against Navi and get on the daily, and you got to compete against them for all these CIS events, I guess that's going to be a good preparation for the high
And
level.
I'm just going to throw in VP as well. Imagine practicing in VP. Your mental is going to be so strong after playing against.
Yep, and it's 10 seconds, isn't
they're
it?
saving
Right, look, let's see if that deep map pool is going to come into play. We've got the veto coming at you now. Let's have a look. Maniac, I want your immediate reaction to this.
Okay, the first thing I'm going to say, look, the first
like this.
veto wave was quite clear. Inferno and Ancient out, no surprise on that. And
Yeah.
Entropiq not able to punish on Ancient. Then they go for Mirage. But the problem with Mirage is that it used to be a weak map for Vitality. And I'm using the past tense, very important, because people have abused Mirage against Vitality for months and months and months, up to the point where now their guard is up. Vitality know how to play Mirage. They are not the weakest team they used to be. They go for the overpass on the side of a Frenchman. To me, it was either going to be overpass or nuke. I thought that the nuke against Astralis was very convincing. I thought that could be a pick. They stick with the overpass, and we go to Dust 2 towards the very end, which, if we do, is a good map for both teams.
I really like the overpass pick coming out from Vitality. In a way, it feels like it's a confidence pick, right? It's a map. Look, they could have gone for some somewhat cheeky map picks coming in, trying to punish pick against Entropiq, because Entropiq like picking overpass. Entropiq love playing overpass, right?
Yep.
And the fact that Vitality have taken this as their map pick, it's kind of like a statement saying, listen, we're going to beat you on this map. This is our pick. This is our playground. We're going to take you down, and we're going to take the lead in this one. But then again, Entropiq, man, like, Mirage, like we saw them against, I think it was G2, where they made it so very competitive as well. 16-14, right? 16-14. Yeah. It's a map with G2 pick. G2 have looked fantastic.
And it was a comeback to 16-14.
It was a comeback as well. This team doesn't make sense to me. Like the depth of the map pool, the mentality they have to come back in, the star power coming in from some of these players, it's an anomaly. But it is an anomaly that is delivering.
But I'm just gonna say it now. I think Mirage is absolutely key. My gut feeling before we even saw the veto last night, we were talking about it over drinks in the hotel when we were watching VP and Mouse go late, right? On our laptops like geeks. We were saying, whatever map Entropiq pick, I mean, I felt they were gonna have to go 2-1 here, and it all comes down to Mirage. It's so unbelievably important because they've already lost on it to top tier opposition. It's not a particularly strong pick, but it's a good
It's
pick.
not a punish.
Yeah, exactly. You're not going to punish Vitality on this map, and unfortunately, you could be staring into the abyss for 2-0 because I think Vitality will win overpass, and if it goes to Dust 2, I mean, I favor Vitality on that. Zero just destroys people on that map for fun, so they absolutely need to win Mirage for me.
I favor Vitality for the simple reason that nothing ever prepares you for a 2-2 game at the major. Absolutely nothing.
True.
You can theorize it, you can talk about it with your coach, you can dream about it in your room, but once you actually connect, once you get onto the server and you have 3 maps ahead of you who are going to decide if you make it to the first major in the history of Counter-Strike in 2 years or not, it's all out the window. It's all out the window. It's a unique situation to be in.
I agree with you. I feel that could be the X factor here, the deciding factor. But I'm going to give credit to Entropiq for what they've done thus far, right?
No,
like,
absolutely.
I want to go back to another Mirage game they had earlier. They broke Heroic on Mirage.
Oh,
16-4.
sure.
They broke them. And that's a map where Heroic are very comfortable. They've won some big tournaments, entire tournaments hinging on the map, and Heroic have stomped other teams, right? So this is a team who can really deliver. But as Maniac said, when it comes to the pressure, the breaking point, like we saw against Mouse and VP in the final map yesterday, that could be the deciding factor. Because when you have Apex, you have Shocks on the other side, they could be the ones who
Major
make the
winners.
Major winners, there we go.
But also as well, one of the narratives we've talked a lot about in all of these teams, yes, we've got major winners here, we've got experience here, Vitality has it in spades, it's an incredibly experienced team, and then you've got a phenom like Ziwu. But we also seem to be forgetting, why are Vitality in this situation in the first place, right? I mean, they have had some stinking games here at the major. They've been very slow starters.
And to be fair, yes, the Vitality that started this major was a very worrying one. I was concerned to the hell But
I saw it.
I
yeah.
was very concerned. It was physically in the green room. I was losing my shit. Anyway, the fact that they actually bounced back, to me, is a great one. Because I know these players. I know them, how they are on an individual level. And they gathered that confidence game after game that they were going to do it. The game against Astralis is a good example. The Vitality of yesteryear, after losing the second map 16-14, could have disappeared into a puddle of despair. I promise you that they could. But they actually bounced back. They make it on that third map. You see the reaction coming in from Apex. He's slamming the desk out of happiness, out of relief.
Another
right?
classic picture, mind you.
Oh,
That is so insane to see that. And unfortunately for Entropiq, you're meeting Vitality now, who've kind of overcome their demons, right? They could have completely boggled this major. They could have gone out 0-3, and that would have been an absolutely ridiculous situation. But no, they fought back. They beat EG. They beat Astralis. And now you get to face them where they feel like they can come back from any situation. And that is a very good asset to have in your pocket.
I'm only going to say this, man. Sitting in the green room with you for the next couple of maps, I'm going to be feeling the anxiety rubbing off on me as well.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, it's not just about, you know, what Vitality can do, obviously. I mean, we're talking about nerves. It's nerves at different ends of the spectrum, because it's like, say, do you want to make history for your organization? You know, Entropiq been around a while, you know, and you know, this is the first time they've really been in contention for this. So, you know, you're going to see mistakes. It's not going to be great Counter-Strike, but it's going to be exciting Counter-Strike. Gentlemen, we are ready for the game. I can't wait for this one. Let's start the action. Take it away, guys.
Thank you, Richard. Yeah, this is going to be absolutely amazing. Entropiq, if they qualify, it's going to be the first time they touch foot on a massive stage filled in an arena filled with an enormous degree of impassioned fans screaming at them. That's going to be the pinnacle of their careers. For Vitality, they've been here before, James. The last major that we had in Berlin, they managed to get to the quarters. They got knocked out by Avangard and now VP. So Vitality, they're looking to get deeper than just the quarters.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting day of Counter-Strike. On a personal point of view, I need one of 3 teams to go through for my pick'ems to be good, but none of them are playing against each other, so it's going to have to be the hard way. But I think in all these series, that I think both teams are very capable of winning these matchups. So it's going to be a very nervous day if you're a fan of these teams. I think it's hard not to be a fan of Entropiq with the way they've been playing at this major so far. Again, they're definitely up and comers versus Vitality, who have had a big struggle in this tournament so far. But maybe the worst is behind them. Maybe we'll have to see. Mirage, the opening map of the series, will have Vitality on the CT side, looking to start off on the right foot with a successful pistol round. We've got 5 Entropiq players on the way now, and they may have a focus on CT, as we can see that jungle and stairs has been smoked, but not this area. Zywo and Kyojin, however, going to hold things down for the time. Big bomb's been spotted, and there's not much answer from Entropiq just yet, losing all the players.
Yeah, so far not too much to work with for Entropiq, so they are going to press the big red abort button, and they're going to run over towards the B site and take their chances there, or at least suggest that that's the case. We've got Craddy's going to go for the hero plant on the A site. Only 5 points of health, and Vitality are doing the intelligent thing here, although that's a close one. Nickelback almost finding the kill there on to Zywo, and if Zywo had missed that, I think that would have solved the rotation. However, Krads, they know what's up now, and there we go. Not really all that much that Krads able to do. So good on Zywo winning that battle, and that will be the pistol for Vitality here.
Successful start for them. Such a difficult run to get to this point, and they haven't even made it to the champion stage just yet. People very expectant of this Vitality squad. Rank 3 at present. Doesn't feel like that, though, with the matches that we've seen so far. Oh, I can hear myself. That was so strange.
That was very interesting.
Well, Entropiq, again, it's great. What they've been able to do so far has been awesome, and the style in which they've done it as well. Not been afraid to play their own style and take things into their own hands. This is a great series of maps to try and do that once they get on the buy. This round, though, they're not going to get much done with it. We can see Elian now with the P250. Last man standing, and down he will go. Well, the AKs will be out now for Entropiq. That was a eco round from them, just the odd pistol, but now the big guns will arrive.
Yeah, so this will be really interesting, because I don't think that I've seen too much of Entropiq on Mirage of late. Of course, they're a team that have played this map a lot in their history, but at the Major, I'm not sure how many times they've actually played this. I think it's going to be interesting to see the look that they have when they're playing against Vitality here. And Vitality are going to be, of course, with that economic lead. And so we get the AKs coming out. And this is a small opportunity for Entropiq, given that they have the AKs against, there being an MP9 on the field, the FAMAS and so on. And they start things off with mid control here. And Vitality are playing somewhat passively. They only have that A-ramp control at the moment in terms of their most forward play.
That deep smoke can be quite useful, as you can look over the top. So if people are lining grenades up, you can cause them problems. It was a bit too deep though, so there was a gap and they would have exposed themselves. So things become more traditional for Vitality. They move away from the ramp. No surprise to see a CT from any team in that shadow position. We can see Kyojin is there. Very difficult to fight from, very difficult to survive. Sometimes 2 kills can be enough. 4 players we can see now towards Palace. Krad's lurking towards B with no grenades, so he may look for a rotation towards short later on. They're going for those dry peaks. Zywu gets taken out. Kyojin's on an island now. Apex, I don't know if he can get there in time. Kyojin, he needs to, ideally. Looking for that second one, he finds it as well. Bomb drops at his feet. He has delayed, and now Apex has some angles.
Yeah, but what does Apex decide to do? Because Shox is quite far away. If Apex dies early, if he goes too aggressive, then it will not really be all that doable for Shox. But if he stays alive here, might be able to make something happen. Can try to learn what he can, hearing information. Maybe there's an opportunity.
Ooh.
There's a plant. Is it open to him? Oh, some free spray. Does get dinged somehow. Doesn't go down. Doesn't get the kill on the planter either. Apex now under a lot of pressure, and Shox is not here just yet, so Shox can't capitalize on Apex's distraction.
We'll see if he can clutch it. 1 versus 3. He is carrying a kit. Shox. Oh, I think he may have seen Krad there. I'm not 100% sure. He's certainly seen him now. That's going to be that. So he was top mid with about 17 seconds on the clock. If he went towards connector, I think they would have had, in theory, every angle for a bomb plant covered. Obviously, there are 3 players alive and there will be guns trained, but you see Apex unable to find a connection on Forrester through the smoke. Allowed the bomb to get planted, and Entropiq will be on the board early. Round number 3, and they're proving successful already.
Yeah, we can take note as well as to the decision that they made in terms of strategy and tactics, whereby we have that slow opening, and it's the default.
How long can you go on for? Like, I don't know. I don't know if it's just us that can hear that actually. So I'm not sure if the stream can hear it either. But I'm going to do what I can. It's almost an interesting challenge. If they can't hear it, they have no idea what we're talking about. But anyway, okay, it's gone away. It's gone away again. Entropiq. There is an aggressive play, trying to catch these players as they're throwing grenades. So far, so good for Vitality. 2 kills, 1 dropped. Shox will fall back so they can't tie the numbers up. That's going to handicap Entropiq early.
Yeah, and it really sucks for Entropiq, because one thing you'd want to do in a moment like that is take parts of the map where those players are not, and they were not ready for this. They weren't in a position to do that. Krad is going to spot Apex on catwalk. Nice trade coming in from Shox. They've got to take Shox down. That's a big frag from Forrester. That opens up the round now. A minute to go. They have the bomb. They've got loads of time and space to work with, but they're going to go quickly in towards the A site. Kyojin holds it down. 8 points of health remaining. And here goes Forrester for that late trade.
He may be seen on the kill feed going back in towards the jungle position. There's an instant move in that direction from him. And Misuta's looking for it. Off the angle of short now. Forrester with 13 HP, just trying to figure out like where Masuta is or catch him on the rotation. Looking for the bomb plot now on default. Not sure if Masuta can hear it from that distance. Indeed he can't, but he should have the information now. Although, actually, I don't think he's clear as to which bomb site it's on just yet. He's so far away from either one he couldn't figure it out, but now he realizes it is the A bomb site. He doesn't have a kit. There is one in connector, as we can see on the X-ray. Collected now by Masuta. But where is Forrester? Shift walking. That's a great gap for Forrester. I'm not sure if he found anything from it, but he's certainly got the sound cues. He's going to be quick, and he's going to be straight on the head again. Third.
But Entropiq with some great clutch play in the late round there. Get some guns brought up. Here it is, going to be forced up by Vitality. And they're not offering any aggression towards mid this time. In fact, they've got a double shadow setup at the moment on the A site. And 2 players on B. So they've given up a lot of map control to Entropiq here. That shadow position is quite vulnerable if Entropiq go out through connector. They get great angles onto those players. Where do Entropiq decide to go? They're not getting any info because of how passive Vitality are playing, and it looks like they're going to go ramp. This shadow setup will actually be quite good considering that most players will be coming from ramp.
See if kjorgen plays the bait for Shox, who has the M4 in the hole. You can see him holding in the corner, so it does look like a bait setup. Frag kjorgen, maybe Zywie tries to run distraction and Shox cleans up unless they get Molotoved. That would change things dramatically. kjorgen has the smoke though to deal with this. You can see he was about to deploy it, but the Molotov's mostly upstairs. So this could be very painful for Entropiq indeed. There is some spray though. Zywie's got to choose the right time to go in. So kjorgen's been dropped. Shox now, the trigger discipline, waiting to get the multi-frag there, but he's got to take out Lackey before he starts planting the bomb. Lackey just checking the smoke there quietly. Down goes the bomb. Nickelback's got terrible range now with the Mac-10. Still getting a kill onto Masuta, however, and there's an instant trade for the final frag as Entropiq prevail. 3 players alive and 3 rounds on the board.
Shox did squeeze out an extra kill though, and that's some extra damage. So that's something at the very least. So it's going to be the case now that we have that eco from Vitality, and so far Entropiq great job in the ability to make sure that they keep the pressure on. They've taken the guns out of the hands of their opponents, and now they get to really reap the rewards. This is kind of scary actually, how good Entropiq are looking. They've definitely been hitting that BM before going into this one.
Yeah, well, I'm a fan of Entropiq, and if you are as well, you're getting some of those stickers. The Sword Off First Class is a great place to put them. Just let me know if you do the hollows or the foils. Shox not done with this round just yet. Now he is, because Krad has fragged. Oh, I was going to say he's much better equipped versus Masuta, but a jumping dink with the USP is followed up on. I wonder what it does at that point-blank range, like maybe for somewhere between 40 to 60, I would imagine. Not the armor penetration stopping power of the P250, so it requires a few shots, even with the dink up close like that. 3 players remain for Entropiq, but they are heavily armed versus some naked Vitality players who are completely armorless. Aim punch could be an issue for them as well, so still don't expect them to be successful here. 40 seconds on the clock for Entropiq to clean up on this A-bomb site.
Yeah, looking really good so far. kjorgen makes it a little bit scary, but ultimately it will end as it should. But the damage, not bad at all. Again, Vitality are getting the kills, even though Entropiq are winning these rounds. Vitality are keeping their economy, reasonably honest. So that is consolation in the face of these lost rounds, and we'll be back on the buy shortly here for Vitality. And Mirage is an interesting map because it does offer a lot of opportunity for the CTs to get aggressive. And they've got double orbs. They're going for the classic French double orbs, Zywie and Shox. It's going to be interesting to see how this plays out.
That's a meaty grenade top mid, landing at the feet of Entropiq. They'll fall back, but it's all too late. Not swinging towards top mid, but simply waiting. And in these early rounds, we've already seen a 2-man aggressive play from Vitality up mid. Maybe Entropiq fearing that once again. Rotating off mid completely, actually, heading towards A, again with the numbers, and kjorgen feeling a little brave, but this is a very committed position. And again, I think you have to get at least 2 from this spot. Is 1 really enough? He has 2 players behind him, though, further back on the A-bomb site. There's Lackey, and there's Nickelback as well. Bomb at his feet, and he's able to fall away as well. I mean, you have to expect to die at some point, but he just falls back for free.
Yeah, that's kind of outrageous. Forrester will try to make a peek here, but they don't... At this point, Vitality have all their crosshairs on this A site, on every single entrance. So it's going to be very difficult to get in. Krad, it's a nice spray down, doesn't take any damage really in return. So that might afford opportunity here for Entropiq, given that Vitality are fully rotated essentially towards this A site. And Crad will make his way through connector. And again, we'll have to hit a series of excellent shots. And oh, well, it's starting to happen. 2 versus 2 now, in spite of all of the early success here for Vitality.
Yeah, and that's the bomb that Vitality can see. They've got complete tunnel vision on that bomb. There's a flashbang. They're lining up for Crad. Beautiful outmaneuvering from Entropiq. They left the bomb vulnerable and exploited the tunnel vision from Vitality. Great spray from the connector position as well. Because there was a little jiggling, but he didn't come off the spray at all. It was just full spray. Landed the shots. Man, there was a lot that happened in that one round. Again, the overperformance on the ramp from Vitality in the first place to get 2 kills and not lose a player. Fall back into a very tricky position on the boxes, but then for Entropiq to come back from that, to dig deep. Yeah. Honestly, I feel like if, you know, Vitality I think are a favourite for most people coming into this one. Obviously you've got the fan favourites and the player profiles and so on. But I think if we were to lose Entropiq at this point, it would be a shame for the champion stage.
It's kind of crazy because Crad, it felt like he disappeared on the map because there were so few players for Entropiq and Vitality have players to cover every position. It seems so strange that Crad was able to find the backs of so many players, but he does, and it's a 5-2 start here for Entropiq. They're looking really great right now, and they're going to a slightly quicker mid-take than we've come to expect, and a pretty fast movement from Crad up the B apartments as well, just getting the nades in there, getting the pressure on that B site. So again, another typical default coming through from Entropiq with a slightly faster pacing. Now, are they going to go for the full mid-take? They know that they're against an eco. So we would expect to see those anti-eco protocols coming through, and they will now, after that early mid pressure and B apartments pressure, come through to that A rotation. It's hard to see Vitality stopping this.
We have that denial of information in the mid-area, almost inviting Vitality to make a play there. Great elevation from Forrester. Just making it harder with that initial swing from Kyojin to land the headshot. Apex fishing with the scout. No connection made just yet. Doesn't get a second opportunity because Forrester will bleach the floors where Apex is standing. Off he goes. Shox now the only remaining bacteria for Entropiq to deal with. Don't lose a player on this occasion. Forrester's heading towards $14,000. Vitality only have 2 rounds on the board, so there's going to be plenty of pressure for Vitality to win not one but consecutive rounds without breaking Entropiq.
Yeah, Forrester is casually 13 kills, I believe, and 2, and he's you know, it's only the qualifying best of 3 to the new Legends phase for your first major arena ever. So it would be amazing to see if Entropiq can keep up this level of individual performance and focus. So far, so good. And we've got a very fast action towards mid here. Trying to get through underpass, but it looks like Entropiq are slowing things down a little bit. Just a single AWP hit this time for Vitality's defense. Vitality not really challenging mid too much in the early rounds of late.
Yeah. And they don't know if anyone's in the ladder room right now. I think, yeah, Shox was playing an off angle in case they went for a B push, so he may be going to investigate this, but that is a defensive smoke grenade. So, as far as Vitality are concerned, the window could soon be compromised. Apex watching that for now, but it is something they're going to have to deal with. You can see him looking for some information. Spotted Crad heads for a little bit. Apex considering trying to find something, but that's a very, very awkward angle indeed. And now Shox is getting some much needed information. It's a very important spot to hold.
And you can see that also Entropiq have done a decent job of removing the utility from Vitality. That said, 30 seconds left in the round. They've got to get their skates onto a plant. They're moving up the B apartments, looking to go into B. And man, what a great choice here. We've got effectively an A setup, and that is the expected finishing move here for, as far as Vitality are concerned. It's just Masuta here. He does have now the attention of Shox also, but just the M4's tapping away. Entropiq will be making their way across here, and so far it's not working out too well. The defense is finding its frags, and now it's just Forrester left, and it's not too much to be done with our Mag 10.
I love that duel that Shox had with the second last player, just jiggling, making him dance a little, unable to settle and find his aim as he out-duels him with the silenced M4. Much needed round for Vitality. Denial of information for Entropiq, but you've got to take those risks, try and get the info. figure out if they're splitting B, for example, or if anybody's going for the window, etc.
Yeah, they did a great job considering the fact that it was just those 2 M4s and there was no nades. Insane that they win that so convincingly.
Yeah. Really got to try and take the fights as best you can. ZywOo misses a flick top mid. That's a big win for Entropiq. Moving very quickly towards the A bomb site now, and they're going to go straight through connector with that second kill onto Shox. Well, that is quite the response from Entropiq. You've got to land your shots. The last series we did with ZywOo, he started pretty cold on the first map, and you do wonder now if that's going to be the case here as well. Because that is a, well, I mean, it's unfortunate timing. With a 3-man swing from Entropiq, and with all that presence seen on the kill cam, taking more risks on A ramp, getting a kill on the A bomb site, and that's an instant split of A. As soon as that kill comes through, that's all the green lights you need.
Yeah, and it's a really, really awesome timing for them to win another round because, of course, Vitality had just kind of picked one up after, losing quite a few in a row. So in terms of the economy, their loss bonus gets reset. They didn't get an opportunity to really build up any money, so they're back in the doldrums once more. So a really dismal start for Vitality at the beginning of Mirage here, which certainly is a great prospect for the likes of Entropiq, who are looking really confident at the moment. This is definitely a map, though, that, of all of the maps in this series, at least on the statistics, is going to be the best shout for Entropiq. So, with that said, Vitality, in terms of the veto, are looking good, but Forrester, niko back. The individual's looking dangerous. We haven't seen anything from Elian on the AWP just yet as well, so we can certainly expect him to be lighting up the server soon enough.
Yeah, they've got different gears if they need them. One of which is Elian. He's got a better spawn for the mid position, looking for the wallbang. We never really see a wallbang in that position, but it's certainly a thing. There are proper lineups for it. But in pro matches, on the right-hand side sometimes, on the left-hand side, practically never. ZywOo will be going for the AWP again. There are the flicks we're looking for. See what he chooses to do now. Kyojin holding down that ramp position, and we've seen those fast plays. Saw it in the round prior. He's expecting it now, looking towards the smokes, but there's a lot of Entropiq players trying to make risky plays now, and another one spotted by ZywOo, reading how they will respond and dealing with it. Now Elian needs to activate. 1 kill so far. 2 on the board in total. I'm not sure if there's anything else for him to do now. This is an AWP you do want to save because they will take it and use it in the next round if they can. However, he is carrying the bomb, so you never know. A minute on the clock, but as we can see, Apex is making his way towards T-spawn. And I'm not sure if either of them got the sound cues there.
Oh, it looks like it looks like not, but Apex looks to be likely very good for this. Oh dear. Unfortunate.
Double AWP? Yes.
They love it. Straight to shots.
Look at the pop-offs.
Apex is the most memeable pro for sure with all of his pop-offs. It's amazing. Oh, the double up is online once again. The interesting thing is that Entropiq will know that the double up is online. They'll have money for a full buy, and I'm curious how will they play against the AWP full buy, because what is it? We know that. That's I almost called them G2. We know Vitality goes to this quite often. So normally when a team has double op setups, it kind of constrains their decision making a little bit, because you want to have the ops kind of doing what they do well, which is anchoring certain positions, like B apartments and maybe another extremity, or supporting a mid push. That it becomes a bit more predictable how a team might play with it. So I am curious if Entropiq have a sense of the best strategic approach against that, and if we're going to see that this round, like a quick set piece, for example.
Part of me wondered if they would go for a 3-man swing in mid once again, but I feel like part of that, which Vitality reading, is a player on ramp going fishing aggressively for something, so they could try and go for a fast split. But I feel like Vitality have already adjusted to that, as we saw in the round prior, and then they were reading the smoke plays for Entropiq to try and play lower percentage plays, since they were further back in terms of personnel in that round. We can see them creeping towards B initially, not getting anything early. So if a sniper has a nice spawn towards mid and or B, sometimes they'll make a play towards the apartments and try and catch somebody jumping on the van. The timing is favorable to catch a CT off guard, which is why You want your teammate to boost you where you jump from the site onto their head, where there's a little divot in the ground under the window. Got to play top mid from Masuta and co. Elian will be able to respond, but there is a molly. I think Kyojin was maybe trying to... I don't know if you could see the bomb actually, but either way, that is a great situation for Vitality. Minute on the clock. Entropiq 3 versus 4.
Yeah, you can really see the power of the double orb setup. You have those 3 rifles that can be very active around the middle of the map as the orbs lock down the long channels into the actual sites. And 30 seconds to go. Entropiq need to make the move. They've left Krad towards the B site to possibly take an orb out of the hands of one of these players. Let's see if he's able to do that. The bomb's actually going to come back as well. So trying to fake this one out, and Krad unable to find the kill on Shox. That's unfortunate. Shox poses a great amount of trouble here. And it's actually Kyojin. He's really hitting his shots right now. Nice connection from Elian, but at this point, there's not anything left to do in the round as time has run out.
Money's running out as well for Entropiq. And that was a big test for Vitality, who could still get 8 rounds out of this half. We can see that the fake was almost working. Kyojin started rotating towards that A bomb site, but as soon as they saw a player towards B, they realized what could be happening. Molotov didn't quite land where Shox was standing behind the empty pillar. But I like the idea of that molly. Got to learn that one. There is maybe the cleanest jersey that remains at the major. Let us know your opinions.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. The interesting thing here is, you know, do Entropiq just like really meet? Yeah, they're going to try to meet the action in mid here. Given that they have worse weapons, you do want to try to find a pick early on, and they've absolutely found one. Apex going down, not reading the pacing. It's so quick now from Entropiq. Shox is coming to try to support and answer this, but he will be denied. Great Molotov. The timing of that's brilliant as they make their way towards stairs. And Zayu with that whiff, that's opportunity. That's ground gained. They're closing in on him.
Kyojin dropped in Biaps as well, so there's only 3 Vitality players remaining versus the 4 of Entropiq, and they've all got rifles. Bomb planted as well. Zayu needs to start delivering before this half starts to slip away from them. Huge opportunity for Entropiq, and then there were 2, Shox and Zayu. Shox creeping past the, or maybe into the crawl space, but Forrester's waiting for him. Very hard to retake from that position. You really need your teammates to distract elsewhere, but it's Zayu alone now, so that's not so easy. Shox has certainly been hurt. He's also being hunted. 8 rounds for Entropiq. Very difficult round for Vitality to lose. Their economy hangs in the balance now, and they can reach 8 in this half no more.
I love that move. You know, just that fast mid aggression again. You want to try to find the early action. And with the double orb setup, we've seen that Vitality, you know, just using mid as an opportunity for themselves to kind of work those dynamic riflers. They can work together to get information, to make plays. And Entropiq gambling that they could meet those riflers and get some frags in mid. And, you know what? They find an even bigger kill. And now Zayu is going to be angry. He's going to pick off one. Shox as well getting into the action. Both pickups will make life very difficult now for Entropiq. They're trying to get into this A site, but they're being utterly denied. Oh. 1v5 for Krad. It's a lot of time on the clock. The flank as well. Very difficult here for Krad. Time is against him in more ways than one, with the ever closer Apex moving in. Timing still works out, moves into the crossfire. Good effort from Krad. I feel like a round is always alive when Krad is still breathing.
Yeah, we've got a fight in our hands. Closely matched, it looks like, at least in the first half, Vitality and Entropiq, but I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some real aggression from Entropiq in the second half. So it's important for Vitality to really do the best they can in this half. Last round, in fact. Last round of the first half, so they'll want to keep it as close as they can. You can see that Lackey's down to a P250 and Krad of a Mac 10, so perhaps we'll see a faster play towards this, this B bomb site. An exchange of utility, though. We can see Lackey creeping close. Continuing to pursue now. He's going to try and make his way in, get stuck in the window though. Isolated fight for Masuta, and this round is not going to go the way of Entropiq, surely. 2 versus 4. Forrester with 8 HP. Would be a miracle to make something from this. Not quite looking like chicken salad right now.
I don't know what that means.
Some people will.
Well, it's yeah, rough one for Elliot. Last player left in the 1v4. Last round of the first half, and Vitality looking good for the 7-8 right now. At least a minute for Elian to try to figure this one out, but of course, once again, Vitality closing in around Elian. There's nowhere to go. Come out with your hands up.
Sometimes you've got to make chicken salad from chicken poop, let's say, to replace a different word, Dan. And that was a chicken poop kind of situation for Entropiq.
All right.
So it will be 8-7 at half time. The score is kept close. Both teams looking confident, but the roles will change now. So we'll see if it remains that way. An exciting pistol round to come. First map of the series. Winner goes to Stockholm. Loser goes home.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what we get from Entropiq on the CT side. They looked really good individually on the first half, but it seemed like Vitality were definitely struggling here and there, and we're getting the worst end of the stick in some of the more, let's say, losing the wrong rounds and so on. But they somehow still managed to pull out 7, and they pulled out 7 whilst not looking anywhere close to their best. And we know both of these teams have a lot of different gears to go to, so I cannot wait to see how this one heats up as we go into the second half of the first map of this best of 3. And Vitality have their eyes set on the A bomb site.
I quite like this second angle. Shox is holding, especially with a rifle. Trying to catch a stairs player off guard, looking for info towards T ramp. And there's a lot of info at T ramp, as we can see 4 players moving. It's Kyojin's job to be Super Mario Brothers. Jump, take the crosshair away to allow his teammates to at least trade, and that will happen. Elian looking fast, looking sharp from jungle, trying to plant a bomb. Got to come off it. The one tap from Zywo. P250, of course. 1 versus 3 now as Apex is lost.
How does he do this? They have every single avenue cut off. Zywo cannot get to a site without crossing an angle that is held by an Entropiq player. Now, first contact from Lackey. He doesn't have to commit to a fight here. He could allow Zywo to pass so he can not be isolated in the 1v1, and he goes for the fight, and Zywo kills him. So 1 versus 2 now for Zywo after plant.
He's heard the rotation as well. He knows that one is going towards the apartments area. And Nickelback's already there. Zywo? Surely he heard that. Maybe he thought it was short. Looking for the second player now, just playing off the information. Nickelback is going to feel a bit scared, but Elian's here. He was fast on the first shot, fast on the second one as well. 2 kills for Elian in the pistol round. And he will get the defuse bonus for the AWP, of course. Attention to detail. Very good. Zywo in the clutch, you know that he's capable.
Yes, when Lackey was just standing there, I'm like, please don't take the 1v1. You don't have to do it. You don't have to do it.
You don't have to, and you don't want to, not versus him.
Exactly.
But then again, maybe they do.
I mean, how do you lose the round to Zywo? Give him 3 1v1s. That's how you lose the round to Zywo. Well, it's I mean, Entropiq off to a good start, presumably in the second half. I mean, Vitality did win the first half pistol, I do believe, but they only managed to convert, the anti-eco before Entropiq got back on the action. And there's a force buy here from Vitality, and they're going straight into A.
Oh, timing. That is such an opening. That really gives them so much real estate. Look at the positions of Entropiq on the radar. They don't really have anybody on the B bomb site, but from this jungle position, especially with an AUG, you can try and cut down these T's as they cross to the site, but now jungle's been smoked. They start to look for a lurker. There is a pain point around that mid position, and it's Shox in the underpass.
This is really difficult because they don't have retake utility. They opted to buy the more expensive rifles, and that coming at the sacrifice of retake utility. So this is going to be very difficult as they begin to move in. Vitality have a lurk as well in mid. Shox on the Mac-10. They are periodically checking for this, but the timing's not going to work out for them. Shox there doing the damage, and it's going to be very nasty from Shox. The jump Mac-10. Yikes.
He has to be so patient to lurk for that long, only emerging once they stop looking for him, because obviously the urgency is rising to a point where they have to deal with the players on the site, but they know it's going to be no surprise if there is a lurker in mid. So the timing from shots, the experience in the mind really coming to play there. Abusing the weapon as well. Close range, fire rate, air strafe shocks.
Yeah, and that's a great way for Vitality to get right back in it. Off of the force buy again. Entropiq, they didn't have nades. That was the sacrifice. And going fast for an A-take like that, a fast contact burst from Vitality, was absolute genius. Just such a great call. I mean, I don't think you could make a more ideal call with, you know, given what we saw of the buy of Entropiq. And now Vitality firmly in the driver's seat in this half. We'll see what Entropiq can do. Will they decide to force buy back? Could very well be the case.
It is the case, Dan. I can confirm Alien's got 1,500 in the bank, and so does Nickelback at the moment. As I say that, he'll pull out the Desert Eagle and some Kevlar. So we've got 2 Deagles on deck, a P250 for Krad, a CZ75 for Forrester. So we'll see what the plan is. I do wonder if they're going to go from like a default formation with this mixed bag of weapons. I mean, the bag's pretty light for the most part. Mainly that AUG. Now, if Apex spotted that smoke under the window, he should know exactly what that is.
Oh dear.
He's been deleted in mid, and so I was going to find Krad on the ramp, maybe seeing a leg or something. Alien's got the main heavy artillery here with the AUG, trying to get that kill, but forced further and further back. Well, the Suitor's been fragged at the very least. We might see a smoke push here. Forrester with the CZ, we dropped in CT spawn. That leaves 3. Nickelback with a silenced and 4, and Alien with that AUG. Now, they may end up losing everything here, but they are going to make a play. Alien's got a pop flash, and here it comes. But Kyoshi's going to see this just before. Get one and some information. 2v2, no kit on the remaining players. They are pursuing it, though. You can see Zyru now. He's going to get a nasty frag from that sandwich position. And there goes the last one. They'll lose everything after all.
Yeah, as I was coming online, he just said enough. That's enough, isn't it? So he's 17 for 9 right now. Zyru is starting to frag. And I feel like he's really dialed into this one now. And Entropiq, it's going to get harder and harder and harder across this series as the Vitality side start to, you know, ramp things up. And we're going to be moving to a 9-9 scoreline and save time for Entropiq. They did do quite a good amount of damage in that last round, but Apex will spot the majority of the setup here, so Vitality know they can just safely move into the B site.
Nice and safe from Apex. Area control, denial of information.
Yeah, I mean, as far as Entropiq are concerned, it would be beautiful if you could isolate some of these T players, you know, pick up some, you know, swarm them, pick up the guns after killing them and save those guns. However, by design, Vitality have their roaming players on the outskirts with MAC-10s. So it's not really a desirable weapon going into a buy round to save. So, and it's obviously very cheap as well, making those players more expendable. So, you know, in that sense, Vitality have done a great job in protecting their valuable weapons with those MAC-10s as they roam the perimeter. So really not allowing Entropiq to find any amount of value at the end of this round. Got to be careful. Not worth going for that one from Masuta. And back on the buy once again for Entropiq.
Alien will pull out the AWP for the CT side. 1 round behind now. Looking for their second round in this half. So we were 17 for 9. So even though we saw him a little cold in the first half, missing some flicks and so on, he's still top fragging, save for Forrester. At least for Vitality, he's at the top. Forrester, though, with 21 kills so far. Lackey now looking to move forward with a MAC-10 towards top mid, but as we can see, Apex is not going to outstay his welcome, and he'll back off away from that mid position after some initial presence. Currently 4 players for Entropiq towards the A bomb site, with Forrester very quickly into a forward position in the apartments. I think they should be able to hear how close he is. Fade away HE grenades. And I think they've just seen each other. They've got half a second to reposition now as the push is coming through. More flashes, and Lackey's trying to find something. Forrester cleaning up though. 2 so far. Shock's looking to swing on him. Niko back. Could he be here in time? Forrester still holding down from that bench position.
Lots of good damage done though by Entropiq. A 2 versus 2. Elian takes down Apex and Zyro caught in the open, and that's going to be the frag for Crad. 10 to 10. Entropiq are going to make it working. I was kind of wondering too with Lackey. He saved the Mac 10 and he could have bought. He had $3,000. He could have bought a rifle, but he kept the Mac 10. Now, thankfully, that ended up being totally fine. But I was a bit worried. Great defense from Forrester, just working this backside bench position really effectively. And that just took too long for Vitality to kind of take control, and Entropiq's rotation got there and were able to help out. And now we're in really interesting territory because Entropiq will have the AWP online. They're going to have more utility. Everybody's got good equipment. So what are we going to see from them, James? This could be the moment where they get a bit aggressive and make some forward plays.
Yeah, this is a very big round to dictate the coming rounds with the pressure that both these teams will be applying. Very important one to win. Let's see what the intentions are. How Entropiq look for information.
Ooh. Almost getting like the run boost.
Yeah, be a fast boost on the ramp to try and catch a player crossing to connector, but nothing doing there. Early utility. And speaking of Nickelback, utterly deleted by Vitality. It's a huge kill from Shox, who tries to control the mid position. Smoke in the middle of connector. Won't quite give them control, but will deny some information for Entropiq. We can see Lackey moving away from the B bomb site now. What do Entropiq do to get back into this in this 4v5 situation for them?
Yeah, given that their buy is so heavy and that they don't have much money, you'd almost want to see them just gamble stack so that they can have a good defense somewhere. And they are kind of doing that. They've got only one player in the B apartments, Forrester, which makes sense. This is a spot where he could get a multi-kill, which could enable a possible retake if Vitality decides to go B. But Vitality looking like they want to find themselves onto an A split here. So it's going to require a lot of excellent shots because they also have full utility. So at this point, Entropiq have everything working against them. Elian shouldn't be able to get a free shot here. There's the flash. He's on the angle still. He's actually going to land it against Sidewoo. Can he get another one? That would be massive here for Elian. The jiggle, the peek, the tease comes through, and Elian has to fall back.
Crad forced forward, but how about that for a result? The bomb spotted. Forrester creeping forward now. They know where he is with that kill on Masuta. Trying to hold these off angles, catching Shox off guard as well. Just when he thought it was safe to look down, he is taken down. Apex has to go for this plant. Elliot trying to get him off it, but will land a kill afterwards, and Entropiq will take the lead 11 to 10. A plant for Vitality, but certainly not a round.
I'm so impressed by Entropiq. There's so many disadvantages they had in having to defend in that situation. The lack of utility, the lack of players, the better positioning from Vitality players. Yet still, Entropiq, despite being a team of players that are not nearly as experienced or tenured as a lot of the Vitality players, they have an extremely impressive degree of nerve and composure in these very pressured situations where they are definitely kind of having their backs against the wall. They don't seem to be impacted by that fact, and they're going to pick up an absolutely key round. They're going to keep their bank going, and there is just enough money here if Vitality wanted to do something. So they'll go for a more conservative half buy.
Yeah, their loss bonus is middling at present. Don't want to spend too much, and they'll want to get a bomb plant from this at the very least. And of course, do some economical damage. But I feel like there's been a few rounds where Entropiq have only survived. Yeah, the last 3 rounds in a row, Entropiq have only had 2 players survive. So their economy is a bit brittle if Vitality can simply win a round. But that is proving difficult at the moment.
We're going to get a burst towards the B site here. Vitality, they don't have much to work with, so they're going to just shove it all in the B site. And Forrester, he's ready for this one. He's got the AUG. Surely there'll be some utility to deny him. damage. So patient is Forrester in this position. Entropiq can hold their spots pretty much everywhere. Only Alien moving around.
So what is the play here from Vitality? Sometimes you'll see that deep Molotov in the apartments and then spray towards the kitchen, where the T's will have to stand. See quite a few kills from there as well. Seen quite a few kills from ZywOo today, and there is another one with that Desert Eagle. He won't go and try and retrieve the weapon from the middle of mid. But now with most information concealed, Entropiq have got 2 players per site, so Vitality are likely to have a 4v2 push wherever they choose to go. But Alien's, yeah, he's going towards the A bomb, so he's rotating away from B, in fact, as we see some lurk grenades from Vitality, and Entropiq not buying this just yet as they hold steadfast with their 2 players on the A bomb site, but now starting to rotate with Krad, perhaps looking towards a short position. Stereo kills for Entropiq to start the proceedings. That's a good frag as well, dropping the bomb, really reducing the chances for anything to happen, and they'll survive with 4 players. 12 to 10.
Yeah, Forrester doing a great job. You know, of course, they're against ecoing players, but at the same time, these are some of the best players in the world. So, you know, you have to be absolutely on point. And we can see that Forrester, you know, he's been really on point, especially, you know, playing that difficult kind of B rotation. You know, you're that player that when everything goes wrong and you have to retake on the A site, you have a very hard job getting through mid and doing that. But he's been great so far, so impressed by him. Fast movement from Vitality, as you can see, right up A ramp, going for a fast A place. Helped them before, but this time it's looking at more contested as Entropiq hold.
Apex, oh, didn't get the sound cues in time, and there's more opportunity now for Entropiq. 4 versus 2. Vitality really need a bomb plant now. It may help them buy in the next round. Apex, oh sorry, Kyoto looking for a second one. Only getting one though, he's alone now. But not for long, he'll soon join his teammates in the afterlife in this round. Off to the next one, Entropiq 3 rounds away from taking Mirage, and you wonder if Vitality can stop them. This is the pick of Entropiq. It would be a huge win for Vitality if they could take it away from them, but you wonder how likely that is now.
Forrester looking to drop 30 on us right here in this opening map of this best of 3 to qualify themselves through to the Avicii Arena to become a new legend. That would be something. I mean, it looks like it's bound to happen with Forrester's performance in the rounds that are left in this. Vitality looking to shock Entropiq with their pacing in that previous round, but Entropiq, they seem so dialed in. They're ready for everything. Passive opening for them at the moment. They will allow Vitality onto that A site, and they have plenty of utility to play a favorable retake with said utility. So happy to give up this site. We might see Krad on the AWP actually, able to get a pick from Ticket. There are a lot of smokes.
Nice shot from Krad. We see plenty of bells being rung, and maybe there's opportunity with that kill from Nickelback. That's quite a gap in the smoke, however. I think there's still 2 more flashes here actually for Vitality, so Krad has to be careful, but ZywOo is ready. Another flash into connector. ZywOo's got 1 more. There's an AWP if he wants it, but Forrester is on the AWP, so they've got to be careful. Nothing can be taken for granted. Vitality have got a great opportunity, and they can't make it easy. Footsteps heard from Forrester. There's that final flashbang. He's ready for it, though, and now comes the retake. Elian from connector. Shock's waiting for it to go too far. Going straight into it, though. Punctured in the chest, leaving Apex with a CZ versus 3. Doing his best to squeeze some more damage in, but it will be another round for Entropiq.
Yeah, that's really fantastic. A 3v4 retake there, and you know, one of the things that we learned a long time ago, back in the SK fallen era of SK, 2016 or whenever it was, is that you can allow the T's to fully take the A site, but if you stay alive as 5 players, you have control around stairs, connector, and jungle and CT. You can retake with just your nades, and it's extremely favorable for the CTs. So ZywOo, knowing that, pushes extremely aggressively to Ticket and makes a strong argument for them to be able to win that round. But Entropiq looks so good right now, and fast mid approach. The pace is high here for the French players, and it's looking like it's working out this time.
Yeah, they reasonably unscathed with that one. 2 players half health, but 5 versus 3. They can take 2 bullets or so. Fantastic start from Vitality, and boy, do they need it with Entropiq just 2 rounds away, going from strength to strength. You wonder what the ceiling is in the short term for Entropiq. Short term being the duration of this major. I can't wait to see them shoot up the table in the rankings once it has concluded. But where will they finish?
They're actually stacking the B side at the moment, which is, they're a 3v5. We talked about this kind of situation before. You can decide to stack. They're doing that. They are expecting that they're not looking towards Catwalk at all. There might be an opportunity here for Krad as he waits for it. There's one. 3 versus 4 now. Can Krad make it even better? They're going to be starting to march towards that A site, but ZywOo puts an end to Krad.
Yeah, they know where the bomb is going, but not so easy to get there and try to do something about it. And they start to have money issues. We can see Nickelback's got $1,000 in the bank. Krad is halfway to a buy with 3,100. So they could certainly do with holding on to these 2 weapons. And again, that 14th round can be a curse for some teams. They can get stuck there for a while. And they can just squeeze that extra performance from the team on the back end, trailing as Vitality are. Great start to this round in mid. And a strong finish on the A bomb site, but they'll need to string a lot of rounds together now to catch up with Entropiq. This will be their first round after 5 from the leading CT side.
And just, a shout out to, Forrester, who did get his 30 bomb in the previous round. Not bad. Not bad at all.
Yeah, ZywOo's trying to catch him. 24 kills now for ZywOo. And hey, if they can keep winning rounds, maybe he gets there.
Yeah, Vitality very focused. They've been working with these very quick paces, in their openings. Either it's, very fast contact into A, very fast contact into mid, trying to run it down and just trying to use that pace to quickly gain space and battles. And I like that too because it's a confidence play too. And it can really help to ignite your players, especially if your players are actually getting those entry frags. When you've been outplayed in the slower rounds, mixing up that pacing can be very helpful. And given that Entropiq are on worse weapons now, this is certainly cool for Vitality, but I do believe they'll be able to, Entropiq will be able to buy up still.
Masuta's going to throw the instant window smoke in mid, I do believe. There are I don't know, maybe 5 or 6 spawns in T-spawn where people can throw the instant mid smoke. Well, I think there are more, but it's pretty hard to learn all of those. Actually, no. Someone else is throwing it. He's gone for the top mid smoke instead. But one of his colleagues did go for that instant smoke. So if you are trying to molly it, for example, it's going to be a lot more difficult than the usual ones, the older ones. A big focus on the A bomb site from Vitality. Entropiq have got 2.5 players here, Elliot being in connector.
That's unfortunate. That Molotov being extinguished allows there to be a player on the top of the ladder still. And it's a smoke. It's a lurk smoke going through instead from Apex to try to make up for that. They're going to try to force their way in here, but it's going to be very difficult. Entropiq are ready for this.
How on earth has Apex found a kill there? I don't know, but they're still not at the advantage Vitality as Shox and Masuta have been lost. One of them lurking in the B apartments, and it's a full rotation from Entropiq. With that lurker, they know what's happening. A clean shot from Apex. He's been so dangerous. Well-timed flashbang as Forrester rotates in towards CT spawn and eats it. That will slightly delay him, but now he's posting up some angles. That could be a juicy HE grenade for Kyojin, leaving him on 7 HP. He took all of that one. Lackey with a great angle, and these retakes for Entropiq continue to be strong. 2 versus 1. Apex looking for one more to take it to 12 for Vitality, and there it is, another headshot from Apex in the clutch, keeping Vitality in this, and Entropiq off game point.
Apex is so fantastic, just delivering when the moment needs him the most. Oh, stunning stuff from him. That's absolutely what they needed against Entropiq. I mean, Entropiq, to beat them, you're going to have to do stuff like that. Vitality need Apex to come online. They need ZywOo to come online in these clutch moments, and Apex delivers. And it's still not enough to fully break Entropiq and their buys. They still have a dangerous amount of firepower here to offer up. It's just Nickelback who's stuck on a deagle, but we have seen some pretty nasty 1-deeks coming through from Entropiq earlier in this matchup. And Alien takes down Apex as he strays into top mid. An early 5v4, and Kyojin be able to equalize. But again, let's not forget, Nickelback did have the deagle.
Apex has had so many clutch moments in the games for Vitality at this major. First to go down could be a problem. Very strong player to have in the clutch. But it's a 4v4. And again, it's one of those situations. You cut noise, you creep towards the site. Reasonable chance of a 4v2 situation, which is very favorable. But they are up against some very dangerous players.
And 3 walking through Palace. Do you expect so many in Palace? It's Crad. Crad on the other end of this. Are they going to contact through? Will there be a flashbang from Shox? Yeah, there's a flashbang. They spotted Crad. He's trying to just delay, but his teammate's gone down. He can't do anything there. Vitality have breached the site, and it's up to Lackey and Forrester. Now, they don't have money, so they're going to likely save this, picking up some guns that have been left in mid. So Lackey gets the AK upgrade, but Vitality looking to move to 13 here, and there'll be one behind Entropiq, and Entropiq will be on a save. They don't have money. I don't think they're going to buy up around the AKs and the AK and the AUG.
Yeah, I mean, it's such an awkward position for them. If they force around these 2 weapons, then they're not going to have a full buy for the remainder of this. They're at second round loss bonus at present, which will increase. So we'll see what they choose to do. We've seen people make some questionable buys at times late on before and ruin their situation. But we'll see. They'll still be dangerous either way. You can see Shox just bouncing off the ceiling to try and avoid getting headshot. Didn't work though. Takes one in the face, but he won't be too concerned because it is advantage Vitality.
Yeah. And I think that's the mid-round reset. I mean, firstly, that jump from niko back is an interesting maneuver. Again, they're 5v4 in that moment. He only has an eagle, but it would be nice to see him stay alive. But regardless, everyone is a general after the war, as Yanko would say. And yeah, so we'll see Entropiq going for the save here. It was smart of Vitality to reset into the A play. Just avoid Forrester, who's been locking down B. Avoid him as long as you can. And Zywoo is going to just take him down straight away.
Yeah, he's not avoiding nothing.
It is Zywoo after all.
25 kills now for Zywoo. Opportunity knocks for Vitality. 26 kills for Zywoo. The AUG now the main remaining threat. Oh, hello. Oh, Nickelback has got a rifle to collect. He's trying to press E from as far away as possible for science. That's going to be a 3 clicks video right there. How far away can you press the E button? How many units?
Give me all the units.
Nickelback and Alien now could really do with holding on to these weapons, but Shox loves to just try and, you know, just take a little bit more away from you. They will have money for the next round. He can afford to lose a weapon. He knows they're both carrying one. Oh, the timing from Shox. He sees an elbow. He knows where they are.
So important to hold on to these guns here for Entropiq. And, well, there goes one of them. And he will move forwards. I love this, just going aggressive, taking a very forward off angle. Goes beyond Shox's crosshair placement, and that's a 1v3 for Elian. Should be able to keep himself alive. One more player oncoming. Here comes Masuta. Elian, uh-oh, that's a distraction. Which way does he look? And he gets taken down from the back. Unfortunate, but they do at least have a buy here. However, if they lose this round, that's going to be one less gun for the next round.
Jack in the box. Zywoo out here with a claw hammer.
Oh, wow. Yeah, he's really owning them there.
Love to see it.
14 to 14, James. It's all on this round. It really is.
Instant window smoke has come through once again from Vitality. The Apex will be swinging to the top mid. Lackey can't see anything. Blind, eyes closed by force. Nickelback will do what he can, but all he can do really is reposition to connect up. Great flash from Apex. I'm not sure how he ate that, to be honest, Lackey. He was facing the wall, so I guess he turned around too early. And now there's trouble towards the B bomb site. Forrester has some help in Elian, though, who can post up with the AWP. But Vitality not going to take that risk. A little poking, prodding, a little skirmish. No move elsewhere.
Yeah, don't go towards Forrester with the AUG holding down the B apartments. This is a lesson we've learned in this game of Mirage so far. And they reset. They have so much time on the clock. 1:10 as they come back into mid. And Entropiq, they don't want to take a forward info play. They have to gamble their positioning a little bit. What do they expect on the rotation? Vitality could just be waiting in the B apartment still, or they've rotated. They're actually up mid. They can go up catwalk. There's so many options here for Vitality. But as they move up connector, great find from misuta. Here comes the swing from Forrester with the AUG. It finds nothing. It's niko back though on the other end of connector. The bomb's behind the smoke, but Shox covers it, and that just leaves Alien in the 1 versus 5. Oh my god, great shot, but it's just too little too late. And that's 15 rounds on the board for Vitality and a broken economy for Entropiq.
Apex, man, full of energy, but look what it does for his team as well. Especially because the coach can't do it, right? So he's got to do it even more. He's got to really pop off now. Got to get his flavor on, be the hype man for the squad. And he always was. But Entropiq, this is a rough situation for them. They were in a driving seat, but it's a pretty ugly car crash now, as they're not going to have much money to play with. 2 silenced M4s come out there as a scout for Elian. And I do wonder if we'll see a slow round for Vitality, because you would imagine they're going to be short on utility. So they may go for some kind of fast play Entropiq to make up for that, as is standard. Apex has a very clear idea as to what he wants to do, as to what he doesn't want to happen. They'll certainly want to limit their risk at the beginning, I would imagine.
Shox creating presence in mid, but we actually see Vitality looking like they want to finish towards the A site here. They have the bomb towards the A ramp, and that mid pressure has been pretty consistent.
Oh!
Alien can't find anything through the smoke, unfortunately, for Entropiq.
Yeah.
And Vitality will likely go back into the A play very shortly. Oh, niko back. This is everything here. Oh, that's a big frag. Kyojin took down Krad, though.
That leaves the bomb carrier alone on the ramp, Zywoo. So Vitality started by holding every choke. A minute 10 now as they look to move in for a B split. There are no eyes in that mid position apart from Elian with connector. Will he find misuta soon? Is he going to walk through the smoke?
And he only had a scout. He had to hit the headshot. Doesn't find anything. And that's going to be the 2 versus 4 here. Entropiq's chances on map 1 look like they are diminishing rapidly, falling off a cliff here as it remains just with 2 players. But can Lackey find this one with the FAMAS? Absolutely not. Forrester, nice shot. Able to find the wallbang there through the woods, but they know where he is. And he's been great so far, but Forrester has too much on his plate, and Zywoo will finish him off. And that's Vitality, a very hard-fought first map, but you can see how much it means to get that one in the bag. Is that the best chance gone for Entropiq in this series? I guess we'll find out shortly.
Apex about to break someone's wrist with those hand slaps. Stole that one from the clutches of defeat. Both teams, I think, look strong in that. It was a great matchup, and Entropiq had to be rising with confidence. But again, sometimes a team can get stuck at 14 points when your back's to the wall, when you're trailing, when you have the deficit. You can just get that bit more out and take over the game, and they certainly were able to do that, Vitality.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Vitality, they really grinded hard there. We saw a lot of moments where Entropiq were skill diffing them effectively, you know, out dueling them, just winning really great battles, great defenses. We saw Forrester crushing it. I mean, Forrester's performance hitting the 30 there was just beautiful to see. But then Vitality started to go away from him. They started to suffocate the whole team. So great adjustments, and the scary thing is that Zywoo really started to come online.
He did, yeah. Like the last series that you and I did with Vitality, I think he was a bit colder for most of the first map, but he warmed up pretty damn quickly in that one and shot up the scoreboard very quickly indeed after missing some the initial flicks there. But we're going to head to a break. When we're back, plenty more Counter-Strike. The first of 3 series coming today, so stay tuned.
Play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course, and even when there's no chance, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
You just saw it for yourselves. Vitality able to steal away Entropiq's pick. They're feeling great in the camp, all the Apex memes, etc. We're going to break it down on the desk, how they were able to do it now. Joining me, Maniac, Blair, and obviously I've got to start with you since you're so invested in this game. It was looking bleak at one point. Entropiq did start well. They had that early lead. You could see monster performances coming in from one or two of their players. I mean, Vitality showed something to me in this map they haven't shown yet at the Major.
I agree with you, and I think we have to start by applauding the composure of Entropiq at the beginning of this game. We talked about the pressure, we talked about the prestige of that 2-2 game, and they were unfazed. They were composed as hell. In fact, they were making Vitality look like clowns in some of these retake situations. We're talking 3v4s, we're talking 2v3s. You know, Vitality are the one dropping the ball. Entropiq, as you can see on the scoreline right there, they took the early lead. They were in charge. They were in command in this game.
Even the 8-7 scoreline belies the fact that it was Entropiq in full control, right? Vitality were reacting time and time again to what Entropiq were throwing their direction, and we have to shout out Forrester. Sure, it was a losing effort, but he had 30 kills, and I do believe like 24 rounds or something ridiculous. Unfortunately for him, the last 6 rounds happened to Maniac. He got 2 kills.
Yeah, I was just going to talk about
just 2 kills in the final round.
This is the nightmare scenario you find yourself in at this level. People at home are going to go, how can you criticize Forrester? I can't. The numbers don't lie.
Of course.
But in the hard yards down the stretch, he had a couple of big whiffs. And this is the level we're talking about at a Major. 1 or 2 mistakes, and suddenly the 31 kills that you get, they don't mean anything.
Of course, you don't get a free pass at this level, Richard. No. You do not get it. It doesn't matter if you spend 25 rounds being at the top of your game. If you drop the ball at the very end in a clutch that means everything, then all you remember is the loss. So for Entropiq, obviously, disappointment is going to be around the corner. They're going to need to put a great effort into resetting because they must feel like they just missed an occasion to be 1-0 up in this game.
And I gotta say, we did touch upon that. We did allude to the fact that the mental game is going to be coming in key, and I think it was highlighted perfectly the final few moments of this particular game. Right, you go back to the final 6-7 rounds. It was Vitality, of course, spearheaded. I'm sure we want to talk more in detail about that clutch coming in from Apex, right? But that was a catalyst for things to just kind of see Vitality kind of rise from the ashes. But on the other hand, you look at Entropiq, I saw too many individual plays coming out. This was not the case earlier in the game, earlier in the map. We saw players just trying to go in for multi-kill, just going for dry peaks and getting punished again and again.
Look, there is one story in this game. It's round 26. It all comes down to round 26. We're talking about Apex having an ace combined with a 1v3 when he's got 12 kills at the beginning of the round. He's down in the dumps. He's not feeling it at all. He doesn't find his play style, doesn't find his rhythm. And then suddenly he clutches his way back into the game with an incredible round. He's completely boxed in. He's down in ramp in the 1v3. They know where he is. And somehow he brings it back up, which is insane. That's the round we are about to see right there. The fact that, actually no, it's 24. But the fact that Apex has this moment, this clutch right here, this is when the game changes. This is when Apex, as a captain, takes control of the game and makes his teammate believe in the fact that they're about to pull the comeback. And you could see it. You could feel it on their faces, feeling on their body. They knew they were taking it back.
And this is a different Apex. This is a different Apex. You see, he gets the 1v3. He clutches it out, which is, as we pointed out, the catalyst for this comeback. And look at his expression, his demeanor. This is not the Apex we saw just even a couple of weeks back, where he'd be like jumping around, enjoying, celebrating that clutch. He's like steely demeanored. He knows what's on the line. He's like, well, that's done with. Let's get on with the next round.
That's experience and leadership, because he knows, okay, I've made a clutch. I've given us the opportunity, but it's not a guarantee we're going to send it. I have to stay calm and let the troops know we've still got a job to do here. So actually, in that moment, the fact that he wasn't so high,
it's a good reaction.
It's
a great reaction.
It is a good reaction, because you need to convey to your teammates that this round in itself does nothing. It doesn't accomplish anything. The one clutch does not accomplish anything if not everyone joins it on that boat and finds the momentum and finds the confidence. And this is why he stayed stoic the way he did. He knew he needed his teammate to shine. And then we're talking about the mental game. If you just look at the last few rounds, you'd feel like Vitality have their number figured out, because suddenly the kills are going Vitality's way, the clutches are going their way, the timings are going their way, and this is what we call momentum.
And I feel like that is something which starts to percolate through the rest of the team as well. We touched upon Kyojin, we touched upon Masuta, how these two kids are, very new to the biggest stage in Counter-Strike Global Offensive, and we saw moments, Maniac, where it was Kyojin coming up from the Palace position.
Absolutely.
The sheer nerves, just non-existent nerves. He had balls of steel. He knew what the player was. He's like, I'm still going to be clearing out the angle, and it's just great stuff coming out from the youngsters.
Just before we do talk about the Kyojin story, we've got to talk about the MVP.
Obviously.
It's sort of crazy. You said it in the break. He's done his best Simple impression, because he's dropped 27 kills, and it's just sort of happened. It's just occurred.
We haven't even spoken about him yet.
Yes. And yet, an MVP performance. This is what ZywOo. This is what having a player like ZywOo, a star player in your team, does for you. But in particular, when it is ZywOo and he's on his game, what it does is it gives you that foundation. It's like, he's good for a kill every round.
That's the thing. That's what we assume. That is what we assume. What is crazy is that the bottom line for ZywOo is to have 27 kills, and we just sit at the desk thinking, you know what, he did his job. It was an okay performance. But that's actually, that is matching up with his talent and his impact as a player. If he has 35 to 40 kills, then we'll enchant him. But he just quietly does his job. He carries his team time and time and time again, and once more he is activated.
And here's a really cool thing about ZywOo's performance in this particular game. Unlike Forrester, who just peaked massively at the beginning, the middle part of the game, and kind of tapered off at the the last 6 rounds, so to speak, ZywOo, it wasn't him having a monstrous 30 kill performance, right? But he was consistently delivering, and especially in that comeback train that the Vitality were on, the amount of opening kills he was getting with an AWP instrumentally opens it up. Then you have Apex and Masuta and Kyojin coming in, picking up the remaining pieces. I'm happy to see this. I'm happy to see ZywOo not just be the MVP, but see the remaining pieces of the team all around him working together as a unit. But that's what they need.
Yeah, and this is the key, Blair. Like, we talked a lot about Kyojin. I think Kyojin's had a poor performance overall in each of his games so far at the Major. Considering he's the young talent, he's the one they want to develop. He was highly touted in the French scene, obviously couldn't play in a top team, was serving a suspension. That's gone now. He's come back into Vitality, and here at the Major hasn't looked all that impressive. For me, this is his most impactful performance, because he stepped up. It's not just about the kills, though. It was about having game head on, laser focus, not making mistakes. That round when he came out of Palace, and he knows this guy over at Tetris, but you know what? I'm still going to clear. Exactly. He made decisions in this game like an elite level player, and we haven't seen that often.
And it is going to be a difference maker for Vitality. There's no way around it. He has been a liability if you look at the last few weeks and months, because just frankly said, he lacks the experience. He makes mistakes. You read interviews, you talk with Apex, he'll tell you Some maps, he found his rhythm, he found his play, and some he's completely lost. He plays like shit. He even said that verbatim.
Yeah.
But that's how sometimes you just have to look the truth in the eyes. And here, he's not being a liability.
And
he was tested on the A side. He had a couple of multi-kills. He was very solid. I don't ask him to have 30 kills. This is not what we need from
just do your
Jersey.
job.
Yeah.
Exactly, just do your job. And he did it in that first map, that's for sure.
And especially the fact that this is coming up against in a must-win game against Entropiq, who have been just lopping off the heads of some of the favorites so far in this tournament. That's even more impressive because he did struggle against Astralis. He did struggle against EG, which are, let's be real, like Vitality were the favorites in those matchups, right? He struggled there, but him delivering, especially on that comeback train, if he can continue that, we potentially could see Vitality starting from being in the dumpster to maybe just accelerating and just going straight up, straight to the moon.
Yeah, and to pick up on that point as well, now we're moving on to Overpass, foreshadowing that second map.
pick.
And that was one of the first few maps where I saw him on the B side, to get a little technical here, where he was sometimes completely lost. He got caught off guard, his positioning was a little bit poor, he didn't really understand the timings of which he had to be safe or not. And now that he's got that confidence, that experience, I'm sure we're going to see better from him.
And it's a good point, actually, because Overpass is a unique map. A lot of the game theory you would apply to maps that are a lot more compact. It doesn't apply here. You've really got to be decisive, and your game sense has to be absolutely precise, because if you mess up a rotate, if you do a misread, you've lost the round.
The thing with Overpass is with Vitality picking this was a confidence pick. We spoke about that as well. It's a map that Entropiq are more than happy to play at any given time, right? So with Vitality picking this, I'm like, okay, it's a bit of a risky pick, but it's good to know that as the favorites, you are confident in what you can deliver. But the problem for me here, Maniac, and we spoke about this in the green room as well, the T sides can sometimes fall a little flat, and then it comes down to the man himself, the legend, Shox. The number of games I've seen this guy single-handedly deliver with those lurks of his, getting his impact kills on the T side. I don't want that to happen. I don't want it to be a case where it has to be Shox pulling them out from, a very precarious situation. So this is a tricky one.
So the problem that sometimes Vitality run into is that if they face an AWPer that's really strong on the A side, he'll punish them, and then everything relies on Shox. But Elian isn't exactly having the best of game right now.
Yeah. Well, look, we've got 3 minutes before we get into the map. We've got to talk about Entropiq. I know we're probably feeling a lot of the bias here. We're all hyped up, and seriously, we obviously respect
biased analysts, of course.
Journey. Yeah, exactly.
No regret.
Listen,
Bloody French.
They can play this map. They can do it over here. We've seen them in series before, but they take people's map picks away from them, especially from this deficit. They're happy to battle back. They never give up, this team. And positives. Elian, like you say, he hasn't quite warmed up. He wasn't quite as good in that game. But he's always got that potential. This is a very good map for him. He's an aggressive, mobile AWPer. They love Overpass.
And I guess the question becomes now, how well does he react to the fact that he kind of missed the mark on the first map? That is very, very important to know. We're going to have to keep an eye on him to see if he's got the same confidence, if he's got the same proactivity, because you are correct, Richard. On Overpass specifically, we know on the CT side how a good AWPer is going to be a pain in the ass to play against. He's going to punish you anytime you miss a utility. He's going to punish you anytime you're trying to be fancy with taking some map control. But the truth is, Elian, the one we have seen, the one we called proven in the early stages of the Major, hasn't arrived to the occasion quite yet.
Sure, I mean, not in this game, but you can see from the stats on your screen. Anyone calling this guy an onliner? Turns out he's an offliner, because he's raised his game here at the Major. And seriously, nobody can question his legitimacy anymore, no matter how this series goes. But it's not just Elian. We saw Forrest having a big performance. Obviously, want to talk a little bit about him. He's been around since 2015, been slowly working his way up. Obviously played at that Win Strike team that was so dangerous. People wanted to swerve them at lands because they just sort of would always upset one big team. It was in that hard Legion team. And
has major experience as well with 3 meters.
Major experience, and now he's here. And unfortunately for him, wasn't able to get it done on that first map, but hugely important here as well, right?
Yeah, he's going to keep him and Krat. Like we've seen Forrester this time around on Mirage. I have flashbacks in my mind of the Vertigo game against Gambit. That was Krat this time around, who was an absolute beast. Either of these people need to chime in, need to help, need to have some kind of performance, because they are backs against the wall.
I gotta say, the one good thing for the side of Entropiq is the fact they don't seem to... You look at the stats and you kind of think they're so reliant on Elian being a star player for this team. I don't think that's the case. I think everyone in this team can deliver. We saw Forrester on Mirage. We've seen Krat step up as well.
He's had some big
Nickelback has some big games as well, right?
Good songs as well.
Even though Elian, as long as he doesn't disappear from the server, I still feel they can be a dangerous force here.
Yeah, well, I mean, so the question then becomes, I mean, who is it that to join the two players that we're highlighting for Entropiq. You know, is it a Nickelback? Because I've seen him pop off and have some like crazy entries, crazy finds. You know, like you say, I think he's a little bit underrated. You know, who really needs to step up out of the remaining pack?
You'd have to hope that Forrester carries over that form he had on Mirage. Like, I guarantee you, when you come out of a game like this, obviously once the disappointment is back, the sadness is back from losing the map, maybe a bit of frustration, he's got to feel like he's online, he's activated, and he's in the game. And you want to carry that form over. You want to be helping your team having that great start. Everyone's got to be a little bit down in the dumps when they know they missed the mark on Mirage at the very end. But if he can carry over again, have a good start on Overpass, he can be the incubator of that.
And that is going to be the difference maker. Like, this is it, boys. Like, this is it. Like, you need to win this map or else you're out of here. Whatever you've done so far to make it all the way to the major, it's all for naught unless you win this map. And that is the mentality they need to have. Do or die, get the W.
So how confident are we in Vitality's Overpass? I like them on this map. I think in particular when they've played against Navi, I think they beat Navi a couple of times on this map in days gone by. So they can obviously play it, but you know, it's not a... in my mind, I don't think of it as like a classic Vitality map. No. Like, I'm more interested in the Dust 2, or the, you know, I even like them on the Mirage, you know, so how confident are you?
I think that if Vitality can weather the storm on the first half, get 5 to 6 rounds, and then move on to the CT side, I've seen them having really good defenses. We're talking about the Shock Cywo duo towards the A side, and God knows they can completely do the job. The fact for me is, because they managed to win Mirage without playing their best game, we've talked about how struggling they were at the very beginning, this to me gives me confidence, and that must give them confidence as well. They knew it wasn't a pretty first map, but somehow they pulled it back together, and I feel like maybe, just maybe, Entropiq missed the window.
Yeah, Blair.
Yeah, I did enjoy the first half of that game on Mirage. There was a lot of back and forth, a lot of Entropiq kind of taking the charge. And I'd like to see the same coming out from them on Overpass over here, right? Be aggressive. Don't just play your standard default. You have someone like Elian who's got the skill set. Set him up. There's so many avenues available for him to try and get these early picks towards Fountain, maybe towards Connector. Screw it, just go towards Connector, pincer them. Make Vitality feel suffocated. Don't leave them the space to work what they want to do. Don't allow Zywoo the freedom to slowly creep on in and get an opening pick and then just swarm the bomb site, right? Fight fire with fire. That's the call here for Entropiq.
Well, I've just been told, I thought we were literally about to throw into the game there, but I've just been told they're swapping out an SSD, so we're going to have a little bit of extra time. Around. Interesting, because you've been in these situations as a competitor. When you have that momentum and you've just won a game and you're hyped and your adrenaline is going, the last thing you want to hit is the tech problem, right? Because it brings you down, you know, and you very hard to get that adrenaline shot back.
I think in itself, it is a skill that you acquire over time when you're a professional player and you're ready to go, you're ready, you know, high fives all around, and suddenly there's a technical issue. Well, first of all, the first feeling is frustration. Like, come on, just let me play. It's the damn map. Like, let me go in. But you actually have to learn how to deal with this. You have to stay composed. Maybe you mess around a little bit with a teammate. I don't know if they actually are allowed to talk right now since the game hasn't started. Maybe they can fool around. So at least you're not, you know, end up in this touchy position where you're not allowed to talk, which is a very, very specific situation to be in, by the way.
And if you're the coach, if you're Exitaz right now, you're just basically having verbal diarrhea, telling whatever you want to tell them. Because listen, Richard, I've been watching the cameras. The game with Mythor yesterday, I felt like he might just explode watching some of those rounds. He's like he wants to showcase his emotions. He can't. And Exitaz as well. We saw in his game yesterday against Astralis as well, right? He was really just kind of keeping those emotions from flooding out.
Yeah, and just to bounce back on that coach point as well, if you're Exitaz right now, moving on to the second map, you have to carry over the idea that things have got to be better. Things have got to be better. What happened on the first map cannot be your blueprint to winning the second. You cannot just hope someone is going to turn the tides around with an incredible clutches. We have seen them drop situations. We have seen them drop advantage situations, lacking the bomb plant positioning. That's the moment for Exitaz to make sure to chime in that everyone is on par. Guys, be disciplined. You know, cross your T's, dot your I's, know your position, talk together. That's the moment where you stir the ship a little bit in the right direction. Because again, they kind of stole that map away. Yeah,
and I can tell you, Blair, like when it comes to verbal diarrhea, obviously I know a thing or two about it, right?
We all do.
But I'll say with Exitaz, absolutely not the case. This is a very precise dude, very pointed. And you have to understand, I mean, he wasn't like a legendary player or anything. I mean, like, you look over at Astralis, Sonic is a 1.6 legend. He played in some of the best Danish teams.
One of the best ever.
So he carries that authority. You listen to what he has to say because you know what he's done in the game. Exitaz was kind of like just a journeyman source player, you know, nothing, but just an amazing mind for the game. You know, he did casting and that analysis and things like that, and then came through to be one of the, you know, best coaches we have in the scene. And you can see the respect the players have for him, despite maybe not having the authority authoritative background of other coaches. Everything he says is so pointed, and he's a great leader at events like this. You can see it.
Yeah, obviously, and the fact that he's managed to do this with what he has proven, with this team, with the system, like benching RPK, getting in more untested players like Kyojin and Masuta, and kind of molding them to play at the highest levels of Counter-Strike. This is very impressive stuff, and especially like Richard just mentioned right now, you don't have the legacy of being like a 1.6 or a Source champion. So a very important thing, and which I'm sure you can speak more, you can expound more on, would be fact respect is hard to earn.
Yeah, it's like Richard just said, right? The respect just didn't come from his career. He had to earn it. He had to earn it because he's to the point. He doesn't mess around with idioms and whatnot. He's quite clear, simple in what he's saying. But also, I think he knows how to talk with his players, right?
Yep.
When we had the chance back then to be listening sometimes to these mics up moment, I guess we would call that.
Yeah.
You know, the way he would address the situation, he would not try and scold them or be on the aggression, but just say, guys, calm down. Listen, this is what you need to focus on. I think he had the right way to talk to his players, and he's developed relations as well.
Which is a
with the
counter to
players.
Apex, the perfect counter to Apex.
Yeah, but that's the thing, right? That I guess that synergy between Apex and Xtas has to be one of the most understated asset that Vitality have. The fact that he was able to take Apex and help him transition into this role of an IGL with all, I guess, the emotional challenges attached to it, all the fact that he had to grow as a person. Xtas is in the darkness, is in the shadow, doing that work, helping him do that, and that is also huge. Zywo as well. Sometimes we forget the fact that Zywo 2 years ago hadn't even been going to an event. Like, you have to help him. You know, hey, welcome to the professional life. This is how it looks like. You're gonna be away from home a long time. You're gonna have to make sacrifices. You're gonna miss, your normal life. You're gonna be on the road all again. He had to help him, move into that role.
It's what I love about Vitality, and we don't talk about it enough. The blended personalities they have.
Oh yeah.
It's perfect for success. You've got a star player who doesn't have a star player ego, right? I mean, he's just happy on the farm.
Doesn't even know how good he is.
Whatever he does, right? Like in his downtime, he's just a normal dude, right? And not a superstar. You've got Shox,
a rock star.
I've known Shox for years. He's the rock star. He's flamboyant. He's funny. He's charismatic. He keeps your morale up on the road. You've got Apex, who's developing in one of the best leaders in World Counter-Strike, and obviously a great hype man. We've already touched on that point. And Xtas, an actual authoritative leader, a guy who's going to tell you exactly how it is. And crucially, the organization have empowered him to make those decisions. Remember, he dropped Apex when he said your mood's not right.
I know, he was on the side for a little bit.
Yeah.
And there was also a whole coaching staff behind. I don't know if you remember Matt, the guy from Emulate 1.6. He's their analyst. He won the WCG in Seattle.
That's a throwback.
That is a huge throwback. And he's behind them helping as well. They have a huge coaching staff.
Well, guys,
is it time?
We've set the scene.
All right.
The drive has been replaced. It's time to get into it. It's going to be Overpass. Vitality versus Entropiq. Is it going to be 2-0, or do we see Dust 2? To tell the story, it's going to be James and DDK.
Absolutely. We had a guy on Twitter complaining that you're too tall, James. So I don't know what that's about. But we are
you thought
here.
it'd make it worse.
Exactly.
So I stand here, right? You go back. Right. So now I do look like your dad.
Yeah, it's uncomfortable, isn't it? Well, either way, we are about to go into what could be the final map of this series. Vitality, they are coming online, all of their individuals. We saw a great performance from Kyojin, and we saw Zywo hitting his shots, Apex delivering like key clutches. Vitality's here to qualify, to perform, and Entropiq is only going to get harder from this point forward. So they're going to have to level up their game, and if they're able to do that, we're going to have an absolutely banging series here. I cannot wait to get into the game, honestly.
Yeah, it's been a great run for them. I think they've been a good representative for their region as well, and that's partly why I picked Team Liquid to go through. I didn't necessarily expect they went through, but I just wanted to have like some NA representation there. But for Entropiq to add to their region, I think has been fantastic, and I really hope that no matter what happens in this series, we can see some longevity from this team, and they can fight for the top 10. Because again, I think like stylistically, they're certainly in the right place. With if you didn't see Entropiq versus Heroic, I think it's a great match to look at, just to see how they could keep rising to the level of one of the most aggressive teams in the game. I think that was a great indicator for what Entropiq are capable of. But when the pressure, there's more pressure to come once you're in front of a crowd, once the bright lights of Stockholm are pointing at you. But still now, when you're going deep against these teams to try and make it to that champion stage, like this is where the pressure really begins. And even in that first map, we saw some high pressure situations. But once you get to that 14, it kind of, the team who are behind, like if they're good enough, then they dig deep and bring that extra bit which you have to then overcome. They weren't able to do that on their pick and Mirage. So now they're going to have to do things the hard way.
Yeah, definitely. And it's also interesting too because Vitality is a team that I think for us is a much more known quantity in terms of trying to perform on the stage too. And for them, I think a lot of people could really see them with the skills that they have if they're already hitting their stride. Could see them in the finals against like a Navi. Like you could really see that. We know that they can kind of peak. Get better and better throughout the tournament. They're cutting it kind of fine here because, obviously we're at the 2-2 situation. But, if they do get to the playoff spot, I have every confidence we'll see a great version of Vitality. Entropiq, this will be proof for them. This is the moment for them to peak. Just qualifying into the new Legends stage for them, I think, that's mission accomplished. For Vitality, it is to run it to the finals. That's what is reasonable for them as a team. Top 3 team in the world. Currently, Entropiq, I'm sure their ranking will shoot up, but they're number 14 right now. So this experience for them is huge. And what's really encouraging is we are seeing their individuals really looking pretty damn good. We didn't see Elian get a lot of opportunities to shine there, but I feel like Overpass will be a much better look for him.
For sure. And speaking of individuals, we have to give a shout out to Apex. And I think first, before you even get to what he's doing on the server, you have to think about what he represents for his team just in that row of players. We've seen it in the HLTV photos. He's just popping off. He's got so much energy, and like he's got Zywu sitting next to him. He's going crazy, and you can see like it's just giving the good spirits to the team, especially when coaches can't even clap right now. I think that's even more important. We can see how important like Zonic is for astralis, for example, but A, the fact he's doing that and rallying the troops, but B, he's on the server, he's clutching rounds, he's getting aces. He is really bringing so much for Vitality. And when not everybody is firing on all cylinders from the get-go, but you have Apex, the talisman for your team, in that respect, doing so, I think that can only allow them to get from strength to strength.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. And going into Overpass now, Vitality versus Entropiq. If you're just joining us, as you can see, the top middle of your screen, Vitality picked up the first map in this best of 3. And now we find ourselves on Overpass. If Entropiq are to win this, we'll go to a Dust 2, which I desperately hope we'll get there. Entropiq starting off on the CT side on this pistol.
Seen Shocks with some nice clips from there with a USP, maybe in a second half, but now it'll be Glocks and such, maybe a P250. Hold on a second. Get the body bags because we've lost 3 Vitality players already. There's a piece 50 for Apex, almost tapping the Terminator theme at the beginning, but that might not help him so much.
Yeah, this is fantastic for Entropiq. They've managed to totally stunt the ability of Vitality to grow their map control. They were pipped to the post, they weren't able to get beyond the slide, effectively. So it's going to be a tough one now, Entropiq. They've got so many different ways they can play this, but they have on Overpass, you have such a fast rotation between A and B. They can play the ranges, they've got the information now. I mean, really, it couldn't look better for Entropiq. It would be an absolute catastrophe if they were to find a way to fall to Vitality's remaining individuals. But it is Shocks with the P250, James.
Yeah, and certainly one way would be to just give that P250 some headshots, and there's the first one. They know Krad's on the left-hand side, but how can they isolate him? We can see Nickelback moving in for a double pick, but Shocks already positioned for that. Just down to Shocks now. Trying to get a reload in, squeezing as much as he can out of this little corner, but he can't make that fatal connection for Survive in this first round of Overpass. Entropiq start well. They know that they have a lot of play ahead of them. Not going to get too excited with this pistol. They are up against a very dangerous team. But with the talk we heard from the desk regarding the AWP and Elian, I like to see them starting on the CT side. We'll see that sooner rather than later. And also we'll have to look at how Vitality choose to take those AWP angles away. On the T side of Mirage, they had those instant smokes into the window to make that more or less useless at the beginning. And of course there is utility to throw towards the toilets and so on, but there are also plenty of places an AWP can be. That could be quite a meaty H3 grenade. It's going to actually do a lot of damage. Zywu down to 62 HP, but they've still got 5 players up Vitality.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to seeing Entropiq finding ways to continue to keep the pressure on Vitality, especially in the gun rounds. That's going to be key, and we'll talk more about that when we are watching those gun rounds unfold in front of our eyes. But for now, it is just a case of removing some of these pistoling players, and just a good start so far, thinning out the numbers, dropping Shocks to begin with. Apex has lost some health as well, and you got to be careful against the scout. You don't want to offer it free tags, because then the pistols become significantly more powerful. And let's not forget, at the end of the day, Vitality are the ones that have to plant on the site. So you don't have, they're going to come to you. And that's where Entropiq find themselves now, waiting for that very moment.
Got to be real careful, Crowd, about that QQ. People like some reassurance as to if they have their pistol, their sidearm on the Q button, or if it's a grenade or something. So sometimes you just need to make sure, but sometimes that time becomes awkward. 35 seconds on a clock for Vitality to try and get a bomb plant, and then who knows what else. 3 players to deal with, though. Kyojin with 10 HP will fall to the scout, and there goes Masuta as well. 4 plays up for Entropiq in that second round. No bomb plant for Vitality will slow things down just a little. 2,500 per person. It was eco territory anyway. But that bomb plant would help get the odd pistol out a little easier. For those of you in GoTV, Dan, who would you pick?
I would pick, I mean, I might want to follow on Forrester. You know, he had an amazing performance on the first map, but in terms of Vitality, I think it's definitely going to be, I think you can't not pick Zywu.
Yes, you can.
Right.
You can not pick Zywu. You can pick Apex, because he's had his impact frags for Vitality. His clutches have been crucial to keep them in this game. And sure, Zywu is top 2 most talented players in the game, I think most people would say, but I think the importance of what Apex has been doing, and again, as the man really, he's on that front horse with the flag in his hand, you know, for Vitality. So for me, I would pick Apex for the whole game.
Also far in this round, we're just going to see the cleanup slowly but surely. Most of the players have been spotted. Zywu not going to find much there. Good checking actually by Krads. Wouldn't want to get caught there and drop a gun. And now it's just the last few players around Monster. Apex, they're going to go toward him. They're just going to take him down. They're not going to play, you know, super disciplined, force him to, you know, run the clock down and, you know, move towards them. No, they're just going to charge at Apex. They could easily have lost a player there, but they are showing confidence here as we go into a 3-0 for Entropiq and the first gun round.
For the GoTV picks, I would also actually add Nickelback, because I have to give him credit for Entropiq as well. He has had a lot of multi-frag rounds, especially on the CT side, where he's had to hold bomb sites alone and just perform in very difficult situations. So I need to give him a similar credit to Apex for what they've been able to do for their squads. Very crucial kills, the kind of frags that encourage the team. But we can see Zywu with a very forward position. Crowd may be in trouble. Oh, maybe not. The Molotov forces him from his position, getting a very cheeky kill on Zywu. Never thought he would survive that one, but he'll be traded by Kyojin at the very least.
Yeah, and it's really cool to see that we're, you know, seeing like an aggressive, almost hold of these weapons from the previous round. Bonus is a real thing here for Entropiq, and this is a great way to start off that bonus. Kyojin is a little bit tagged up, so the scout will be effective if it finds his torso. Nickelback going close with the MP9. Now there can be a flash here from Forrester. He's got the flash equipped. He's going to toss it in for Nickelback, but Nickelback doesn't see all that much. There's one player spotted. Some information. Oh, the smoke's not going to get dropped in time. Oh, just about will, though. And are they going to try to chase him down? They are trying to. He's trying to get out of that. Nickelback able to escape just into the corner, barely in time. And that's going to also delay things for Vitality and give more time for Entropiq defenders to rotate behind that smoke.
One flash remaining for Vitality, and Shox will be hoping they give him a kill by just waiting for Nickelback to swing to try and make a play. Elian's doing a lot of tagging, which is surely going to encourage Nickelback to swing, because that MP9 becomes very dangerous indeed. They're getting closer. Surely that swing's coming. The grenade's starting to stream in. Here he is now, but Shox has got other avenues of aggression to deal with, and he'll be eliminated by Forrester, leaving Apex alone. 1 versus 3. It's clutch time, looking for that transfer towards the bank, but not this time, not today. Forrester's here to keep it 4-0, a clean sheet for Entropiq.
Oh, that's so exciting. Firstly, the way that Nickelback played that scenario. He's kept the MP9. They've bonused. You know, they've kept the Scout, the MP9, and so on, and FAMAS. And Nickelback, he played it perfectly right to the end. Didn't make one mistake. He forced Shox to go so deep that he's absolutely guaranteed to get traded there. And just, I don't know, there's so much good stuff that I can say about what we saw from Nickelback in that passage of play. And look at the situation on the money now for Entropiq. It's really looking very good indeed. They haven't gone to the AWP yet. We can see that's, oh sorry, my mistake. Alien has upgraded to the AWP. And that's good to see, because we really want to see him getting off to a good start here, but he does get tagged by Apex. That's going to send him all the way back to Dice, surely.
Yeah, that was an interesting peek off of the angle. But perhaps they were not expecting a sniper to be in this round.
Crad. Oh, turn around. Crad, no! He gets taken down by ZywOo. And there's problems now on the A site. Alien's down to 2 HP.
Yeah, if he's not careful, he may die to a flurry of grenades from Vitality before they even explode. That's a lovely tight angle. Moves to the cross now. Here in the bank. Oh my god, ZywOo, he knows the angle! We'll talk about that one later. 3 versus 2. I can't believe I just saw that, but of course I can because it's ZywOo. Bobby Big Brain. Still just with a Desert Eagle, can't retrieve those weapons. So that bank position, you can hold it to spot players crossing to the truck while you wait for that rotation to come in. So if your CTs are trying to rotate into the site, you can tell them if truck's safe or not, which means they can push and focus on the right-hand side. But ZywOo knows these angles, of course, so he just shoots him through the corner of the wall.
And there might be a play here for ZywOo still if he's able to keep connecting crazy deagle shots. You can see Entropiq have position on this. So there will be a defense to be mounted. Oh my god, and it starts here for ZywOo. Lackey, is ZywOo going to find another one? Absolutely not. Lackey will finish it off. The shenanigans put to an end, but perhaps that's just a premonition of things to come here from the legendary ZywOo early on in this overpass.
The sheer level of knowledge in his brain is fantastic to see executed on a server. 5-0 for Entropiq. You could not ask for a better CT side versus the pick of Vitality.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that round though, that was the first round where Vitality are very threatening. They do a lot of damage, and it was needed. Entropiq have been running away with the money. You know, we've seen how well and efficient they've been playing so far, but what will be interesting to see here is the level of control Entropiq might be able to get, because we can surely expect. Yeah, he just knows the angle. So sick.
That is so nasty.
But
I thought he'd have to swing into that.
Yeah, me too. I was so surprised, but to say we should expect aggressive stuff with the incendiary to T-ramp, and once again Entropiq putting the pressure on. But they go. Krad's going to connector here.
Hot flash. He can swing with his teammate if necessary. Door open. Shock's very awkward for him. He's got support grenades as well, but easily avoided by Krad in connector. He's waiting for a play to deliver that kill. And that means that there's no lurker now. There's no presence towards short B. And looking at Lackey on the radar, I do wonder if he's going to peek Monster once that smoke has gone.
Wow. There was no one to punish that play against Shocks too. You can see that Krad's able to just get out and reset the map. 5v4, and there's no map control for Vitality. They're starting off the map, you know, with 1 minute and 10 seconds left, and that's when they're getting their first little bit of map control. Not even any significant positions.
Yeah, and they realize that Entropiq know that the lurker is gone and they're mostly towards A, so they have to establish some presence here to not go against the worst of it for Entropiq, which is currently 3 plays on the A-bomb site, I believe. And they have a take of short B, which should spread the CTs out a bit more evenly at the very least. Dry peeks from ZywOo, and that's a bomb on the radar immediately with 39 seconds left. It's a very long rotation. Krad's top of connector as well, so they can completely focus now on this B bomb site Entropiq. Vitality are in a lot of trouble with that smidgen of information.
Yeah, oh, it looks so labored here, so desperate. There's no time there, comes to flank through the door. This is going to be so tough. Pyojin and Masuta can barely get into the site before getting sprayed down. Entropiq were just so far ahead at every step of that round. If that continues, Vitality are in trouble.
ZywOo carrying the bomb there, being spotted and not getting the kill, is everything that Entropiq need with the position they have above connector. That's all they need to know with the time on the clock. Because otherwise, you're going to have to rotate the bomb through T-spawn. You're not going anywhere but B there. And that just allows them to reinforce that B bomb site. 6-0 for Entropiq. Pickham's on the line, Dan.
Yes. We get the scout back on Apex yet again. Shocks the hero AK. So Shocks has spent all of his money. And he's also got a Molotov as well. So it'll be interesting to see how he decides to use that. And you can see that Entropiq respecting the fact that they know that they have a way better buy. They're just playing passive. They don't have to do too much. They've got better guns, better util.
For the newer viewers to Counter-Strike, You can see number 7 on the radar as dark orange, as number 7 being Zywu is carrying the bomb. It's very important to deny information to the CTs as to where the bomb is, who's carrying the bomb. Because if they can see the bomb, they get a better idea of where you might be going. So that was crucial information in that last round for them. Very committed to the B bomb site based on the superior positions of the CT side.
Well, speaking of crucial information, Elian with that jump peak, he does get tagged down to 31, but he gets a lot of information. And now, once again, Entropiq know exactly what's coming, and they're ready for this. Elian connects all the shots. Zywu goes down as well, and of course it was just the hero AK and the scout on Apex, and it comes up with nothing. 7-0. Entropiq are looking, again, a step ahead in every one of these rounds. Will this be different as we move into the 8th round?
Some nice target practice for Elian there. Some light pressure with that final kill. He's at the circus, trying to win a teddy bear for the partner, you know. And this kind of warm-up round is good for him for the rounds to come. As Vitality will be back on the buy once again. Zywu with the AWP and the bomb, dropping it forward a time, being as he goes straight through that smoke. Crad not outstaying his welcome, chooses to fall back. It's important for Entropiq that they don't make the same setup. They don't want to telegraph their intentions. Crad has a shadow advantage here, so if they walk in without a flashbang, Vitality, they could be in trouble. They can peek it from the outside though. Oh, he's surely just seen Masusa and Apex. Now, he can try to fall back, maybe with a support flashbang from Elian, but he's got to go and focus on the A-bomb site as there are no eyes on the other side of the toilets.
Oh, he's faking with the smoke. He's faking that he's fallen back behind the smoke, but he's still here! And he tries to go for the play, but he's going to whiff that one, and Masuda takes advantage. Vitality, what do they do from here? They're actually rotating back off of this kill.
Have a look at the response, though. Entropiq are sending niko back straight up long because they've lost a player there, they've lost map control, and they've lost information, so he'll go and take it immediately. Has a flashbang support, but Apex has heard that and maybe looking for something. Apex shot to 10 HP, so Entropiq have looked for the info. There's a push into Monster, but Lackey is here alone. His teammate's holding down short B for the time being, but he has to deliver, and he won't. Vitality now 5 versus 3 have taken most position. Elian, though, on the site. And now he's got his teammate to help him from short B, holding down angles towards Elian with beef and more. Zywu now 1 versus 1 as Forrester's been causing problems from short. HE grenades, but he's behind the pillar, Zywu. Avoids a flashbang and delivers that last kill. Vitality now on the scoreboard as well.
Wow. Okay, it took a lot for them to get there too. You know, they won that battle in the bathrooms, and I love the play from Crad. He was taking a risk, and I just love that they have the audaciousness to do that. Doesn't work out. Vitality go for the fast B rotate, and Entropiq, they still make that very close because they get pushed to the clutch scenarios where their individuals have to start performing, and we saw a great kills from Elian and Forrester to make that really close. So despite winning that round, Vitality lost 4 players, so their economy's in great trouble, and Entropiq are still going to be able to field a buy going into this next round. So the danger is still very, very real here for the French.
Very important round. I mean, at this point, every round is very important for Vitality, as they've got to build something from this, but they've got to keep up that money pressure as per usual on that CT side. CT Counter-Strike is very much a game of economy. More expensive to buy. $600 for an incendiary. Very pricey, man. It's like living in Switzerland.
Oh no! Oh, the trade comes through at the very least from Crad, but oh, this is crazy here. Crad gets another one, just catching Kyojin. Elian not knowing which way to look. Crad's still stuck here by Fountain, out there in the open, and he's going to get taken down. Apex finds it, and now it's just Forrester, but he's against 2 players somehow.
Yeah, it's 1 versus 2, and you can see that Entropiq has to just keep raising the aggression there and making riskier plays to try and stay competitive. And it is still competitive, 1 versus 2. I mean, hey, if Forrester gets to a bomb site in time, must note he just picked up a defuse kit, but if he gets to a bomb site in time, one's got a plant, one's got a face, or hold down, maybe 3 angles. The door is open or blown off, which helps him rotate as well. And we wonder about the timing because Shox was looking in this position. And will he be spotted by Apex? Oh, I don't think he has been. No, he hasn't at all. And his flank is going to be so fast. This is going to hurt somebody real bad.
Oh no. Oh no, Apex, just before he turns the corner, finds Forrester. Oh, that was a very close one. That could absolutely have gone Forrester's way.
Entropiq are in forced buy territory now. 2 players with about 3,500. The rest can go for a full buy more or less. And this is what we're talking about in terms of Vitality keeping up the pressure. Entropiq will take a tack timeout as they figure out what to do. Alien's bought an AWP. No one else has bought anything just yet. They'll have to get the abacus out and figure out what to do with their cash.
Ah, well, they can. It looks like they should be able to full buy, given that there's quite a bit of money. Just have to, as you say, sort of make sure they don't mess it up and do the right math here. So they will be able to field a pretty dangerous round. And with the aggression we've been seeing from the, I mean, just look at that last round, for example. If, like, ZywOo shouldn't win that battle against the Silenced M4, I'd forget who it was, either, I think, Lackey or Nickelback, possibly. Whoever it was, you know, missed the first few bullets on ZywOo getting that kill. If ZywOo goes down there and that kill is not traded and Krad is still in that forward position, I feel like Vitality are losing that round. So, really fast response from ZywOo saves the day. And Vitality, they've got the Mac-10 on ZywOo here. They're going to go very fast indeed into the B site. Lackey's there with the banners totally blind. And Nickelback with the spray down gets 3 players. There's very little left here for Vitality to answer back.
Holding on for now, but with that kill, Shox has evened the numbers. Apex able to fall back through Monster after getting a kill as well, but not with the bomb. That has to be rescued. And with a minute 20, they could potentially try and flank through A, which is very, very awkward indeed. And again, if you were in bank, for example, oh, how about this? So that's the smoke you throw from A. So Elian is representing presence on the A bomb site with that smoke. However, he will head down towards B to try and stop that flank from happening. There's another re-smoke very forward, and that means that they could make a play through that. So this will slow down Vitality even more, but they will still have time to try and get some kills once that smoke has gone. But there's another one.
Found all the
smokes. Nickelback's got 1 more smoke.
That's actually amazing. Killing so much time on the clock here, and both Apex and Shock are quite low, but Alien is on the AWP, so we'll see how this one turns out. Shock's going to make a sound cue as he drops off the railing there. And they are worried with so much time gone. Have they flanked through A? That has to be checked. Nickelback will go for that.
He's leaving with the smoke though. And there's a smoke for Vitality to plant on the bomb site. There we go, and Nickelback's got a kill from up top and down. The bomb goes again. Shock's trying to run for it, but it goes from bad to worse to terrible for Vitality in this round. This was their opportunity. We spoke about the pressure. That was their chance to break, and they couldn't do it.
Yeah, and you can see the money is pretty rough here for Vitality. They can't really feel... I mean, they could buy, but they won't have rifles for everybody. This was just such an excellent response. Vitality, they love to throw in the fast play in an unexpected rounds, and they did that on Mirage too. But actually, every time they did it on Mirage, Entropiq, it didn't ever caught Entropiq off guard. Entropiq were always able to defend. They're going to force out a smoke from the T side. Entropiq looking great so far here on Overpass. Another B play is brewing for Vitality.
Now with the door blown off, you can see the angles that Krad is given. It makes it really hard to push forward to position. Flashbangs will make it even worse. Doesn't quite work out though, they get the kill regardless. Entropiq with all the right plays, but not the right shots on that occasion. And Vitality at the minute mark, they've got no control or presence towards A whatsoever. So this is going to be a risky rotation.
They have left Shocks and Sewers though, lurking. So they can actually go back to this. Will they find Shocks? Oh, okay, this is huge info. Shocks can call that they've made info plays. So they can actually go back to B after a certain amount of time. We'll see if that happens, because now Krad's going to hear them running.
He's got the sound cues, and he's forward enough to allow his team to rotate through as well. He doesn't get a kill, but he does ring some bells. Now, they could do some round-the-world play. Shox can hear the rotation. Everyone's got sound information. Yeah. And Shox is like, they're going towards A. I think Zywo's maybe throwing some grenades on that A bomb site to try and offer them something. And now they're together. It's a 3-man push into the B bomb site, and Entropiq have been sold a fake. No refunds for this one.
Oh, almost quick enough to the angle to have a shot. Oh, still gets it in the head anyway. Masuta goes down. It's a 3 versus 4. Now, they're not going to go for this one. You can see they're looking to save immediately. Want to keep there's a lot of money in their hands, and they don't have banks, so looking to hold on to this. But will they expect Zywo? They heard him throwing that fake util earlier, so they should expect there to be something somewhere here. But there's so many corners, so many angles, so many positions to check. They're just going to hold their ground around that long position.
I think that was well done by both teams.
Yes. Shadow advantage.
Yeah. Entropiq do a good job of looking for information. They don't sit too passive. Again, they had Crad in a forward spot in case there's a rotation later on. He's the information man. He has an off angle on connector, gets the sound cues towards long. Even if he dies, he's forward enough that allows his teammates to rotate in, such is the nature of overpass. They'll get to A long before Vitality do, but with Shox lurking in short B, not seen in a pot flash earlier on, he hears the rotation towards A, calls them towards B. Beautiful stuff.
It is something to watch out for when you play Vitality, because Shox, he will lurk in that position. Like, he will lurk in sewers. It's something that they go to. So we just haven't really seen it very much just yet, because we haven't seen many defaults where Vitality are able to work map control. And it's largely because either Vitality are going fast because of their economy, or it's because Entropiq are doing a really great job in pressuring the map, and they force fights early on, and we don't really see that kind of mid-round, slow map control, default getting played out situation.
They did make it hard for him to get there as well, let's not forget.
Yeah.
Entropiq are blowing off the door, so they have essentially a crossfire on a short B push if no one can stop them from connector. That makes it very, very awkward for the T's to take short B. But again, you even had the pop flash play on top of that from Entropiq, but they got the pushing player killed by blind Vitality player, so unlucky in that respect. But the dynamic in short B between these two squads is very interesting indeed. But still, it's 8 rounds for Entropiq currently, and only 3 on the board for Vitality in round number 12.
Yeah, so far still a great half from Entropiq. Vitality fighting from behind. And we get sewers control early on here from Entropiq. They don't have much utility remaining, so the advantage there is now with Vitality. So Entropiq trading that early map control, the early information for their utility. Will it be a play that works out? Because now we start to see Vitality moving through Fountain, moving through toward long to start getting control towards A.
I was going to say that Crad is very alone in connector, but we can see Alien creeping somewhat, but he doesn't really have the opportunity to take an angle on Party, and therefore he has to fall back, so Krad's going to have to fight this one out. You can see Masuta is on the way, and the timing is beautiful for Entropiq. We've had small timing windows for either side. This time it works out for the CT team, gives them a 5 versus 4. But they still don't know if there are lurkers towards B or if they're heading towards A. And you can see there's some jump peeking from Elian. He's got no utility. Sometimes you want to put a smoke down between defaults and the long by wall to give you some more space, but he's got an AWP, and that'll be enough.
Yeah, great initial first shot. More to be had. Oh, that's insane from Elian! He's absolutely crushed the attack. Oh, those are some incredible shots from Elian. I didn't know that he had it in him.
That sweet revenge on Zywo as well for that Deagle shot earlier on.
Yeah.
I've got angles too, boy.
That did seem like a complete blind pre-fire, knowing like precisely how much space he had to move and just close his eyes and pull the trigger. Oh my god.
You hate to be on the receiving end of shots like that, and now they've both been. And there's a lot more CS to come, a lot more angles.
Wow.
This is only the first half, and they're doing each other real dirty.
Incredible. Just watch this. First shot, pretty standard stuff. There's no space to work with. No space.
The muzzle flash.
Yeah, and he gets tagged as well, so his movement gets slowed by the tagging, so he knows he has to take the shot at that moment.
Fantastic. No, the analysts were looking for such plays from Elliot. Big flashbang, Nickelback looking for the transfer. Oh! Lands the headshots with the dying rounds there. And again, we spoke about short B. It becomes more important as we head towards the end of the first half. 5-on-3 for Entropiq. Take short B by force.
Entropiq are just punching so hard right now. Oh, ZywOo though.
Yeah, there's another concussion.
That's a rough one. Krad's in that deep long position. They know that Krad plays these bathrooms, so they can expect there to be a player here. So it'll be difficult to retake this. Jin defending back. That's a good opener from Kyojin. How do they do this now? They are very locked out of the site. Krad is really the only player that has vision into the site now.
Yeah, Nickelback's lurking in the toilets for the time being. They may lose everything here. Krad,
69.
he's just in the middle of the site now, but eventually he will be eliminated. Nickelback and Lackey trying to do what they can. Nickelback now 1 versus 2. Bomb's pretty ticked, and they'll deny him the opportunity to get those kills. ZywOo dancing around Optimus and just not allowing him to find it. He could defuse the bomb now. Maybe it's too late. Masuta didn't have the angles. Surely he would have got there in 5 seconds though, and that will be a 4th round for Vitality. Who missed what?
Yeah, that's crazy. I think, was that Krad that, I think that was I said 69, but I meant it's a 4-3 moment because both him and the opposing player there by Optimus just completely missed each other in plain sight. That is very scary. What a recovery though thanks to ZywOo's entry onto Elian. He just put him to sleep with that one tap. And that's the kind of round that Vitality need. Here it is. What a flick.
Nice. Oh, he's ready. He is ready. I don't think he likes being behind in rounds. They will be at halftime regardless, but how close can they make it? They have an opportunity to bring it to 6. We have a boost looking towards B. Not sure if any information was seen, as Vitality now will take short B with more personnel. Has been a problem of late, and it's important to them, we know. Now, Vitality know that no one is in connector because it's been cleared by Apex. What does this mean, though, for the CT makeup of this round? They're not in their usual spots. They haven't gone for their usual aggression. So what is Entropiq's plan? Because they're obviously choosing for their battlegrounds to be somewhere else.
Yes, indeed. So much pressure from Vitality. And they do have some control in connector as well. So trying to see if Entropiq will make a play. They're going to make an info play possibly here. There's the flashbang. Masuta's totally blind. It's worked out. Kyojin could not trade it. And another flash comes through. Absolutely denied. Apex elsewhere, though, does manage to find that kill, I think, from connector.
Yeah, I thought they were all going to fall back Vitality, but Kyojin stands his ground, goes for a swing with Apex swinging through connector to keep hold of short B. But again, Entropiq so dangerous. False sense of security they were led into. Barrel of the silencer gave a clue, but the flashbang will still blind, and 27 seconds on the clock as Vitality will race towards the A bomb site. Elian is here with a scope, looking to make a connection. He's got a rotation coming through from Lackey. Only the scout though, and down he goes, but the MP9 could be enough. 16 seconds to plant this bomb. Trying to focus on ZywOo, but now where do they plant it? For CT? Do they plant it for toilets? They go for the latter. There's no cover. Krad has caused problems now. 2-on-2. Someone's got to plant, someone's got to cover, and the cover's gone as well.
Now it's down to Shox in the 1v2. He's going to find the first player. There's one more to go. Shox can't get it done. It's Krad. Krad nails Shox, and the defuse is there. Oh, and he's loving it.
What's he saying?
I don't know, but...
Cactala!
But I'm sure it wasn't all that polite, James. He is fired up. Krad, oh my god. Swinging in from the back at the perfect moment.
Can you lip read in Russian, Dan? I'm pretty sure he's saying Cactala. I'm sure it's like the height of politeness. He's like, how are you, man? I'm fairly sure that's what he's saying. Just checking in. Very confident after losing their map. You love to see it. No fear with this Entropiq side. We've seen that from match to match. And that one was not the plan. Obviously, there's either side of default, but truck is also an option. Cactala! Okay, it's not quite. It's not quite Cactala.
This is crazy, though, because Entropiq are showing us... I feel like they're showing us an elevated version of themselves to be doing this. They're really crushing it right now. 10-4, last round of the first half. Vitality will do what they can, but Krad over the top of the smoke is going to take down Kyojin, and he gets away scot-free. That's happened so many times that they managed to find a frag and then pull away, reset without a trade coming in from their opposing team in Vitality. Oh, wow. So impressed right now by Entropiq.
Nickelback happy as a bunny in the short B position. So often you'd see people on the rail more in the corner to the right-hand side. But he's playing it a little different. We can see that Apex is creeping towards the A-bomb site with the Galil. be somewhat of a stranger to him. Rings the bell, but doesn't get the kill there. Lucky playing the trigger discipline. He knows one's in the water, looking for Zaiwu. Down goes the bomb. There's all the information. 5 versus 2. Surely this goes from bad to worse. Shock's playing an off angle. He's relying on Masuta to make something of this round from his position, but he doesn't really have position. And down he goes. Shock's and a Deagle now. 1 versus 5 made 4 as Lucky's the first to go, but Shock's will be the second, meaning Entropiq take 11 rounds from their CT half versus Vitality.
Really impressive showing, but it's not over just yet. They have to play the T side. And I mean, just to, quickly recap on that first half though, it took a clutch from Zaiwu. It took like a crazy entry frag from an already disadvantageous position, already losing the early game. It took that early entry from Zaiwu though to win one of the few rounds that Vitality got. They did not find many ways to get advantages against Entropiq, which is truly impressive that Entropiq were able to maintain that level of advantage throughout that first half and to close it. Some of which with just incredible clutch moments from the individuals. Going into the second half, I'd be worried if I was Vitality.
Yeah, I have to say I really enjoy Entropiq CT sides because of how proactive they are, how well they abuse position. Their spatial awareness is really, really fun to watch, but it's over. And now it's Vitality's turn to do the same if they can. All Kevlar for Vitality. Nickelback will be the grenade man. 5 Glocks on road for Entropiq, so they'll need to try and close the distance before they get headshot by the additional range of the USPS. I can't think of a single player now on a P2000.
Oh, yeah. Oh, wow. Does he kill Krat? I love that he just... that's amazing. That's just shocks, isn't it?
Impressive
4v4.
bunny hopping, but an even more impressive headshot. With movement like that, you're still getting domed. Respect.
Look at the investigation from Vitality here. They're re-clearing long, wondering what's happened. Forrest has been left as the lurk. Ooh, goes down though. Opportunity now for Vitality. They now know also that Forrester was a lurk there, so they can start to put the pieces of the puzzle together. But can they put it together quickly enough?
Yeah, through Monster. If they can spread wide, that may be the best opportunity for Entropiq. They have a smoke grenade, which Nickelback is lining up. He's got 2 flashes as well, which can go in front of this pillar, which can allow his teammates to swing just like that. Very common flashbang, but Apex still has his angle, and that bomb still needs to get planted. Second flash will take him off of it. They've got to get the bomb planted at the very least. Nickelback on the site for now, but Masuta is facing on shore, which is going to make things harder. Even harder with Zaiwu getting a kill, and Masuta leaving Elian. One man to do it all. Can't do it today.
That was a pretty nice shot on Kyojin though. But... God,
look at his chair.
Yeah, what is happening
It's just
there?
out of the way. It's just out of the way. That guy wants to sit on a stool with a cushion, I would imagine.
He needs that space for his arms. They're flying all over the place.
I love the energy, though. He demands champion stage.
And that's a whole... I mean, Apex could also start like a workout program, I feel like.
Who needs a coach at that point? This guy is popping off.
Just the eco here. We only have 2 Deagles here, Lackey and Elian. So a couple kills and they'll be happy, I would imagine, or a bomb plant. That's usually how it goes. Now this is quite a common spot that Shots is in. Ooh. Oh. The Silence 10-4, you get free spam, really, because the traces can't be seen. There are no traces with the Silence 10-4. Oh, no. Elian gets destroyed. Very well done here by Vitality. Nickelback, what you got? You said he was one of the players to focus on. He has had a great game so far.
Yeah, especially on the CT side, but now we've switched sides. I think now like a Zaiwu and Apex is not a bad pick. Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, I mean this is certainly a map where you can do a lot on the CT side. I love on this map how you play aggressive to kind of play passive effectively. You can take really forward space. You get that deep incendiary onto your ramp. You can play flash and molotovs into sewers. You can take early control across the map on the CT side, and it makes it very engaging to watch. And we're going to see that here. But Lackey is a little gap there. Is able to get across. Shocks. Oh, they surely will hear is running, or will they?
That is quite the exchange of flashbangs. But doesn't quite work out for Shox despite Zywoo's best efforts. That's an early kill, and this may not be a bonus round for Vitality with these weapons, but Apex is trying to take matters into his own hands. Does he go immediately up the ladder? Indeed he does. So with the 4 versus 5 and not great weaponry, he'll have to try and make a difference. He will find one target with the bomb. That's some information. One long, one party. However, okay, he is going to get around the corner. Oh, Apex, no!
4-3 again. Oh no. That's so sad for Apex. Go back into that in a moment. It's a 2v5 now for Vitality. There's, as you mentioned, sort of they're playing the bonus, keeping 3 MP9s in this round. It's not worked out as well for them as it did for Entropiq on their bonus. Entropiq won their bonus round. And very disciplined stuff here. Alien looking to clear out the A side, but we get an investigation from Vitality moving down. No, and they're going to get found here. Both of these players, the last 2 players, they know where they are. That's the bomb. Send it to B.
Full send, and there's no rotation to be had because every avenue of rotation is covered by Entropiq. That is such a tiny margin. Apex has a chance to get 2 kills at the very least and allow his teammates to take position based on information. If he gets traded, say, by a 3rd player, they have 2 kills and so much info. I think in many cases, if he doesn't get 4 by 3 there, but such is life, man. It's a choice you to make, the choice you take.
Ooh.
But in a situation such as this, where it stops Entropiq moving forward, potentially puts them on eco, allows you to start catching up, it could have such an impact on the rest of this half. We'll have to wait and see, and I look forward to it.
Yeah, really desperate to hold on to these guys. Better angle for Forrester, even though it's a left eye peek. It's very far away from the angle of engagement, but Kyojin, oh, great stuff there. Takes both players down. That's actually a big deal because that does, of course, hurt the money of Entropiq a lot. Vitality were bonusing though, so just losing that one player really hurts a lot. Looks like they might be trying to actually force it up regardless because they can get an AWP in hand, but you know, one of the things about the Apex play as well is that Apex also wanted to kind of go max trigger discipline there because Zywoo was playing front bathrooms. So if Apex allows the players to get closer to Zywoo at the same time, he enables it so that Zywoo can guarantee the trade. But Zywoo went down just before they turned around to deal with Apex, so just it went very poorly there. But either way, both teams spending all their money. Very important round for Vitality to stay alive in this overpass. They've got 4 on the B bomb site, and they're leaving A all to Zywoo with the AWP.
That takes the first angle away. With more utility, you may see Molotov at Divider. That's a great angle from Zywoo as well. Catches people by Divider, catches people coming out of Connector, catches Crad bouncing around. His bunny hop skills will not be welcome in round 19.
I love how Zywoo's just still out there. He's alone. He has support on the site now, but he is completely alone. He's just in the Matrix, filling out their game.
You can often find rifle support in this position as well, so Entropiq probably expect this to be more dangerous than it looks, as dangerous as it does look with Zywoo. There's the connector rotation I was talking about. And you can hit through that wall as well. Well, he literally did.
Yep.
But even deeper, where people stand up on that side thing. 31 seconds on the clock, and the bomb is on the floor by T-Spawn near Forrester. I do wonder if they will press forward. It doesn't look likely, as they are all very static at present.
Yeah. It does make things weird for the money as well. I mean, they can what they would want to do is to fall by around this in the following round and perhaps run a really quick round, so you can even up the money and so on. And that's going to be the plan here, I would imagine. So we'll see what they have. But for Vitality, if they're reading the money well, I would be expecting, if I'm Vitality, of a very fast round. And usually, of course, for very fast rounds, you're looking at a B play. So we'll see if Vitality try to preemptively shut down B, or how they'll approach this round. And also whether or not Entropiq go fast. Again, that's what I feel like would be expected, but we might see them do something completely different, of course. Their money really Really sucks. Yeah, it's got to be a B round, surely. Surely this is a B round. The MAC-10 is purchased. The Tech 9, that's got B-Rush written all over it.
Got 5 seconds to find out what the intentions are for Entropiq. As we continue with this one, starting to get more and more tense, I feel like. Vitality on the catch-up now. 3 of the 4 rounds early on in the second half.
And look what Vitality are doing. They're taking forward control towards long, towards Party as well, and they try to shut down sewers, but Forest has found something with the AK. That's insane. They'd mollied all over sewers, but Forest is still there with the pick.
There should be some sound cues for ZywOo. Oh, he gets his burrung immediately by the Tech 9. He's got 5 HP. He's in trouble. Misses the shot, and that's an AWP lost as well. We've got man on the A bomb site. Man like Lackey with the bomb. Soon to get planted. We have position. We have tough decisions to be made here by Vitality, but they will pursue for now as the bomb hasn't been planted and they're on the bomb site more or less already, all right next to it. Kyojin smoked off will leave Apex in isolation. Crad with an angle from long. Lackey in the red on default. Forrester by the toilets deploying more grenades. Apex showing some presence. He's got a flash and a smoke as well, so there is some chance. Looking for a little jump to try and find Crad. Down 17 HP now, smoke on the bomb. Kyojin going around the wrong side. Nice headshot, but there's no way. Surely he can't defuse this. Down to 15 now. Desperation. 3 seconds and he will be executed by Forrester. You started to wonder, but not for long.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, that round is crazy because when Forrester gets that pick around sewers, I think Vitality are reading a B play. I think that they are convinced it's going to be B. So then you see ZywOo. I think he's probably looking at the minimap. He gets caught completely off guard by the A player running in bathrooms with a Tech 9. I think that makes no sense for ZywOo in that position, given that they just lost someone against an AK on the B site. So I think just such a perfect storm there for Entropiq, and that's painful, James, because they not only do they lose the AWP, their money's really stretched. They're not going to be able to replenish the AWP. The only way they're going to get it is by killing Alien in this round.
It's getting dicier and dicier. It's getting harder and harder for Vitality. They're 1 round away from half the score of Entropiq. Entropiq a lot closer to victory. Reaching 13 is a clutch round. I don't expect to choke at 14. But let's see if they can go that far, because we have French guns for the French squad. Rumor has it they do +5 damage in the hands of Vitality. And there are 3 M4s as well. Flashes and smoke grenades are all they have to offer. No Molotovs beyond what's been thrown already. We can see 1 towards short B. Shocks now. Alone on A. Alone in the upper area. Deep on long. And Alien's looking for a play to be made. But he's going to chill for now, Shocks. And he should hear this jumping. He'll hear the scope. He knows that somebody's in a playground position. Starting with 4 on B, Vitality. Masuta and ZywOo will rotate up the stairs.
Yeah, I love this switch of pace from Entropiq too. They've gone for a very passive default, and we don't have much utility at all for Vitality. So this makes a lot of sense. You'll draw out even more utility, and then when you finish the round, you'll have a utility advantage when you execute onto a site and when you're holding post-plant. So that's I believe, the last smoke gone. Indeed, 2 flashes remain. That's all they have left, Vitality. And you can see Entropiq now looking to go for that B play.
I wonder between Shocks and Masuta how much information they have. With Masuta by divider of the toilets, Shocks is going for a flank towards that B bomb site, and they have only got flashes left now. Kyojin has got 1 flash, but he's not in a position where he can pull it out. Gets the first kill on Monster, trying to avoid the flash, but Forrester will trade. And here's the first flank from ZywOo in connector. Down goes Crad. And they've got no idea. Oh, the bomb's not even in the bomb site just yet, and Shocks has position. This is not going the way of Entropiq. 2 versus 4. Apex down, make it 3. Bomb has to be rescued. It is surrounded by the police.
Yeah, they don't have time to mess around either. They're just going to have to go for the frags at this point, but Vitality are likely going to be able to deny that. And I think you can see Entropiq realize this. They're not even interested in going toward the bomb at this point. There's no time left on the clock, and a little bit too slow against Vitality's very proactive, quick maneuver. And I mean, what an important round for Vitality to win. And we talked about the only way they're getting the AWP is if they take it out of Alien's cold, dead hands, and that's exactly what they did. And so Vitality back in it with a chance now. And Entropiq need to do more work.
Vitality want to win this 1 in 2. They are against an unfamiliar opponent in Entropiq. Who knows what awaits them in Dust 2 should it go that far. 5 rounds behind now. They've made things difficult for Entropiq. We've got 3 rifles, one of which is a scout, and 2 pistols. But sometimes that can be enough. Sometimes less is enough. Sometimes less is more than, but I wouldn't go that far.
Yeah, and I mean, Forrest is going for the entry here again towards B. We know how dangerous he is and how good he's been at these kinds of positions. Looking for the first opening. Oh, just misses the timing. Now he's stuck in sandbags, and he is not getting out of that. And only 1 more AK left.
Oh, that's an upgrade for Kyojin.
It's a good opportunity, though. I think, you know, for Forrester, you know, that's he got an opportunity to maybe get a pick there, and you got to take those on rounds like this. How do they do this, though? This A side is, I mean, I would say it's fortified, even if I was here alone. And there he goes, picks up the first one.
Yeah, the team flash didn't help. Oh, Apex got to be careful now. Spots Crad just about, and he has no idea where to look, completely blind. And they are getting pulled apart. 499 HP Vitality secure that round.
Indeed.
9-13 from their perspective. However, Entropiq are on a quite a significant eco now. Average $2,000 per person. Their money sucks.
Yeah, they're at the 13 round mark. So there's like there's still this buffer for Vitality to work with as they try to recover, and it's going to be interesting to see if Entropiq can close against Vitality in this game. Oh, that's a big nade. And into Shox they go. Should be an easy cleanup here for him. Indeed. Now comes the USP to finish off the rest. He's got a teammate there as well, but Shox will pick up the ace. Nice, tidy little ace there.
He's happy with that. Some nice stats for the HLTV. And some words of encouragement for the team from him as well. Apex definitely the man with the pipes, though. He's like raising his blood pressure with his pop-offs. But performing like an absolute don as well. Entropiq back on the buy. 5 AK-47s and some reasonable utility. Middling, if you will. The exchange of grenades will not yield too much. We've got 1,000 HP on the server at present. And Entropiq starting slow once again. Huddled around the playground position.
Yeah, you can see again how much that just that one incendiary does. It removes a smoke from the T side, and then it also now they have to be suspicious of basically every forward play that could be made behind that. And Zy will get smoked off. Very important to smoke him off.
They're being very, very careful.
Forrester, he's such a menace around the B side. Picks one through Monster, and again, Apex goes down as well. Oh, that's huge. A minute to play this 5v3 out.
Yeah, they've got time. So you saw on that third-person perspective, Lackey smoking off the toilets. But he also had the flashbang to swing on the party area in case somebody was there. So not really taking any risks, and Forrester patience is paying off. As more players fall, more desperation, more risk being taken, more urgency from Vitality, and they just go one by one into the crosshairs of Forrester, and that has certainly closed out the round. They can't be losing any more players. Yes, Shox has got 8450, but if you buy an AWP in your full buy, you're spending $7,100. So that money can disappear very quickly indeed.
Vitality, I felt like this was, I felt like they were about to kind of tie up the game, and we're kind of in this territory of, are we going to see an overtime? Will Entropiq be, you know, this young team that can't close the match with the advantages? You know, just some of these questions you start to have with the context that we're operating from, but things have changed a little bit here now that Vitality have been sent. I mean, they have money, but they're going to have to spend all of it. Shox. Oh, he's actually going to go for some kills here. He is such a savage, but he's going to go down. It's a noble effort. But that's 14 on the board now for Entropiq. A mere 2 more. This is where they got stuck on the first map. Can they get beyond it?
I am not a fan of that play from Shox, bearing in mind they're 4 rounds behind. I think that they could do with the money more because even if they win those 4 rounds, they may lose players here and there. He's picked up an AWP as well, and it's got 2,600 left in the hole. Big fat 0 for Kyojin after his buy, and mousesports has got less than 1,000. So I think that, in my opinion, there was money to be held there for his squad. Anyway, we've got a second AWP out now as Shox will be wielding a scope as well. Entropiq with significant presence in connector to start the proceedings. A 2-3 setup for Vitality, as we can see. 3 dudes on the B bomb site. ZywOo alone around Divider. No support rifler needed. And Shox with an AWP on long. So double ops on A. And 3 grenades going away to barrels, but mousesports is ahead of the barrel, so he will avoid enough of that damage.
Yeah, that was close. Apex even takes a lick of damage too because of the spam through the wood. It feels like Entropiq have certainly studied up Vitality. They're taking advantage of connector being largely for free. I think in almost all of these rounds, Vitality haven't put any emphasis there. So it's been the case that Entropiq can take full advantage. And then we see them in the mid round getting control here. Here comes the boost. Oh, there you go. Forrester finds one onto Masuta. Kyojin now down to 50 health. And it's really looking very much a struggle in this mid round here for Vitality.
Yeah, and Elian's made sure that there's no impending flank on these players outside the B bomb site. You got another one.
He's got another one.
He's got another one.
He's just an absolute savage.
26 seconds though. While they've got the kills, they don't have the bomb site. Are they going for the late rotation? I think they might be, but they're going to have to run into ZywOo, and he's got some position at least. 15 seconds. This is a big risk, but maybe the numbers work out. A flashbang to try and do what he can. Spots Lackey immediately, but that's a frag he really had to hit now. Going around the site, almost putting the trigger there. He'll survive the grenade. The bomb is planted. 3 versus 2. Things turn in Entropiq's favor. Apex and Shox now versus 3. Very difficult spot. Not being given anything for free. Spots the elbow, but he's got to be real careful. Down goes Apex. Shox will be soon to follow. A game point for Entropiq now. And hey ho, they're short on money.
Yeah. That Shox having that extra, $3,000 would be nice, but again, it's kind of crazy. You see the rotation 3v3 into ZywOo, and you're thinking, okay, the round's over. Vitality, ZywOo's going to get at least the 1 kill, but the fact that the flash went a little bit too deep, suddenly ZywOo doesn't have any space to work with. Crazy, but he still has an AWP though.
Yeah, and it's not even $3,000. It's not just the rifle; it's the Kevlar as well. We can see mousesports is on a 5-7. So again, you got to consider the worst case scenario. You don't throw your gun away making that play towards the end of the round prior. You've got 5 rifles here. So yeah, well, those are my thoughts anyway.
Man, the sheer harassment from Entropiq on the B site in the last round was... oof, ouch. He's alive though, 17 health, he's still alive. But that hurts. Nickelback has that Mac 10 as well, so I'm sure he'd love to find ZywOo with that one. But we get a slow approach again. Entropiq, they have that connector control as we expect. We've got Forrester locking down that monster tunnel. And Vitality, they've got 2 players around Divider. Do they try to make an info play here? They are creeping forwards around front bathrooms. And they know it's a B play now, surely. They're ready for a B play here, Vitality.
They may be expectant, but ready may be another scenario entirely. Well, they're prepared, but they need to get these kills, and that's a great way to start. But there's a trade from Forrester. You can see them going deeper, which is limiting the angles that they can hold and support each other as well. But maybe there's a chance. Kyojin has a lot of red players on this side, and Shox, how's he found his flank again? Choosing the right time to creep through. Kyojin still alive, and there's 2. Exactly what they needed when the chips are down. 3 players alive. AKs to be collected. Vitality 4 rounds away from overtime in this second map.
They managed to, I believe, rescue the AWP as well. Either way, they will be carrying an AWP into this next round. So yeah, 11-15, Vitality still alive. And I think, largely we saw that Entropiq struggled to get, similar damage in the early round towards those B players as they had done previously. So Entropiq, what have you got for us this time? Spending all their money If Vitality win this one, they're likely getting to 13. So a massive round for Vitality to win. And they're playing very passive indeed.
Yeah, it's a similar makeup. ZywOo toilets with the AWP, 1 somewhere on long, and 3 towards the B bomb site. And again, they will take away the initial AWP angles to smoke it into toilets. Haven't seen much of the Molotov towards Divider, which has been a common part of a default for a long time, but Forrester waiting for them to gift him more frags now. Maybe Vitality would be even closer had it not been for Forrester. So they've shown some presence towards long. But it seems they may head back towards B. And there's no vision on long now for Vitality, as Shox has come in for support, but is he gonna have a good feel for things once again and go for a flank?
Apex, that harassment towards long, Apex rotated. He rotated off of B. This is working for Entropiq. They actually have a window. They have a window. There's a quick smoke beyond the smoke there. Towards Monster, they're going to go through. They're going to take down Kyojin. One more player traded out. Forrester picks it up. Apex drops back in late. ZywOo's in the action as well, dropping another player. Apex fighting for the site, and he's going to do a great job. But Elian, last player standing. There's the flick to ZywOo, but he's the one that takes the damage. Now against 2 players with very limited time. Forced to plant.
Oh, he's gone. He's out of here. We've got double grenades coming through to secure it in the safest way for Vitality. Bomb plant will help Entropiq. They need that extra money, but they won't get the round. They won't get the game. Not yet, if at all, as far as Vitality are concerned. 3 rounds behind now. That bomb plant is still, the money's not fantastic for Entropiq by any means, but all it takes is a few headshots, and then who knows what can happen. Vitality will post up again with a full buy, single AWP, single AK in the hands of Shox. Nice way to finish off the round, especially with a scary rotation. Entropiq making the right noises, if you will, but not getting all the frags.
Entropiq spilling out towards the A side of the map again. Party and long. Oh, Shox. Some good damage. So the single hero AK can't be underestimated. And here it goes. Shox will be up against it. Lackey is going to have a bait. And it doesn't work. Shox takes both down. The support from Apex is there too. And it's a great hold from the legend himself, Mr. Shox. And not too much left here for damage purposes for Entropiq. They do have the Deagle and Forrester. He's been quite scary in this series so far.
Yeah, any economical damage here is significant, as we can see looking at the money on Vitality side. Again, assume it's 6k to buy, full buy for a CT. Their loss, but their win bonus isn't going to be anywhere near that. So these kills can be very, very important. Bomb is lost, but again, I think at this point, even if he gets 1 kill, that is something. Shox in the red, but ZywOo will have a superior angle. Good support, good 2-man setups from Vitality to keep each other alive. And now they are 2 rounds behind.
Are we going to get an overtime here? Vitality, they've been grinding. They've really been grinding here, and it's Entropiq that have looked so good. But Vitality, they do not say die, not just yet. The full buy, all but Lackey, who of course was the hero AK in the previous rounds. There's the smoke to block fountain vision. And once again, Entropiq might represent pressure towards the long. And that's where Shox will be. ZywOo hasn't been in connector very much. I think this might be the first time we've seen him here with an AWP. Oh, no way. Crad, how have you done that to him?
It's a great read. What does he make of the smoke grenade? He would have heard the Molotovs towards short B earlier. There was a big priority towards short B from Vitality, so that's a huge spray from Crad, punishing ZywOo's attempt to rotate. I would imagine he was trying to get back towards the A bomb site safely, but he's been denied, and Apex has to deliver. He's not able to do so. Shox has them lining up for him, but he is completely outnumbered, and down he goes. 4 versus 2 now, and there's a minute on the clock for Entropiq. This is not as urgent for them as it is for Vitality.
Yeah, you're totally right. They don't have to rush this. Both players on the A side. There goes masuta. He's done critical damage. Oh no! Masuta's killing everybody. It's just Elian left to clutch this for the team. Entropiq, they have to close in here, and they do it, Elian! He's picked up the second map for Entropiq. What a finish from them. It was in question because of the sheer class of Vitality, but Entropiq, they are here, and they're taking us to a map 3.
Down to the wire. Great effort from Masuta. Entropiq almost messing it up in front of the site, leaving themselves completely exposed. Potatoes in their hands, but it's down to Elian, the man that was pointed out on the desk, to take them to the third and final map. Dust 2, here we go. They win each other's picks in great fashion. Very engaging game so far.
Oh yes, absolutely. Just beautiful Counter-Strike from Entropiq on Overpass again. We had Entropiq, losing their map pick Mirage, winning the map pick of their opponent on Overpass, a really difficult map, especially against all of the players on Vitality, and they take us to Dust 2, which is just it couldn't be more perfect for a finale. Everybody's firing off. This is going to be sick.
Indeed it is. Unknown territory, as they haven't faced each other. I don't think they've ever faced each other, these two teams. So this is going to be very, very interesting. Again, two proactive teams on the CT side. And we've seen, again, just to briefly mention, like Karrigan runs up mid. Are we going to see something like that? There's so many questions for this third and final map. But I'm so glad that Entropiq could bring it and take the map pick away from Vitality, as was done to them in the first map, to take it to this third and final series. I think the series deserves it. I think the matchup of these two teams deserves it as well.
Absolutely, and with that said, it's time to throw it back to the desk. We'll be back here casting the last map, and I just don't go anywhere. This is going to be insane.
Yeah, thanks a lot, guys. Really enjoying this series as it's evolving. We're going to talk about it on the desk now. And obviously, the word, I guess, guts. It's got to be said. This is crazy, crazy tense stuff. So many little moments where you just feel it can swing back and forth. Entropiq holding their nerve, but Vitality so close to a comeback.
I think the only thing more exciting than this particular series is just watching Matthew lose his mind in the green room.
It is a hard time for me. I'm having a really hard time. Look, when you see Masuta getting the 3 kills towards the very end, you're having flashbacks of the Apex moment, obviously, but this time around, Elian put him down and they closed the map. I think we have to start with the beginning of the second map, which to me marked the spirit. The spirit, to start with, the spirit of Entropiq, right? 7-0 in the lead from the get-go. We talked about that B-side. They were aggressing, they were pop-flashing, they were making life so hard for Vitality. And this was exactly what they needed. They needed to put the first map to the bin, refresh, give it a new start, and they did it so beautifully. Look at this pistol round, just headshots on headshots.
And I love the we did touch upon it, as you mentioned, Maniac. We alluded to the fact that we want to see some aggression coming on the CD side, and that is exactly what they delivered, right? Elian was hitting his shots as well. We saw the crazy clutch. We should hopefully be seeing that, not really a clutch, but like a 3K with the AWP, up close combat offing coming out from him. And even the few rounds that Vitality were able to win on the T side, with it touch upon it, where like their T side relies heavily on playmaking ability of some of the individuals. And we saw Shocks. There was one round where he was just lurking in the Suez area. He was gathering all the information. The players rotating back towards the A side, and they got themselves a free bomb side. But that's how they're winning the rounds on the T side. It came down to huge individual plays or mistakes being made by the side of Entropiq. But if you look at it from a more holistic angle, that first half was the CIS team all the way.
Yeah, I mean, the first half was certainly concerning because, you associate Vitality with having a good T system. To even get that first round on the board, you just saw there, it comes down to a 1v1 with Ziwu, which,
not easy at all.
Once again, he proves his value. And then they were able to snowball that into getting a few more T rounds. But, they left themselves with such a massive task to sort of come back on that second half. And in the end, even though they almost did it, Elian and co were just too good.
Yeah, there were a couple of issues, obviously, on the defense of Vitality. That clutch, by the way, I guess multi-kill sequence from Elian was crazy. And he did show up. Just to quickly touch on the Vitality defense, when they win the pistol round, they convert 11-6 scoreline. You're thinking, there's a way back in. There's a way back in. We know they can have a good defense. But there's a point we didn't really touch on before this map. It's the B combination of Kyojin and Masuta. They had a very slow start. That was used.
You've got both the rookies on one side.
That's the thing, right? There is a little bit of a disbalance in terms of experience, in terms of nerd holding as well. And that is something that Entropiq used at the very beginning to mark a couple of points, and then they just swarmed the A side very slowly. A little bit of lucky timings through smokes at times, but you need that element of success if you're going to win this. And I'm not going to say they don't deserve. They absolutely deserve to push it to a third. Hell, that could have been a 2-0 Entropiq.
That could have been a 2-0. That just boggles my mind. right? Like, imagine the state of everyone's pick'ems as well. Entropiq making it to the Legends in the tour, but that didn't happen, right? Ifs and buts. And heading into Overpass, let's be real, all of us are talking about it. We're like, this pick is a confidence pick coming out from the side of Vitality. Hopefully they had something prepared, and unfortunately they didn't. Entropiq just looked like the better team. And even though it got a little close at the end there, it was Vitality trying to just cling on the precipice, right? Trying to delay the inevitable. And in the end, Elian, want to touch upon Elian as well. Like, he hasn't really had to drop this 30-35 kill games. He's just been doing his job. He's been fantastic. But the one player we touched upon, Matthew, Forrester, he had an incredible game on Mirage. He tapered off at the very end in that comeback, but he continued that form heading into Overpass, getting 25 kills, and all around a team effort, I might say, Richard.
Yeah, and I'm loving that about Forrester, right? It's one of the easiest things in the world to do. You know, you have a good game, but you lose. And then on the next map in a series, you're missing, you know. There's a lot of players out there, they'll never admit it, but there is a frustration when you perform really well. Of course, and you feel a little bit let down by some of your teammates. It can get inside your head. What I love about this guy is, you know, this is like the opponents he's been playing against at this major, this is the top of the top. This is the cream of the crop. He's going up against Vitality here, and he's had 2 huge maps. I mean, you know, he's on like 56 kills in 2 maps and looking like one of the better players on the server against elite tenured individuals. And fantastic.
And speaking of CD side, I mean, he went 17 and sorry, it was Nickelback actually, went 17 and 5 on that CD side. Like a player we also picked, and I think it was Matthew, you mentioned how if there's one player you want to see really step up, like elevate themselves, so to speak, it was Nickelback. He was able to eclipse Crad, and you know, of course, Elian and Forrester, the 3 stars of his team, right? So fantastic job overall coming in from all the 5
It's a well-rounded effort. That is the thing. It is a well-rounded effort when you have 4 players between 20 and 25 kills. Let's not argue, you know, a single digit. A lot of players, 4 out of 5 actually put up a very decent fight. It was just lucky, a little bit behind, but overall, well-rounded performance from Entropiq. They move on to Dust 2 with the confidence of the second half.
Yeah, I mean, look, just one sort of little, you know, let's get a little technical for a moment there. Kind of did feel that at times Overpass wasn't, you know, I wouldn't have guessed that was Vitality's pick there, and I liked it. I've seen them have great games, but, you know, one of the points, because we're all in the green room at the moment, I was talking to some of the guys, they're like, no, you can't judge Vitality on how they play against Navi. They elevate the game for Navi. It's a crazy matchup for some reason. And yeah, Vitality did look a little bit lost. Like, is there something you noticed that they need to improve on?
Well, obviously, I mentioned the T side is a letdown for Vitality, and that is the problem that I have when you pick Overpass. It's one thing to float it and leave it as a third, because I think they can be really good, you know, a good knife or whatever that is. But when you pick Overpass, you have to be ready to have that T side. And unfortunately, I've seen them let me down, let the community down with these very, very dry situations. They're down 7-0 as well here, off the back of Zaiwu, the clutch to finally unlock the scoreboard. So that was a bit complicated on the T side.
And I got to give credit to the side of Entropiq for making them struggle on that CD side, right? Sorry, on that T side for Vitality. They were getting this early opening picks again and again. They were pushing, poking, and prodding, pushing through smokes, as you pointed out as well, Richard. You know, getting long control, fighting towards connector. So they're not really given much time, much room to work with. Even Shocks, like usually we've seen him try and navigate his way through the bathrooms, through smokes, get the lurk timing. It was a wall. It was a complete shutdown. And then when you talk about Elian popping off with an AWP on the A side, there were no avenues of entry for the Vitality side.
Yeah, I'll tell you, they'll be navigating themselves to the bathrooms before this map, because we're about to go into the decider. This is it. One of these teams will go home. The others go into the arena. It's going to be Dust 2. A quick break. We're going to come back and set it up for you. We'll see you then. right, welcome back. This is it. We're about to find out which one of these teams is going to the Avicii Arena. Will it be Vitality and obviously Ziwu and company, or is it going to be Entropiq and Elian making history for the first time in the organization from the Czech Republic? Such a crazy story. I know this is what Counter-Strike is made of, guys. We've still got Maniac, still got Blair on the desk joining me. So, guys, we go into Dust 2. I think it's worth mentioning. I felt confident about Vitality overcoming Entropiq on this veto, mainly because this is the ace up the sleeve, in my opinion.
Yes, Dust 2 is a good map for Vitality. That hasn't changed. Listen, this is
And
for
for
all the
Entropiq.
marbles. This is
And
for
for
all the
Entropiq.
marbles right here now. We're moving on to Dust 2. This map right here is going to decide which 5 players make it to the playoffs of the major. Entropiq are 1 map away from doing the unthinkable. No one would have imagined them in the playoffs. Absolutely not.
No.
We knew they were capable of making the favorites shake a little bit, but now it's right there. 16 rounds away from the playoffs of the major. I cannot even comprehend. I would like to tell you they're going to be stressed. They haven't shown any sign of stress.
I
They're just
mean,
playing.
yeah, but now also think about the evolution of a series, right? It's great sitting down in your chair, it's your map pick, you know, you're doing your thing. You lose, hey, it's all right, guys. Still got 2 maps, right? You play your map, you win your map, you're on a hype thing. But now suddenly you're going into Dust 2, you're playing one of the best players in the world in raw skill on, basically his playground. This is, you know, where Ziwu likes to take people to town. It's his stats on this map are ridiculous.
Oh yeah, for sure. And also the fact that he popped off yesterday in a must-win game against Astralis as well. So if you look at it from that perspective, yes, Vitality seem to have the mental edge, though whatever is on the paper as well. Here's the thing with Entropiq though. They picked this map against G2. Although, yes, they got batted on it. Niko showed up, everyone else showed up.
Really go
It didn't go so well, but historically speaking, it's a map that they've usually been pretty comfortable on. Yes, it's kind of 50-50 when it comes to wins and losses, but what I like about their wins, they win pretty convincingly, and when they lose, it's very narrow losses against pretty decent teams as well.
Yeah.
So it's not like Entropiq are... It's not one of those maps which is kind of middle of the pack where you're like, okay-ish. They know what they're doing on this map, and I kind of have a feeling that that G2 game, where they just got completely knocked out of the park, was a bit of an anomaly. I don't think it's going to be that easy for Vitality.
Yeah, you see, I don't know. I mean, because they looked a little bit lost. It was the way they were losing the rounds. It's like, if you just get your head banged off by someone like Niko or whatever, you know.
Yeah.
I mean,
There's nothing much you can do about it, true. But I want to give a little bit of credit to Entropiq and their mental resilience, though. Like losing on your map pick, facing elimination, and then overpass first half was a masterclass.
There was a great reaction. Just to keep on that Dust 2 game as well, we can mention G2, we can mention Niko was home. Think about Shox, think about Ziwu. Exactly what you said.
Yes.
They live and breathe Dust 2. Shox has some of these most memorable performances you could ever find on Dust 2 from that catwalk
I'm
position.
sure when
Same as
Shox
Ziwu.
closes his eyes,
He
can
sees
just
Dust 2,
see
that's the
3,
layout.
You know, complete. Yeah, it's unbelievable.
It's how it is, right?
Tattooed on the inside of his eyelids.
So, I mean, just as much as Niko maybe just caught Entropiq by surprise, it's going to be the same with Vitality. We've played Dust 2 as in the French Counter-Strike since before Counter-Strike was done. Dust 2 was always there. It's in our DNA. We eat Dust 2 for breakfast.
I know. It used to be called DE France. That was a running joke in our scene, so...
DE friends, dude.
Yeah. I mean, obviously Maniac's biased, so Blair...
I have no regret. I'm not even trying to hide it.
Give CIS Counter-Strike some hope.
I don't need to do anything. Listen, I'm a man of no hope, Richard.
All right, well, fine. Fine.
But here's the thing.
Look, we'll just
I'll
watch the game then. So,
done?
guys, this is it. It's the decider. Are Vitality going to do it? Will it be
Biased
Entropiq?
analysts.
It's the big surprises. Take it away, James and DDK.
Your pick'ems are not safe yet. They're not safe yet. These guys believe in Vitality, but Entropiq, they're the upset. They're the guys on the rise. They have to be an underdog, but they're not playing like one. They're playing like beasts. They're playing like animals. They're playing like they're in control. They're playing like bulls with horns. They're looking to gore Vitality. Your pick'ems are not safe.
It's true. It's true. We're going to Dust 2. Anything can happen on Dust 2. This is a crazy map, especially for French side. We've seen how explosive Shox can be there. Apex, Ziwu. These are the 3 big names to me from Vitality that we're going to see very big things from. Of course, Kyojin, the newer player to the roster, and just the least experienced player on the roster. Then you've got Masutra as well. Both have been playing pretty well, and I think it's going to be so interesting to see if Entropiq can keep the kind of pace that they had in Overpass. They were pretty unrelenting, honestly. They were ahead so often, even though the score was pretty close. They were consistently winning more advantages in pretty much every category. So, we're straight into the action. It's Dust 2, the final map of this best of 3. The winner goes to the Avicii Arena to play in the New Legends phase at this major.
All quiet on the Dust 2 front. Many players in lower tunnel, and ZywOo is waiting. Apex is baiting, and ZywOo is eliminating. He picked up the bomb as well. That's very nice through the doors. You're not trying to shut those doors down. Lackey showing some of his rear end, which isn't going to get him a kill, that's for sure. Elian and Lackey combined with less than 20 HP. A great start for Vitality on the defensive side against a very aggressive Entropiq team.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to really get much done here, especially with the bomb locked out of their control. Elian with the PT50, unable to find any damage there, so it's looking like it might be a clean sheet. Those Kevlars are untouched, almost.
Yeah, looking pretty good. It's a promising start for Vitality.
They're in the round still.
Oh, we're still in the round.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I was a bit worried about that cutaway. I'm like,
All right, well,
go.
hey, apologies, but at least, you know, if it's going to happen, as I like to say, let it happen in the first round. Now we can move on. But hey, you got to see the concentration faces in the middle of a round, and indeed, Vitality will prove victorious. That's funny. Anyway, it's eco territory for Entropiq. A flashbang for Nickelback, a Glock here and there. A Glock for you, a Glock for me. There's a sticker in there somewhere. 5 Glocks on road. Nickelback. Has anyone ever asked him why Nickelback? Is it related? It must be related to the band. It must be.
who knows?
How do you get there
knows?
otherwise?
Either way, it's going to be the very expected short plan attempt coming through from Entropiq on the save. Bomb goes down. So we're looking to make some frags, and it's looking pretty good here. In fact, I think as long as Nickelback doesn't kill anybody, yeah, there's 0 kills so far for Entropiq. And so, you know, it's close to a perfect start as you can ask for Vitality.
That is the... If they go 0 kills in 2 rounds, that is the perfect CT start.
And there it is, the perfect CT start then. Nobody has died yet for Vitality, but I'm sure that's about to change because Entropiq will be on the buy soon enough here, and the AKs will come out. We actually get a Scout coming out in this round as well, so that's going to be interesting. But 4 AKs, a Scout, and the thing is that Vitality are going to continue with the bonus, so 2 MP9s of FAMAS, not the best really on the ranges that Dust 2 offers. And we'll see that Entropiq will focus on that long control to start with.
ZywOo, he's got that sideways Molotov pretty consistent, but it's still there'll be 2 Ts making their way out. Apex trying to do what he can to hold on to the position. He's got a lot of help as well, man. There are a lot of Entropiq players who are still trying to do this. Molotovs towards blue, but there are more pressing problems. Not for long, however. Nickelback taken down, leaving it 2 versus 1 in favor of Vitality. A Scout remains, but there are rifles to collect. Look at all those X's in the long position. Having a look for some weapons. There's a silenced M4 down here somewhere. There we go, nice print stream. There is a HE as well. He'll back off to collect that. A quick reload, and he'll be looking for his first kill. Opportunity knocks. He has no smoke grenade, though. I don't know if there's one around him somewhere. Again, if there is, then you can throw a single smokes across. But it does expose you to the short boost position, to this spot right here, and that spot right there. But once that's clear, where the hip of that CT is on the floor, where there's that lighter piece of ground, that's where you stand to line up your smoke grenade for CT. But he makes it to the sights anyway. We can see Masuta has made his way towards long, which is interesting considering he's got the MP9. He has found an AK-47 though, so that's pretty good for him. Apex showing presence in the meantime. Isolating the fights though, Elian. 1 versus 1 now. Can peek with the flashbang. And he still has the off angle on the right-hand side. Won't need it. He'll just swing out on Apex and win the round with confidence in that 1 versus 2.
What a sick clutch from Elian. Just the 1v2 looking so calm. Vitality had all of the information as well. Elian able to isolate 2 1v1s. And, you know, you're almost, as well, when he picks up that silenced M4, you're almost thinking, oh, man, that's like the one. There's so many AKs there. If he's going to pick up any gun, surely the AK would be preferable. But takes everything in his stride and just so methodical. That's going to put Entropiq on the board straight away. We'll get the response here. AWP in hand for ZywOo. Dodges Elian's AWP shot.
Yeah, this is a play which Vitality like to do on their T rounds as well. Have ZywOo jump into the pit on somebody's head and go for those shots. Warning shots from Entropiq early on Could see Forrester and lower tunnel. And again, Elian in that clutch has the headshot angle when when Apex starts to swing. So Elian's right-hand side not needed though. French gun doesn't work for Kyojin on this occasion. Famas and position on long will be lost, and Elian makes his way towards long as well. Maybe we'll see a jump throw flashbang just like that to allow the AWP to go into the pit. Apex has to be careful, especially around the corner of that smoke. So short becomes very important, and ZywOo has to hold it alone for now. I think Apex may be on the way. Indeed, he is. You lose long, you hold short. You lose short, you hold long. Otherwise, your retake is going to be very hard indeed.
Ooh, very important one there, and Vitality will actually have lots of players in position, but they're out there in the open. Nice shot from ZywOo for the cover. Another one from ZywOo, just in his stride. So easy for him, and now Alien at 1 versus 4 with the AWP, stuck by the car position. Bomb lost on crossover. They are swarming him. Alien able to use the smokes to isolate Jules, but ZywOo can't be denied. Taking every single kill, gets the ace there. Insane stuff from him, and that's what you'd expect on such an important round like this.
I saw the odds at the beginning of that round, and I thought, oh, these aren't really fair. Entropiq could do better than that, but now I'm not so sure. Now I'm not so sure. We're in that time capsule. Back to overpass, and maybe Entropiq wish they could go back now they've seen that play from ZywOo. Solid performance with that AWP. Very troublesome waters now for Entropiq. They're in eco territory. The pistols are out.
Wait a second. ZywOo has 13 kills already now. It's only round 5, James.
Yeah, that's not good. Again, one of the best players in the world, peaking in the 3rd map of the series to make it to Stockholm, to the live audience, to the sold-out crowd if they get as far as the weekend. It's not promising for Entropiq, that is for sure.
It's actually quite interesting because only 2 players have 0 kills as well on Vitality. It's quite amusing. But we'll see the long take coming through here from Nickelback and Alien. Only the pistols. Can they get a kill? Not likely, although Alien will pick that one up. So that's something at least. And there's an M4. If he can somehow extract an extra kill out of this, that would be fantastic. Needs to reload though. Only 5 bullets there, I think.
The old fake flashbang.
Well, this is the first time I think it's fair to say that we've seen a very solid start from Vitality. And the shutdown from ZywOo, this shutdown with the AWP, this is how it happens. This is how it happens.
Yeah, it looks really awkward for them trying to hold down that short position, but when you've got a ZywOo, it's a tower of humanity just admiring his actions over the smoke. They just want to see the bodies fall, that's all they're not even shooting.
It's like a guy on a steady cam just trying to get all the shots of ZywOo's gloriousness. Oh, a long contested heavily here. 4 players for Vitality. Strong opening to deny this from Entropiq. Vitality coming out ahead early on. Entropiq trying to exploit this by going for that mid control, but they might be a little bit too slow here. We'll see the smoke for the cross. The boost for Shox should be good though.
Yeah, he can cover the window and the door for his teammates. Nickel back, his legs are going to get peppered, and Apex will stop the secondary potential bomb carrier from doing anything. Forrester falls as well. 4 players alive for Vitality. Juicy money to be had. They are salivating at the 5-1 scoreline. Entropiq, though, things are looking pretty parched on their side of things.
Yeah, one of the interesting things is that there is a gamble being taken here by Vitality by, it's the 4 long start. You're basically saying, we're expecting you to go for a challenge here. We absolutely don't want to lose it to you. And we're going to put 4 players there. But that, of course, opens up a lot of the rest of the map. So the question is, do Vitality do that pretty consistently and offer up that opportunity to Entropiq to rush something else? Or do Vitality now expect that Entropiq will try to send, let's say, a fast mid or a fast B or something like that and spread out into a normal setup? That's the mind games that we're dealing with as we move into these next buy rounds. But for now, it's the scout for Alien. That's really all they have to offer.
I think Kyojin's a little shy with the camera stuck in his face. But he'll get used to it. Certainly will with this squad. He'll have to get used to it very quickly, because you'll soon, if they can win this one, have a big crowd waving Dolehust in the air, potentially. Could it be a Dolehust or 2?
ZywOo was considering in the cat play. spot here. Oh, nice shot from Lackey. That's a good one to get. Apex by Carl looking to deny the pickup of the AK. But if Lackey has help, they might be able to get another nice shot, and then suddenly there's problems for Vitality. The flashbang. Oh, and the swing is beautiful, but somehow Apex, he's so far from the flash, he doesn't get fully blinded, and he's able to tap them down. It's a good effort, though.
With the silence and 4, it's so satisfying. It's like he's swatting flies. 6-1. This is a humongous start for Vitality. It's humongous.
Yeah, and it's hard to do this too because, you know, on the CT side, you know, racking up the economy, racking up the rounds early on, it can be quite challenging. Fortunately for Vitality, they win the pistol, that dangerous round. Zyru just aces with the AWP. So since then, we haven't seen anything look particularly dangerous.
We can see that there were HEs left in CT spawn, which can be used for rotation as the bomb is potentially getting planted on the A bomb site. So we'll have to look out for that later on if the round goes that far. Vitality will have something to say about that. That combo with the stickers looks amazing, by the way.
And you can see Vitality didn't do the 4-player A-long setup, and Entropiq still went A-long. So I love that confidence from Entropiq.
Okay, let's see how Zyru makes use of this smoke grenade. Oh, well, he's been looked for by Elian. One to try at home, maybe he'll have more success. And here come those HEs, and there might be another one in spawn for Apex, we shall see. Unable to catch anybody on the cross, and I do wonder if Vitality will consider disengaging, but the bomb's not planted just yet. And they do have incendiaries as well. We've got Super Mario Brothers being offered by Apex. Not quite Luigi. masuta maybe going to the point of no return. Flashes as well. Lackey playing the headshot position. Shox though getting one as he falls back, but there is a lurker in Forrester now. He wants to make it expensive for them, but Shox is not having any of that.
Yeah, that hurts too, because Entropiq, they don't really have money. They can't lose any more players, and that's a great shot for Shox to get, because I do believe as well Forrester had all of the expectation and advantage on position, but still, Shox keeps his AK in hand. We'll see how that develops in the following rounds, but good answer back from Entropiq, and you know, props to Lackey for some of those entries. Obviously, Elian, you know, he sees the smoke on site, he looks for the setup. You know, there's the jump on the little barrel, and he's able to punish that. But then it's up to Lackey to kind of open up the site, and he does it so swiftly that gets everybody into the site. So, you know, great to see that Entropiq are answering back. Great to see that they weren't discouraged from going A-long. And I'm really curious if Vitality will go back to a 4 A-long start. We might see that.
Apex with a lot to say.
Oh, cat play.
Yeah, Apex on the way now. Still looking sharp, and again, he's been so integral to these victories, these comebacks by Vitality, who've been doing it the hard way.
Uh-oh. Oh, what? Nickelback seems ready for that. Oh man, Apex must be fuming after that one.
Can only imagine. Molotov in a short position, and they must be very careful taking the Zywu angles away with incendiaries, if you will. Lurk smokes now, and that's a nice counter. That'll kill some smoke time on the clock. 3 players here for Entropiq, and Elian's looking for maybe a rotation in that mid position, but he looks to be heading towards short as well. Just to give some grenades to his teammates, in fact. Let's not forget that update. If you haven't been watching CS for a while, you can drop grenades now. And it can come quite in handy, but here comes the push with some combo flashbangs. Kyojin's got to be careful. He's got Zywu by that car position, who's been tagged, but he's alive for now. Oh, hold on a second. They may be pivoting for a B play, but Crowd is caught on that rotation. Now we've got a 4-on-3. Nickelback trying to find something, but he's not being given a kill in CT spawn.
Yeah, this is really, really difficult. 20 seconds, they don't have time to do this, and they have to call the save. You can see that they were considering going for it, but rather would hold on to the weapons, and especially considering that Elian has an AWP. You don't want Elian to just be saving that by himself. By Nickelback and Forrester saving, it does allow there to be some more punch behind the next round. They're looking for these players, at least masuta is. He's going to creep into this angle, Elian. Oh, maybe he won't. Doesn't go past the point of no return. 7-2, solid start coming through from Vitality here on the CT side on this deciding map. The winner of this map goes through to that top 8, that playoff here for the Stockholm Major. Not just the playoffs for the Major, but it's a LAN, it's a stage event with a packed,
right?
a
With people, with
arena.
humans.
Exactly.
With witnesses.
With witnesses, yeah. It's that's something special. And Entropiq, I think it's quite clear, they have been working extremely hard for this.
Do you know what that LAN means? It means we get our culture back. That's what that LAN is. Counter-Strike is a culture. With the history it has, with the years it has, with the decades it has, it is a culture, and we get our culture back in Stockholm.
Yeah, Sweden, one of the I would say spiritual homes of Counter-Strike as well. One of the many that you could say, but certainly such a strong identity with Counter-Strike for so many years. And so it feels only fitting that Sweden is the first place to welcome us back with an arena packed full of fans. But it looks like we're back into the action here. 7-2 is the score. Vitality having a great go of it right now. Entropiq on the default here. Not looking for fast long control, but instead it's the kind of 120 cat control that we'll see.
Well, an exchange from sniper to sniper. Apex needs to be careful, down to 18 HP. Not getting what he was looking for, but Zybo's got something to offer Entropiq in that short position. He knows one's gone beyond the angle. Looking for the flick, there it is, and we see Shox now is here as well. That was close to a headshot into Forrester, but he is alive. That bomb, though, is in a very exposed position, and maybe Entropiq are lucky that it didn't fall down into CT spawn. Forrester trying to rescue it, but oh, hold on a second. He's gone down and he hasn't got the bomb, so I don't think he meant to do this. And he's found himself in no man's land. Hostile territory, shark-infested waters. These Shox are not friendly. Alien alone, and there's not much for him to do.
Yeah, there is not. They're going to be hunting. They've got time. They've got money. It's an AWP. They need to kill him. Great first shot. He knows what that means. A player that deep. Oh, pull out the gun. Oh! In goes Shox. We'll punish that one. And there we go. I kind of like the move from Forrester, jumping down onto the cat boost box. Because I don't think that they knew that he was there. I think he wanted to spray them all down. But like many of the plays they've tried to make, Vitality are renewed. They're shutting it down.
Look at that. Great correction there.
Yeah, he's kind of getting... He was able to shoot a lot of free shots there. There was no flashes, mollies, but this time, Aliens actually converted that drop.
Beautiful. Now Kyojin's got some trouble. Apex is on the way, however. Gun is out, and he will deliver as he often does, as he always has at this major. Kyojin creeping. There's a flashbang support for him. Finds Krad hiding in the corner, but there are teased by Blue as well. More support flashes, but they're running out of those. And Molly's trying to create some space. A great spray, a great burst from Forrester. But Shox has a superior angle with a superior weapon for the job. 2 on 3. Entropiq on the back foot, still with bomb in hand as they move maybe towards the B bomb site.
Yeah, I think it's the case that it's hard for them to read Shox's positioning too. Shox in a great angle, got a better angle, sees the leg. He's going to hit the shot as well. Steady pair of hands on Shox, and Niko back is all he can do to get some extra damage extracted out of this round, but it's looking very difficult. The Galil, the 36 HP. That said, the A side is completely open, so a plant is quite possible. And with a plant, maybe there could be some more as well. There's no sound cues, I think, that can be audible for the Vitality players. So this is a free plant. Where does he go?
Yeah, he secured a full buy at the very least, and maybe he can do more than that because Kyojin's got 12 HP. So there is a chance for Niko back. Just needs to land one shot. Heightened armor penetration with the Galil as well. Never mind. And for a place of more comfort, more familiarity, just waiting for these players to come through. They both have defuse kits starting to run out. Starting to line up! Masuta with 4 HP will hold on to this lead for Vitality and extend it yet further.
Oh, that was so close. That was so close. I wonder if he has the Galil there. If he probably wins that with the Galil because of the damage output. It's hard to say. Who knows?
Depends on the fire rates as well.
That's true.
You do the maths.
That's true. I can't. Well, that's going to be the 9-2 though for Vitality as they continue to rack up the rounds. It's appearing to be a very difficult third map here so far for Entropiq. So far, I feel like they've been very resilient, despite being in a position where they've been struggling in terms of the results. They still seem to be ready to capitalize on any big opportunity. But this has been one of the hardest tests that I've seen for them so far. This opening on Dust 2 has been difficult.
Yeah, and these are the kind of leads that I think Vitality fans have been seeking from them throughout this major. But again, perhaps they're peaking at the right time. Perhaps they're on that upward trajectory. And if that is the case, then you have to put those more difficult games behind you and wonder what they're capable of at this major. But that is determined by whether they win or not this game of Dust 2. Looking good for now, but things can always change. We've seen some quite meaty comebacks in the days prior from various teams, some successful, some not. And Entropiq are certainly still in this one.
Zywo with a nice angle there. There's a lot of info for Entropiq. They had a lot of flashes towards long. Fast rotation from Vitality because they're afraid of a mid burst whilst they were out of position early on. And they're in position again. So Vitality really winning the early game so far. Entropiq don't have control, and that's a nasty one from Zywo. Alien gets the upgrade at least off of the scouts.
So clean.
Entropiq haven't been able to set up set pieces so far. They haven't run a single one in this half. They're in position to be able to do so, but they don't have utility. There's no mollies here. There's like a single smoke. Apex is on site.
Oh, hold on a second. How on earth is he alive? Gets his bell rung multiple times through the box, but he gets 2 kills from it, Apex. How does he get these frags? What on earth? What kind of sorcery is this? Is there magic involved? Krad, 1 versus 4. They line up for him in the wrong ways as he gets domed. Close casket funerals, burn victims, all kinds of problems for Entropiq on short.
Yes, yeah, it's unfortunate. And again, it kind of speaks to the fact that, they went for that buy. They didn't have really any utility behind it. They're kind of emphasizing the firepower. We're going to see what would probably be the same round as we just saw, but with more utility now, because, they got the Tech 9s. They're likely going to be rushing into the A site, looking for that short plant. Cover of smokes, Molotovs to deposition their opponents, but no, in fact, they go towards B. At least at the beginning of the round.
Oh, there's actually nobody home, but will they possibly commit to this? Oh, never mind, it's too late. Good timing from Shox. He posts up with the AWP. There is a number of flashbangs for retake utility and 2 incendiaries as well. So Shox is committed now with the AWP, which may be lost, may be given up, but then again, perhaps not. 2 kills so far. Support's on the way. Flashbangs on the way. Shox with 3. Masuta steals the ace from happening, and there's 1 more to find. Alien behind us. Smoke. How on earth have they held on to this without losing a single player? As I say, that Shox will fall, but they stopped the plant from happening. Vitality, full control on Dust 2.
It's just so typical that it's the easiest shot for Shox that he's unable to connect, but still, magnificent hold from him, and it's unfortunate that for Entropiq, they couldn't find him. It didn't seem to be the case that, I think with all of the flashes going in, that they really were able to get the bearing as to where he was before the cavalry arrived. And
we're 14 rounds in, Dan. Krad's got 1 kill.
And
where's Krad? Where's the milk cart? Put him on the back.
Entropiq have 2 rounds. Oh, Alien, that's a whiff. That was an opportunity there for Entropiq early in this round. And the question is, are they starting to crack? Are they starting to break Vitality, their pressure? Zywo, ever a problem in every part of the rounds. He's so ready to blast somebody's head off from the cat position. We saw it in the previous round. Although, well, before that, it's not going to happen this time.
Cat is a significant problem for Entropiq in this entire half, especially now in these dying rounds, because you have to. It needs to be part of your default. You have to take it, but ideally, without casualties, without those stretchers, without the band-aids and the sutures. Yeah. Now, if Entropiq are to lose this game, you don't want to be a player who's only got 1 kill. You're going to put all the blame on yourself. We'll see if Krad can do better, because things are getting worse for Entropiq.
Oh. He's snuck down, he's snuck through, he jumped off, he's taking down Zywo. Is there more to be had here? It's looking like Nickelback is still running amok in the mid position. The taps are excellent onto Masuta. But once again, we've seen this story time and again. It's just Elian alone with far too much to do here on the AWP. And he's going to jump straight into this angle. Somehow, though, able to get past it. Knows where one player is, looking for the next. There's got to be somebody out there somewhere. And he's going to find just a shoulder, but can't connect. Shocks on sight. Just buying time here for the flank. Elian gets shot in the back of the head. And that's a 12-2 scoreline. Vitality. Unstoppable.
Entropiq are being given absolutely nothing.
Is that the airlift for Entropiq? get him out of here.
Yeah, it might be air ambulance on the way. Krad and Forrester, after 14 rounds, have a combined 3 kills.
Yeah, it's really rough. I think there's a lot of problems with them getting spots to fight from. And I think partly it's coming down to the fact that they're getting shut down on long repeatedly. They're getting, as you said, getting shut down on catwalk. And then when they get cat control, they never have utility to actually set piece onto the site, which means that ZywOo gets way too much freedom with the AWP. And that's kind of the story here. ZywOo gets way too much freedom, and that's, I mean, that opens up the rest of the team too.
Send in the oxygen tanks, the IV drips, and the jar of zinc tablets, because Entropiq are missing something. They're missing a lot, actually. 2 rounds could be all they take into the second half. And at that point, they're at the mercy of a pistol round. And there may be no mercy to find, as Vitality are looking to secure their place in the champion stage. So far, this third map has been taken by Storm. Shocks now with unrelenting aggression. Crimson everywhere in the lower tunnels, and off he goes.
Yeah, that's Forrester gone. Nobody turning up right now for Entropiq in the ways that they need. There's a hinge smoke to suggest a cat take, but Apex is going to peek cat, so he knows it's a lie.
Yeah, he's been there the entire time. In minute 20, still don't have short, and that's not enough. That's not enough for Entropiq.
Oh no, late long take, but Kyojin's ready. He's got support as well from ZywOo. Oh, that smoke will deny that. So now he's isolated. Can they take him down? Oh, the transfer looking good, but just the one. But one is still going to keep them ahead in the numbers.
Trying to deal with the choke points now, Apex. Krad is just unable to find anything from anything. We spoke about peaks for Vitality. It's nothing but a trough for Krad. 1v3 now, Elian. Last round of the first half. And there's just absolutely nothing doing. They are running out of oxygen.
Yeah. Oh, these are the moments as well in tournaments where, you know, that experience can really start to pay off. You've got to just make sure you don't give up on yourselves. And going into the second half, James, they have nothing to work with. It's insane what they have to do. But they have to make sure they don't give up on themselves. And they just keep dialed into every single round. And we'll see what Entropiq are made of, truly, in this next half. But as far as Vitality are concerned, they are almost stepping foot in that Avicii arena. They are so close now.
20 for 6, ZywOo. 17 for 5, Apex. 1 for 15, Krad. 2 for 14, Forrester. It is, well, it's a tale of polar opposites. And yeah, I think they will lament the lack of control towards short, but that's all history now. Pistol round time, and that can sometimes mean variance, and we have a split of the B halls from Entropiq. Now see nobody's there, and maybe they've got time to rotate. We've got Krad towards the A bomb site having a quick look, not seeing much of anything just yet, but he has to know that they're on the way. Yeah,
he has to know. You're totally right. They've gleaned so much info already. Not dropping the smoke just yet, but surely need to drop it now. Surely need to drop it now. There's engagements happening. There it goes. And that will really deny the battles that Vitality would like to have.
They have really got to hold on to this flashbang, Entropiq. This flash is their best opportunity. And you can see Vitality just posturing, posing, waiting on long. Any plays to be had from Entropiq, they want to get them out the way, get that utility out of the way. And there is the opening kill now, the P250 getting off. And again, you can see Krad's holding the flashbang, but Elian may be the only person to swing with it. Okay, Lackey is here as well. Here is the flash, and they have to deliver now. It has to be now. It has to be right now with these USPs. An exchange, but there we go. Apex has been, he's being fragged, but Vitality are getting closer to the site, looking to swarm with these Ts, with these Glocks. But Nickelback with those Julies. It's now the time for the Julies to strike.
Yes, ZywOo though, he clears up the site and there's very little left here at this point. Krad is all that stands with the USP until he stands no more. Vitality, 14 rounds, Entropiq, they don't get the key round to get their CT economy started. They're going to have to force buy every single remaining round. There really isn't too much of a choice. Are they actually going to a save? Because if they do, they're going to be playing against match point effectively. I don't think that I don't think that's the play. Oh, we see a Mag 7 on screen. We see a Scout on screen, a Deagle, a CZ. Oh no.
We've had many great moments of a Mag 7 at Majors. Let's not forget when the early versions of Cobblestone,
but it's Dust 2.
in pajamas.
It's Dust 2.
Yeah, it's Dust 2. It's not Cobblestone at all, is it?
No, it's not Drop Zone on Cobblestone. It's the ranges, the unobstructed long ranges of Dust 2.
14-2. On the cusp of victory.
Oh, there we go. The Mag 7 comes in. Oh, lucky. Let's go. 2 from the Mag 7. And they've got a 4 versus 3 numbers advantage, but they have... Actually, the weaponry is not great for Vitality, so perhaps there's still time here. Forrester might be the next point of contact here as far as Entropiq are concerned, as we have the hold from Apex and Masuta in the B apartments, or B tunnels. Not really apartments, but mostly tunnels.
I mean, you can sleep there if you want to, Dan, but I'll pass. A highlight and a potential low light encapsulated in disaster. A spark of brilliance with a Mag 7. Enrobed in disaster, Dan.
Vitality do have full utility here. They are just waiting for a mistake, but Alien's already been tagged. There goes some of the initial utility. They might be able to... They might be trying to bait something out here, but looking to move forward with this, and Forrester's got to be perfect. He gets nothing from this Alien now. He has to deliver something, but also just absolutely nothing from that one. And that's surely the best chance in this round gone. Maybe they should save what they have, as desperate and awful as that sounds.
Entropiq are the mental prisoners of Vitality as the French side look to move to match point and see if they go for it, if they fight till the very end. Apex having some fun now. Niko back, 1 versus 2. That Mag 7 is still in play. You can see Masuta holding the off angles, but with no defuse kit, I don't think there's anything else for him to do but die. And that has been pretty much the story. That's been what's written on the tapestry, on the papyrus by Vitality. Moving to match point now, to champion stage point. They want to print their names on a tablet of history, and they run 1 round away.
It's looking incredibly good for Vitality. It will take perhaps one of the most impressive comebacks of Major history for Entropiq at this point to bring it back. And given that the whole team appears to have gone missing here after that first half, it is hard to imagine, but we'll see what they can muster. We'll see what they can do, having to really earn their way into a full buy. They're going to have to win rounds to get there. And they've taken... In fact, actually, Vitality have taken the timeout. They are trying to ice out Entropiq.
They're keeping that focus. I love the attention to detail, the efficiency, and the lack to give anything. They're out in the forest like bears, Vitality.
Experience, star potential of Vitality is certainly working out for Dust 2. Maniac talking about this being the home of the French, eating Dust 2 for breakfast. Appears like that might be the case, but what's Lackey got to offer? He's charging up mid. What's he going to find here? He takes down one. There's a second to be had, but it's just going to be the one.
Petit déjeuner.
That was their best gun, James. It was sacrificed for that play, and it got only 1. Is it enough? He took down Zywoo. Is it enough? Look at the reset here from Vitality. They're just holding ground.
Krad's made it to a second frag. Again, I just feel for... like, if it is to collapse here, if permanence is to appear, you know, it's just hard, man, but be nice. This is the upper echelons of Counter-Strike. Vitality are not giving them any room whatsoever.
They're finally going to be here. They've decided There's been nothing on the map in terms of info. It's just extremely passive plays from Entropiq. And they'll be going into Nickelback. He was fantastic here for Entropiq in so many moments. Can he give them another moment here on the B site?
Yeah, he'll need to. Otherwise, he won't want to be reminded of this one.
Oh, that's big. That's the AK. That's flank. He needs to not die. He needs to not die in this position.
Yeah, containment is key, especially with time on the clock. 15 seconds for the bomb to get planted, trying to stop him from advancing, but surely it's inevitable. The Deagle up close will be good for one, and Krad will land a headshot for that last kill.
Oh,
it is
so
a cliff face that they have to climb. A cliff face. Entropiq.
And they're climbing a free solo at the moment. No support. No margin of error. They barely have any chalk.
To full means to expire.
And that was good. I mean, Vitality, they waited the clock down and that kind of hurt them in the end, but we'll see them going for this buy with the orb, just trying to get Zyro into some positions for success there. He's got 24 kills at the present moment. See Lackey clearing out that B-Tons position with this aggressive maneuver, and I don't think that Vitality know about this, so this will allow Entropiq to have positional control. Oh, okay, well, that smoke is going to tell Shox that they have B-Tons control. That smoke on B-Tons.
Pop flash. And now Krad can body block in front of this smoke. Very hard to make anything happen beyond that smoke for now. But there is time. Vitality can wait. There's a reasonable level of utility for Entropiq for the time being. Nickelback must be careful. There's a pop flash for him. He's going to see 4 players. Not outstaying as welcome. HE by the Xbox, big box. And down goes Apex. The bomb has been lost. Other side of Xbox is going to be very awkward to try and find that. Zywu with the AWP still in his hands, and that always means danger. You can hold the angle for the B corner as Shox tries to rescue the bomb.
Oh, perfect timing. Can they collect the orb? I don't know that they can get there in time.
No, they can't.
They can't get there in time. The crazy thing about this is that Vitality are on a match and series point. So Entropiq, you can't be risk averse. You have to still take risks. That's what Counter-Strike is about. Anything competitive at this level requires calculated risk taking. So you cannot be risk averse. And that's what this moment, every fiber of the Entropiq players being in all of the plays, they're going to want to not take risks because they can't make a mistake. That's what they're having to deal with. It's really a lot. At least they can kind of warm themselves up a little bit on Dust 2 against these eco rounds.
Yeah, very nervous territory, but great burst from Lackey. 3 nice kills, leaving Kyojin with a Glock. And yeah, so basically, if you're wondering why he's standing in the Molotov, it reduces the kill bonus versus dying to something else that may give a greater kill bonus to the opponent. So at that point, it can be the best thing to do. 15-5.
It's such a long road here for Entropiq, and they're going to be battling against another big buy for Vitality, although Zywu only has the scout and not the AWP. We'll see if that matters. Alien, we're talking about not being risk averse. Look at them go. Oh, Lackey's taking the orb into the tunnels.
Oh dear. Nickelback is a goner. Krad's going to have to do it alone. Maybe now is the time to get those impact frags. Only good for one though. The chain flashes coming through. The support for Vitality is just too great to hold on to long.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate too, because given Lackey's deep position, if they had managed to maintain that long control, it would have paid off. This play from Lackey would have paid off, but they might be rotating into him. He might get the info here. I don't know that he can get position, but he should be able to pick off one from the stairs at least. But there's nobody on the B site. If he gets a quick pick, do they go back though? So many questions.
How does he get more than one? How does he get more than one frag here? Oh, going for the quick scope versus Shoxen. He can't go back, he can't go forward any further. Gonna make it awkward, misses every opportunity. Kyojin exploded in the meantime, but the rotation's got to come through. There is an incendiary for Elien. He can drop it under the window. We'll see where he chooses to throw it. This may be the end of the line for Entropiq. This is under the window, smoke, jump, throw off the wall there. Can he even push with it?
Oh.
Elian now, 1 versus 3. There's the first one. He has to succeed. He must deliver here. He has a defuse kit, but there's a double dink from Apex, and Vitality have made it to the champion stage. And how about that for a release of energy?
Absolutely brilliant performance from the French. Vitality, you can see how much it means to them. It's such a relief to make it to the playoffs because they know once they get there, they're going to be re-energized and they're going to be able to elevate their play in front of the crowd even more. Last time at Berlin 2 years ago, they managed to make their way to the quarterfinals only to be bested by Avangard, now Virtus.pro. Are they going to be able to make it deeper? They know they can do it. They should be in the finals against Navi. That's what they're thinking in their minds, and they've made it to that arena. But we can't forget about Entropiq and the level that they have shown going into this major. What a performance from them to get this far. Even though on Dust 2 they couldn't pull it together, they look incredible.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic performance from them. And they could certainly have gone further, but maybe today wasn't the day. And you know, they were a big threat for a lot of teams. They were way more than gatekeepers. That should never be used for them. They performed very well, but they were bested by a stronger team. And with regards to that, Vitality, they're improving. They're getting better as each game goes by, and maybe, just maybe, that does not bode well for some of the other teams that will be heading into that bracket.
Yes, when that crowd is screaming and you got Zywu up on that stage, I think it's guaranteed that we're going to see even more insanity from the individual level of those players. I cannot wait.
Absolutely. Well, that's enough from us with the conclusion of that series. Over to Richard and the desk.
Thanks so much, guys. Look, obviously, sad for Entropiq. So close yet so far, but rightly jubilant scenes for Vitality. They have booked their place at the Avicii Arena, but man, they went the scenic route. We're going to talk about that now with Maniac and Blair. I mean, I did say, I'll just start with that. For me, Dust 2, I wouldn't want to play Vitality on Dust 2. I know the other option was Nuke. I don't know. Let's just talk a little bit about that. Should they have been on this map in the first place?
I think the caveat we have to put on this last map is that it was the last map. And then it became something very different for Entropiq, because we'd have the argument in the green room that would this be the first map of the series or a different time in the tournament, they might have got into this with a different perspective. But you could feel how the pressure got the best of Entropiq. It's probably the first time we saw that during this tournament, where after Zai was ace, the pistol, the reset, you're like, oh my god, they're just slowly creeping into duels. That is it. They've lost the edge, and then Dust 2 is a map that is so snowbally, didn't pay off.
And you can even see in the very final round as well. Sure, here's the thing with Entropiq. Even when they've been down in the dumps, they've always surprised me with the composure they've showcased. That final round, Lackey with the AWP in lower tunnels, trying to go for like he re-peaked, trying to go land a no-scope. I think it was towards Kyojin or Apex 4 times. You can just see mentally they were just broken, right? And it was round number 4. Matthews pointed out, Zywu gets the Zebu, he gets
That's
the
the
ace.
one you're seeing
there you
right
go,
now.
1 kill. And then this is a buy round, mind you. This is immediately after Entropiq won their first round, and Zywu just pops up. That's his 14 kills in the first 4 rounds, and that's the moment. That's the moment I felt Entropiq were like, oh, this is not going to be easy.
This isn't a secret, right? It's like, do you know anything about Zywu? You must know who he is. You must have heard of this guy. Dust 2, I can't think of a time I've ever seen him like really go missing on this map, because it plays to all of his strengths, right? He gets that AWP, he moves around the map, he gets to do what he wants, he's got freedom in this Vitality system, and down the years, if you know anything about Dust 2, it has always been the Orpus playground.
And you could see, you could feel after that ace that he wasn't going to miss.
No.
He became an absolute turret. Any angle he was holding, this one, by the way, is absolutely ludicrous.
Yeah.
Any angle he was holding, any decision he was making, he was just in that zone.
He doesn't
where
even
no
blink,
one,
this
He's
guy.
just having a good time, right? He's just in the game, in the Matrix. Look, we called that Zywu at the beginning of this series, and I think that was rightful, because after the 2 best of ones, he was nothing but a shadow of himself. And we said, if you're going to be a superstar, if you're going to be the best player in the world, if you want to have that title, you need to show more. And so he did. Vitality had to grind through this process to make it to the arena. We're talking 0-2 down, 3 series, 3 mappers, all the maps, all the rounds, and he has risen from the ashes. 1.33 rating at the end of this Legend stage. He did what he had to. He carried his team. It was a global effort, of course, but he acted as a superstar to carry them to the playoffs.
I mean, to start things off, he was super quiet. Obviously, everyone was, pointing out something's missing over here. Even Apex said in an interview, as we alluded to in the pre-show, that he spoke to Zyvu saying, "My friend, without you, we're not making it to the arena." And he showed up. Right now, he might have started slow, Richard. He was on the runway for quite a while, but right now he's looking like an ICBM heading straight into the arena. So if I'm anyone watching Vitality, keeping tabs on them, especially the teams who might be going up against them in the quarterfinals, you better be ready. It feels like Vitality have finally arrived.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, it's not going to be a surprise. It's about to come up on your screen. You're going to see that Ziwu is the MVP of this map.
But Apex, man.
As well. Yeah, I mean, obviously, but, great performance from Apex as a leader. We're going to talk a little bit about him in just a moment. But here's an angle I want to bring up. Obviously, they are there now, but they had to go 3-2.
Of course.
Right? So that means they're going to be taking on one of the 3-0 guys. And interestingly enough, there is a potential. I haven't seen anything yet, so I don't even know. But they could take on Navi.
They could possibly go against Navi.
When Ziwu and Vitality play Simple and Navi, crazy things happen. They've had some of the best series of the last 2 years.
It's like an earthquake alert when these two go into each other. And I think Counter-Strike needed that. Counter-Strike needed Vitality to make it to playoffs so that we can imagine that encounter between Simple and Zyvu, between Navi and Vitality.
The Undertaker versus the game. That's what I've been waiting to see.
Yeah, that is a very apt nickname for him.
Also, one of the premise, and I guess something we have to touch on as well, is that Vitality barely made it through this Legend stage, right? It wasn't like they were flying high, destroying anyone.
Of course not.
So you kind of have to keep in mind that better is going to be demanded. Better is going to be requested from Vitality if we can see them making stride in that playoff stage. Because it was just a bare qualification to the playoffs.
That could be a good thing, though. That could be a good thing because, you have these two youngsters coming in, Kyojin and Masuta, right? This is going to be the biggest event I've ever played. And sure, there might have been a little bit nerves being shown initially. They might have been struggling initially. But that's out of the way right now. You've dealt with that. You've finally ascended to where you're supposed to be at. And heading into the stage, the arena, now you can really perform to the level everyone expects of you.
And sometimes extra games at a tournament, it can actually help you correct things.
Maybe, yeah.
History is replete with examples of CS teams having battled back through the lower bracket or whatever it is, going the hard way because something just clicks. You get that extra time. Sometimes a day off can be the last thing you need. You just never know. It's so dependent on how your team works. There was a moment here in this series, in the entirety of the series, and I think it's wonderfully illustrative of how experience and big name players making big plays can completely transform what happens. Because if Apex doesn't make that clutch that we highlighted way back, on Mirage, they're out.
We'll be congratulating Entropiq right now.
Yeah, we're literally doing a segment saying, the underdogs have done it and everything.
It could be a literal $1 million clutch.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
That clutch from Apex, that 1v3 he wins, is the difference between losing 2-0 or making it to the playoffs.
Yeah.
Sometimes a round just decides the fate of a game, decides the fate of a series. Entropiq had it. They had Mirage in their grasp. They were 1 kill away from making it to 15. That would have guaranteed them an overtime. But with ifs and buts, we know where Counter-Strike goes. Apex, at that very moment, just wrote a piece of history for Vitality. And I think it's fitting that he gets to have that moment. He gets to keep that with him.
And I got to add on more to that for the side of Apex, right? Leading by example, apart from the clutch as well. I feel like his calling in the recent past for Vitality has been incredible. And even when they got off to a rough start, losing their opening games and whatnot, he never gave up. He was always like, all right, guys, we can do this. Obviously, can't take anything away from him from that aspect. But also the fact that the other two young players who you expect to chip in with the firepower, with the killed Kyojin and Masuta, they were struggling, but Apex is like, it's okay, guys. You just do your work. I know you're going to be delivering at one point or the other, which they did today, and then I'll just be continuing to do my job. He had I think almost an average of 20 kills in each and every one of the maps they've played thus far, win or lose. That's impressive, man.
Yeah, he really has led from the front. Just some final words, obviously, about Entropiq. We're not going to see them at the Avicii Arena, and I know they're going to be really, really disappointed, especially with the start that they had. I just think it's worth noting that this is a major. All of these teams are legitimate. All of these teams are the best in the world, and Entropiq have proven that they belong in that company. So hopefully when they've had a bit of time to process everything, you know, we're all going to realize it's another fantastic CIS team.
I mean, this is a team who've been just grinding it out in the online period, playing all these tier 2, tier 3 events, which is very, very hard. We've seen some big names even struggle over there. They're like, you know, it's such a grind, right, against so many good teams. And I feel like they deserve to be here. They really do deserve to be here. The amount they've had to play against some really top tier teams in the region as well. And for me, they are a potential team we're going to be keeping an eye out for in the near future. Look, this event is going to be leading to more lands coming back, right? We're going to be having real Counter-Strike back here again.
Yes.
And they're a team, mark my words, they are a team who are going to be making an impact in the very near future.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Guys, as always, great to get your thoughts. Hope you're going to stick around in the green room and enjoy the rest of the Counter-Strike.
I'm definitely not going anywhere. Way too much Counter-Strike.
Look at his face, he's so
Who
happy.
is? And we strongly recommend you don't go anywhere at home because we're going to have the next series of the day. Remember, it's eliminations, it's high stakes. So we'll see you soon. back to the PGL Major Stockholm. We are into the second elimination best of 3, and it involves the plucky underdogs / dark horses of Virtus.pro and FaZe, who are the legends that have kind of fallen on hard times. One of those teams will not be in the Avicii arena, and we're going to give our thoughts as to who that might be. Joining me on the desk, we've kept Blair. We have brought in Thorin.
Upgrade.
Shout out to Maniac one time.
First major.
Yeah.
I've done 8.
Yeah, that is true.
Get on my level.
That is true. And actually, I think that's a good way to segue away from narcissism. And then talk about
well,
FaZe.
if we must.
If we must, yeah. No, because obviously FaZe, they have this pedigree and this tenure on this team, and yet they find themselves in this crazy situation.
Yeah, and I also think people are still living in last week, because I thought it wasn't that long ago that we were in the previous phase, remember?
Yeah.
Last week, they had this incredible run where they 3-0'd. They came in. I saw a lot of people were going with my pick. Maybe they 3-0 this phase as well. Suddenly they're into the playoffs. The problem is, Carrigan was at a level even he shouldn't have been at. He was fragging out of his mind. That hasn't been the case. He has gone into being one of the absolute worst fragging and statistical players in this particular portion of the tournament. So take that out of the equation and then add in, you're getting better teams at this portion of the tournament. It's not a surprise to me, actually, that FaZe is at this point of the 2-2 game. The big issue for me is, you just saw it with the Vitality story there. Everyone in their mob view, Vitality probably wins that series, because if it ends up going to a third map and there's pressure and the young guys who haven't been in playoffs before have to face a scenario where you're all these veterans on the Vitality side, you just know experience wins out in that scenario. Difference is, though, I don't get that same vibe from FaZe Clan. They don't feel as sturdy as Vitality do in that sense. Like, I feel like it's FaZe Clan that's the up and down team, and on the other side, I feel like VP's the team that somehow just sort of sticks in there and hangs in the tough rounds. So I want to see really what the identity of FaZe Clan is in this particular matchup, because it can be all over the place.
Blair, some thoughts about FaZe?
No, I have to agree with you on that. I feel like VP are a team who just don't seem to have any nerves, right? Doesn't matter what the situation is, they're just going to grind it out slowly and slowly. For me, the FaZe game, which really sticks out, is that game against G2, right? You have that rivalry, you have the storyline, and G2 just went out all guns blazing, taking the fight to FaZe. And FaZe, they played like pussies, I'm sorry. Like, they were so scared, just turtled up, not really taking any fights. Carrigan looked lost, and you can feel the lack of confidence from Carrigan kind of percolating through the rest of the team as well. If that is a phase we're going to be seeing here today, it's going to be rough. Also, again, a caveat I feel when it comes to where these two teams are here in this elimination game. VP had to go up against Gambit and Navi, and that is why they are here in this position. Again, a very plucky Mouse team as well yesterday. For the side of FaZe, sure, they banned out, I do believe it was Spirit and Ends during the challenger stage, and then they faced off against EG, easy game altogether, but then against G2, which I just mentioned right now in Mirage, they just got completely destroyed. And against Copenhagen Flames, sure, Copenhagen Flames has shown a lot of promise thus far, but playing the Legend stage on LAN, you expect FaZe to make it an easy win. In fact, they just got banged out, so definite problems for the FaZe side. Yeah, I mean, and bizarrely, it seems to be that sometimes it's firepower, which, you know, that's kind of like the identity, you know, of the team. You've got twists and players like that, you know, and Carrigan was bragging, so we thought, okay. But no, actually, they've sort of struggled to meet some of the other teams here on that playing field. Let's obviously then talk about their opponents. I got to be honest, Virtus.pro games, man, they kill me inside. I mean, they just play some of the most slow-paced, attritional Counter-Strike, and yet somehow it has been working for them. And as Blair says, Duncan, they played the better opponents here before being in this position.
I think right now, funnily enough, Virtus.pro deserve the mantle of what the old Zeus Navi teams had, which is they're some of the hardest to actually put away in the game. They're never out of a match, even if they're leading, by the way. You also know it's still going to go all the rounds. Like, they're so slow-paced, but here's what I think works about that style. It's why when someone like Astralis or Gambit does it at the top level, they're the absolute best. It's so frustrating to play against that style of play. And it's so frustrating to play against someone where they take your best shot and they're not knocked out, they're not stumbling, they're not on the ropes, as it were, to use all the boxing metaphors. They hang in there and they go the full distance. It makes you feel like you have to get into that grind mindset. You have to believe that this could go every round and every possible scenario, and they're never out of it. So as much as I understand why it's frustrating for fans to watch, and I understand why when they see VP in a winning position and James saves, that feels like, oh, this isn't Counter-Strike. But it's a different philosophy on playing Counter-Strike.
Yeah, and you know, that cause had that since of Vanguard. Last night was an example, I think. I mean, it frustrates me because I just think the players are better than the credit they give themselves. Like, think about that 1v5 Jay made with the Galil last night. It's like, this guy can play, dude. Like, go and do it.
He's actually been quietly catching up as one of the highest. He's got the most number of clutches thus far in this tournament, right?
Sure.
I mean, even though you try to juxtapose that with the entire Jay meme and all of that.
Gets a lot of chances at it. Let's
He
put it
does
that
get
way.
a lot of opportunities.
Yes.
And in that 1v5, he can run away and save. He was getting surrounded. But jokes aside, did very good game against Mouse. I feel like it highlights the two things you mentioned, the duality of VP, leading 10-1, then allowing Mouse to grind all the way back. At the very end, it just goes Super Saiyan and close it out in overtime. That's two VPs we saw in one game right there.
Yeah, so Duncan, I want to ask you, about in terms of map pool for both of these teams. Yeah, give me drop some knowledge on it.
So the interesting thing here is, obviously VP, the other factor to add in is because they've added Flit, they're not the team that they were before where they had actually quite a wide map pool. Now they're the team where, if you look, they're basically just picking Mirage and Inferno. Yeah. And spoiler, those are two maps that absolutely FaZe Clan's happy enough to play. And they'll basically say, pick either one you want, we'll play either. So if you're actually FaZe, you can somewhat know where VP's almost certainly going to go. Meanwhile, on the FaZe side of the equation, famously, I always call Carrigan the king of the pick ban. But you got to have the pieces to do that, right? Where he did build up before this tournament, the last few tournaments, he was always trying to get these ancient picks, ancient for the third map. He was trying to establish, like, look, at any moment, if ancient is available, I might go into it, and you have to be prepared for that. So even though VP actually is not an ancient team, but they don't have that as their permaban, so it's always something you can pick into. This is where I think it's interesting, because Carrigan also, as part of being the king of the pick ban, he doesn't want you to prepare for what he's going to pick. Yeah. So the obvious pick is just ancient. So I actually think the psychology you will find now is, if he picks ancient, that actually suggests to me FaZe doesn't have that much. He didn't have anything in the toolkit. Because what you actually do is, you don't want them to have the demos prepped. You go into something different completely. You maybe go into like a crazy overpass pick. You maybe say, screw it, you used to be good on Dust 2. I'm going to take that though. So I want to see psychologically where Carrigan's at in this sense, because the old master, actually this would be the bait of the ancient. He'd make that the third map instead or something.
Okay.
Yeah. I have to agree with you. I feel like an overpass pick coming in, especially in a do or die match like this, would be baller as hell. And I think it would be very cool if he does pull that off. For VP, they're not very adventurous.
We're about to, I think, actually, we're about to get the veto. I think we can bring it up.
Yeah, we should be having the usual promo bands coming out here. Nuke and Vertigo. Inferno getting picked, but FaZe. Okay, overpass is a decider to Duncan, so I think they should be happy about that. But going with Ancient, I guess the pressure, they're feeling it. They just want to play a map they're comfortable on, and considering VP just completely annihilated by Mouse, I think it was 13-2 or something on Ancient just yesterday, I guess that's why maybe he's gone for this.
I will say though, I've always assumed as well, like no one ever talks about him, he never gets referenced, but Dastan, the coach of VP, I've always assumed he must prep them pretty well, because that's, for me, part of why they're able to stay in the ebbs and flows of the game. So again, like I say, if you were coming to this series and going, what map should we prep against FaZe? The obvious one's Ancient. So I actually think both teams have got some things they like here. If you're FaZe, I'm liking the veto overall. The problem is, like I say, I don't get that veteran vibe from FaZe. In fact, I'm sick of the excuses. You signed these players, you chose to stick with these players, you brought these players to the World Championship. That means you have to believe they had a chance to win the World Championship. I'm going to take you at face value on that one and say you should win this series completely. But I'm taking VP to win this one, despite the map veto.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
Virtus.pro is the better team.
Yeah.
You can go the other way if you want.
No. I do have to agree with you. Like, if you look at the way this tournament's progressed, right? Like, sure, FaZe had a 3-0. But again, with the caveat, as I pointed out earlier, the teams they beat weren't exactly something too special, right? They look at the Legend stage, the way they just completely capitulated against teams they should be beating the way they played earlier. And again, like you said, something which cannot be replicated again and again, Carrigan just popping off. Right now, the only shining lights two pairs. One is being Brokey, able to carry his online form onto LAN, and Rain waking up and delivering. But they need everyone to step up as well.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk a little bit about the Brokey story. I mean, he's like the one with the least reputation, even Rain, who's like the soldier, the glue of the team for so long now. Brokey is a guy that when they picked him up, it was back in the sort of Niko era, and people were like, okay, he knows this guy from playing, pugging online and playing pickup games together. He's really proven to be the consistent factor in the team. I mean, Twists obviously has the bigger highs, but when he goes missing, you feel it more acutely. Brokey's just in the pocket playing like so well. And it's interesting because we're not talking about the legends and the veterans on the team to drag them through this. I think it's Brokey that's going to have to drag them kicking and screaming through this series.
The reason why so many eyes are on the potential of Rops coming in as that other player or another star is because if you had Brokey as your sort of third star, doesn't have to carry every game, consistency is the key for that role, absolutely, if you had Twist and then you had a Rops or something, immediately you're in the conversation for you can be the best team, you can win all the tournaments, this could be a dominant force. Like, so what I love about his game is his consistency. He's not the AWPer that's getting all the crazy highlights. In fact, famously, he's usually better in the clutch, bizarrely, than the guy opening the round up. Wasn't actually even an AWPer himself traditionally, apparently.
No,
so
he wasn't.
the way he's adapted to the role, the way he's been through all the iterations. Remember, he was in the one with Niko as the IGL, then coldzera, and now Carrigan. He just keeps taking along. So I love his game overall. I just don't think he's like a superstar player. I think you have to look more to Twists for that. And that's why when Rain has the 1 map out of 10 where he goes crazy, everyone starts to get excited again. But that stock has a tendency to go back down again afterwards.
Yes, not always to the moon. Blair, a final thought from you, and then we're going to get into the action.
Listen, I picked FaZe just to save my pick'ems in all honesty, but I gotta say, I think VP might have the edge over here, so it's going to require Herculean effort, and everyone needs to step up, and they need to start playing like they're the FaZe clan of old.
Exactly.
All
If
right.
you're going to save James, save my pick'ems.
All right, it's time. It's
Not
Moses and
narcissistic.
Sadikis to tell the story of this one. Take it away, gentlemen.
Thank you so much, Richard. Yeah, I'm glad Duncan said save his pick'ems because there's no saving him at all. Let's be completely honest. And I don't know what the heck Blez on about. These two teams already faced each other, Jason, in the 2-0 Challengers matchup. That was a best of 3, and FaZe won 2-0.
Yeah, they did. Especially the opening map was very, very close, 16-14 victory as well. But that was on a completely different map. Obviously, this is going to be great. Both these teams seem to be the final obstacle in both these stages. Now, as you mentioned, they played each other. That was in a 2-0 match. This is now a 2-2, and the constant theme of this major has been the added pressure of getting back to this land, of getting back to a major, and having all of that on your shoulder.
Absolutely. And you've picked the right jacket for map number 1.
Yeah. Which side is it on? It's on this one.
It's hard. The camera's not a mirror. This is so weird. I think it's cool that we're starting off on Inferno. It's good to set the tempo right away.
Yeah.
A lot of things to talk about as well in terms of the storylines. Obviously, Twist now the last North American. He knocked out his old team yesterday.
Yes.
As FaZe took the victory over Liquid in that series. It was a great second map. First map was a little lackluster on Mirage. But then you also have to look at the fact that Carrigan, who's the in-game leader, has been in and out of this lineup, has dropped off. Challenger stage, he looked so good, and then now we think he's, what, 0.08 something or 0.7 something?
It's not great. It's not ideal, but the land buff for the rest of the players on the FaZe side of things is an absolute beautiful beast. Olaf has been playing great, and look at this FaZe, already going to start things out with aggression. Rain is pushing down, and Virtus.pro has no idea just yet. Flashbang a little bit is going to force him away. Yekendar's looking backwards. Oh, and there's the peak, but Ray knows his target's at ramp. They lose all the duels, and Twist, he's feeling lonely. Brokey steps up next, and finally he gets something done, but is it enough to recover?
Not enough yet. Olaf's backing up because he knows there's a chance that this happens. That Flit, the man who stepped into this lineup just before the major, could be making major steps toward the site, and he'll catch off Olaf with a great shot in the head, leaving us with just Brokey. And this man desperately wants to make it through to a legend stage, get that stage performance. That's taking the spotlight as he takes down Flit, but Bomb does get planted on B. Bomb and Kits usually go hand in hand. There is one inside of Banana as we see it now, and Buster's going to be guarding it as Brokey still not even sure where he can go in this situation. Needs to isolate. Now, hang on, because this becomes a problem. If he finds that kill, the flank this is an isolate. James knows it. Okay, James going to run back. That's smart, because if he had isolated James there, he actually has a chance to go for that, but instead he's going to back away and save.
Also intelligently planted for CT spawn, so Yekendar, who is playing on rap side of mid, like in any kind of dangerous situation, you just see the angle that he's going to get in the post plant. So pistol round goes to Virtus.pro. It's a cool idea, right? That aggression on the pistol round, maybe you catch him off guard, maybe trying to set the tone, but when you get all the way down to the base of mid and you've had nothing and you see no contact, you don't get any of the fights you want, it starts to feel a little uncomfortable. You start to feel like you're in a really tough place because there's so many ways in which the T side can entrap you in that position, and Virtus.pro handles the aggression perfectly.
Well, we look over on the FaZe side. There is Mr. Brokey.
Mr. Brokey to you.
Yes. Dr. Brokey to some. He's a bit surgical. Usually he's removing body parts, not putting them back on. Latvian laser.
Latvian laser. That's not bad. Might be seeing some of that action later. Exciting player to watch. He's picked up an M4 into the round with that 3 kills, giving the money necessary, and actually that kit could come into play. Deagles and a pair of smokes for the rest of the FaZe side of things. Not a whole lot of ability to delay the round and stall the round out for FaZe with only the 2 smokes left, but those Deagles can do work as we've seen a number of times. Hall's presence as Virtus.pro just takes basic map control.
Kerrigan trying desperately to fire that deagle inside the smoke toward top mid. He's even getting around the corner at this point. Just desperate, isn't he? Just having some fun. Why not? M4 yet to be put into play. Whoa, now it is. Brokey's got Flit down. He's going to rotate it back as well off of the graveyard position. And with Kerrigan's call from earlier, he knows they're likely going to be funneled that side. It's got 2.5 kills. He did all the damage for Kerrigan to close out against Yakinder, and it stays in the round. What a response from the CTs so far. And from Brokey to step it up. He has all but 1 kill for his team, and he was involved in that one as well. As Kicker goes back over toward the B site. It's Brokey that's on the rotation already as well. Bombs at the bottom side of Banana, so they are arriving in time. Rain's got to be a little bit careful with just that deagle to play with, but is there utility? 1 smoke left for Kicker, but he hasn't put it down. They might now. He's gotten a cross, and he knows he has to cover that as they come from CT. Want to isolate Rain in the process. A little bit slow to react, Rain. That almost looks like a click. Clean click, but oh my goodness, Brokey again. He's showing that he wants to be on the stage. Rain was slow, but Brokey goes back through the smoke, and it's 1-1.
Yeah, it's all good. Brokey gave him such a huge advantage, even, yeah, with Rain being a little bit slow on the trigger. It doesn't even matter whatsoever. That's a great round from Brokey, delivering all the early kills and a good double peek from him and Kerrigan to find a third. A brilliant turn of events, and shout out to Brokey for saving on that pistol round with those 3 kills.
Yeah, absolutely. He keeps the kid up. Not that it came into play really as much.
Yeah, he didn't need it. He killed everyone.
He again, I said it, he has all but 1 kill for his team right now. The score is 1-1. He has 7 kills and 1 assist. Pretty insane start for him.
Yeah, it's wonderful stuff. Now it's going to be Virtus.pro on the back foot. No armor picked up behind these deagles. No utility either. So looking for fights like this. Important to note, the last series, as we mentioned, these two played back in the Challenger stage for FaZe to qualify over to this Legend stage that we're completing today. Yekindar in that series had a tough time finding entries. He ended on the negative side of things, -3 in opening duels. And obviously Virtus.pro would like to have that stat go the opposite direction. Such an impactful player, Yekindar, if he can get going and provide some things early on in the rounds.
Ooh. Kinder trying to tag up the high side of Banana. That was Rain that he touched inappropriately with the deagle, but it's Kerrigan that slides out, and before the smoke blooms, he's able to get Buster down as well. So good hold so far from FaZe inside of Banana. We've already got 1 team through Entropiq. They certainly were a factor in this tournament and spoiled a few people. Definitely had the potential to do so again today, but Vitality make it through. It'll be either FaZe or Virtus.pro, and then you've got a real spicy one because Copenhagen Flames have been absolutely living up to the name. They've been red hot, and they could deny NIP a home major. We would have no Swedes in the final if they don't win that series, and I don't think that's as safe as people might think. So Kicker, back to this one, will get a shot with the deagle that makes this round not as safe as others might think. James got Kerrigan down as well, but Twist back inside of the site will take down Kicker, and now other people are getting kills because they have to. Brokey's dead in this one.
James needs to die before the timer goes out. I think he should. I'm sure Olaf is just going to take this fight. Here's the footsteps. Now he's got a big advantage. So Virtus.pro with those deagles able to get 2 kills down, force a couple of rebuys. Nothing crazy that's going to dent the economy of FaZe, just, you know, barely keeping it in check. And what does Virtus.pro want to bring forward in this? They can rebuy some of those pistols, some of the deagles. A little bit of utility to get things going. You can see the flashbang picked up by James. And Virtus.pro, after the year they've had, they would love to have this major. The rise this year has been very impressive, and even with the change of Flit right before this began, hold the thought, Yekindar opening duel. He's got that one, almost a second, but he creates the opportunity for Flit. Rain does get a double, but now an M4 is picked up. He can press the issue. They have no smoke for the choke point is the tough part for Virtus.pro. This is going to be a battle if they try and cross, and Flit has the bomb in hand. If he goes down, all of a sudden, that bomb would have to be recovered. Twist slipped by without them realizing, and he should be able to clean things up. Manages the Galil nicely. 3-1 is going to be the score for FaZe, and James just trying to come in late to the action. A flank, but everyone from FaZe is already here at the B-bomb site.
Absolutely are. Yeah, that's a brilliant play from Twist to get back in position, deny that bomb plant, make sure no additional income can be achieved or attained by Virtus.pro.
And they had to take that fight towards CT. They had to try and get as many players to be able to cross safely. There was really no other option, and Twist was just able to pounce on it from a different angle they didn't expect. Brokey finishes things off. Round 5 going to come in, and Virtus.pro are going to get the AK-47s on the board. They're going to get the rifles in hand.
Yeah, and this is going to be huge for them to try and turn this back. Obviously, it's so crazy how many ecos can be won right now with this current money system. I mean, even in the last game, You heard them talking about the fact that, I believe, maybe it was in the green room. I was about to say you heard Dan and James, but I think it was actually in the green room. We talked about Maniac, how, you know, you've made all these other rounds sort of more fair in this sort of mechanic of the money system and keeping games closer, but you've actually made it so breakable at the start when an eco happens. Especially, I know that specifically goes to the bomb plant down on the T side, but now we'll go to gun round. An AWP on both sides. Who else other than Jason?
Yeah. See what he's able to do with it. Aggression in holes. Twists and Olaf want to put the stop to any kind of holes control. Chance against Yekindars. He swings in. It was slow. Twist got to see the leg before the body showed up, and that gave him all the advantage he needed. Molotov to cover his retreat, and even Olaf's going to back off as well. They got everything they wanted. The opening kill, and Yekindar is down. And Virtus.pro starting to run out of utility as Kickert peeks into the B bomb site, where Rain is going to rotate in as Brokey comes in support.
James just waiting it out down at the bottom side of middle, has his AWP ready to go. They're just sitting this one out. No one really stepping forward and getting these massive amount of frags yet for Virtus.pro. They need an opening. That's what James is going to try and do, but all four toward Banana. Both CTs, by the way, are in the back of the site. You've got Emo and Nubox positions at this point and no boost. So Brokey's going to be stuck in the corner after the shot, nearly stepped around the fountain in the wrong position, but now he holds off at the pillar, and Kerrigan gets brought through. Goes directly into the smoke, knowing his teammates have him distracted, and between the two smokes, it is going to be Kerrigan that finds his way between and beyond to find not only one kill, but baits himself. I'm sure he didn't mean to do that exactly, but baits himself so Brokey can get down James. No saving the op that time.
Nice rotation, an easy read. Kerrigan coming over as that third defender before Virtus.pro ever able to get the hit off in any kind of clean fashion. FaZe doing a good job getting the opening kill with a little bit of aggression and then finding a way to get into the right position. 4 players survive and money can start growing for the FaZe side. Virtus.pro is going to call their first time out. Losing bonus for them is building up, and this round they'll have to sit it out. A little bit of a lower buy, a weaker buy with pistols, utility.
We look in on the FaZe camp. Kerrigan naturally leading by
Chatty Cathy.
Chatty Cathy, I was going to say his vocal, typical vocal ways, but yeah, if you just want to, you know, poke some fun at the guy, Jason, that's fine. You savage.
Here we go. Previously, I remember Yekindar almost got that double entry towards the B bomb site earlier. That might have been something. They can do work with these pistols. Tech 9 on Yekindar, so he wants the extra mobility when he decides to take a fight of his choosing. But no one from Virtus.pro even messing with Banana. No one even at the ramp, really. It's just Buster hanging out with the bomb. He's going to let his teammates do most of the work. He's got a smoke if they do want to fall back to the B bomb site later on. He's saving his smoke to be able to take control of Banana and perhaps get off and execute into the bomb site. FaZe trying to find a timing in holes with the double nade. And I think Virtus.pro is just positioning to take bracket control, see what you can find. Maybe you find a pick, but you're just showing FaZe that you have control of this map so that they have to be concerned about it. Could even be a split towards the B bomb site.
It could potentially go through arch. They check the cubby. I thought Kerrigan was going to get, or excuse me, that Twist was going to get the better of that, but Yakinder gets the kill. Kerrigan only manages one from Library, and they'll take that rifle back over Yakinder. Throwing it off to his teammate, remains on 6 HP, and I don't think the split is the case now, Jason, although enough time they could go back to B if they wanted, but I don't think it'll be by way of a split, and I think it'll be in desperation if they don't find picks here. They still want to take the site directly, and Olaf, ooh, his timing does get Yakinder, but missed one that already slid by, so they have to be aware of it. Brokey checks it instead. The AWP makes no mistake, and he's got coverage behind as they rotate into the word Library. All the focus goes toward exactly where Buster remains. No bomb plant, 5-1 FaZe.
Yeah, and 5-1, but you got to give all the props over to Brokey. Obviously, there's been some great calls for the team of FaZe as well, but Brokey starting this game out on the right foot. His incredible performance in the second round to convert that after losing the pistol. He's 12-3 in the opening completed 6 rounds. That's massive. Still with the op in hand. Bit more nades to work with for the Virtus.pro attack. Buster is going to be leading the way towards the banana take as some deep nades down mid come in. And he even backs off. Don't want to mess with the utility. James taking a lot of damage early. 20 HP.
Twist going back around this time with the M4 A1S.
Just going to set up some B aggression. You can see, obviously, Kerrigan and Rain already kind of peeking out. Twist is more of an insurance policy, and he's got utility if they need it to help cover their retreat. When this smoke fades, though, Rain and Kerrigan are looking for the fight.
This is huge. They don't know that he's here. They haven't used utility. I-3 gets one through the wall. Got away with it because that could have been a huge lineup, but Kerrigan will play off of it. Problem now is he has to get back inside of the site at some point safely. Smoke went deep and desperate, and Kerrigan actually knows that might give him a chance. And an opportunity and an op staring him down. Jame, low HP, 20. In fact, could have been clipped by a stray from that Galil at that point in time, but nearly caught Kerrigan himself as he jumped up rather boldly to face the site.
Well, this duel is everything. This is, if Brokey goes down here, Flit can find this kill. If Brokey sees it, oh yeah, he was really edging into that peak, and it gave Brokey all the information. And now
that booty too fat.
Yeah, for sure. Too many squats. And these Virtus.pro players are on opposite sides of the map. Ooh, one more kill. He could have pulled everyone away. And actually, Jame has an open bomb site if he wants to go for it. There's no way he hears Olaf's footsteps, but
I think Olaf's gonna check banana and he turns there.
Yeah.
Well, maybe not.
But
it's Jame. All right, never mind. Yep, never mind. Time's done. Thank you, Jame. Another great opportunity to the AWP. Well done. And Jane of meme fame, everyone.
It obviously looks really, really silly from our perspective.
Yes.
You got to remember, he obviously doesn't know that the bomb site is clear. If he'd known Olaf had been fully rotated away and no one was going to be anywhere in pit, no one was going to be anywhere behind the box in the site.
Yeah, I was being a little
No,
rude.
it's fun. Let's work our way into the memes. I'm just, he would have obviously planted that bomb if he had the knowledge that only we are privy to. And prioritizing the AWP. He's got $0 though, as he doesn't get any of the losing bonus for surviving the round without a plant. Deep nades, deep utility, and a headshot through the smoke. You could not see that one coming. Twist goes down hard. The danger now is actually James up. I mean, look, he's known obviously to be a little bit more of a passive player. But that one kill is going to provide some gaps in the defense. If Virtus.pro can figure out where they are, if they can create them with a bit of pressure. James is looking for someone to get information in lane.
Shot out Kerrigan is able to get Yekindner falling back. He's aware that Jame wants to come out from boiler position. Kerrigan will go down, and all the bodies are at the top side of mid underneath the BMW logo. Kicker's going to make sure he gets the smoke down just so we can get toward that M4. Smartly, Olaf, wise as he is always, is able to sit back inside of the pit and not give up the site yet.
Talk about the trust you have in an experienced player like Olaf Meister. He's alone in pit. The other two players from FaZe have rotated. They're both at the B bomb site. Excuse me, just one of them rotated. And now Brokey's going to start getting aggressive, a deep angle down banana. That might allow Rain to come back, but again, it's going to be all on Olaf Meister to provide something. He's got to stay alive. And there's no utility, there's no Molotov to flush him out of position. Flit is just going to try and hold off the peak. There it is from Olaf. They now know his position, but they're coming in from Rap side, and he's going to play it passive and stay alive.
So Rain waits to give Olaf some space. No smoke directly in front of him. Flash out. Does that give the peek toward Graveyard? No. And it's Buster that waits above with the deagle in hand. As Rain slides down that wall, his head becomes quite the valuable target. Brokey, however, spots it up. Good positioning to get back around with the Tech 9. AWP still in that position, has Flit down below to worry about as he's picked up that gun himself. And Kicker gone. He's got it all to do. Misses the first shot. That should spell the end of him, and it does. Olaf gets the kill. And again, that's why you wait at pit. That's why, even though you can see the bomb plant, you still control so much of the post-plant situation.
Yeah, if Olaf doesn't control pit, I don't think Brokey has nearly as much confidence with the AWP to take the avenue through halls to join up with him. You know, if you're an opper and you're thinking someone is playing at the broken wall, if the T side has control of pit, that's a very tough battle. But I mean, the freedom to just kind of march up with the Tech 9, clear out Graveyard for your team, it's well played. So smart decisions, experienced decisions from multi-major winner Olaf Meister. 6-round lead for FaZe. Virtus.pro's map pick as well. That was a 4-on-5 converted. Ooh, that nade. I don't know if he was aiming for the small pit, but you look, it all works.
Still waiting James to try and find the angle, find a shot. Kickert. Oh, okay. Just us a little bit there. Thought maybe he had a problem, but he's not. He's still moving. 58 HP as he gets further up the position inside of Banana to the half wall now, as Twist is going to rotate it around, and they'll go for the boost on Rain. So not only do they have a boost, they have some support with Twist in this position, but he's not convinced and not compelled to stay. In fact, perhaps told to rotate back over by Kerrigan, given that there's been no further action on the site. 7-1, though, is a pretty ridiculous start from FaZe in this series. And again, I mentioned this because they already won 2 maps in a best-of-3 in the Challenger stage against Virtus.pro.
Smoke at the B bomb site is going to force Virtus.pro to reconsider their options. Although content to just wait for it. Utility spent towards the bomb site. I think they want to bait out a reaction and they at least get the smoke. That's going to be there until about 20 seconds left in the round. And there's no pressure, no noise, no presence at the A bomb site. I imagine you'll start to see Brokey cheating. Yeah, he's just going to run towards the arch right now.
He's not allowed to cheat.
Here's the
what is back doing?
Here comes the hit, Matt. All the Molotovs in the sky.
Well, the nade's going down to try and deter and disarm, but it's not going to work. They walk right by those, and Kerrigan blinded up, couldn't get the shot, but Rain is the one that's elevated above, and so much damage as well onto Flit. The problem now is Brokey's also smoked off and found inside of that smoke by an AK. The AWP can't do much, and they'll try and force the issue. They'll try and push the matter. They've got lots of money on this FaZe side. They've been efficient. They're going to go, but the gun barrel shows. Easy shot for Flit, and it's Twist that at least gets him back. AK-47, let's go. He's not going to pull a Jame. And perhaps he'll rely on his aim, as Yakinder is the one to find at new boxes. Couple of taps. He could just take them down with the bomb. That would be beneficial in this situation as well, because the money is set for Virtus.pro, but he's revealed he's already toward Banana, and maybe he thinks they've already slipped out from Ruins, so backs off instead. Yakinder, got to be a little bit careful, but if he gets inside of Ruins with 100 HP, he'll be just fine, and he is. Bang. 6 HP left.
Twisted everything he could there in that clutch. 1 versus 3. First kill, and he's probing into the bomb site, hoping he's given a peek, hoping he's given the opportunity, but Virtus.pro hold their nerve and just backs away, because actually Twist doesn't have a lot of money. He's the one player, and he would have required a drop if he went down at the end of the round, and that's a surefire way to really chew into your team's economy. Brokey's presence, he doesn't get a kill, but he really kind of enables Rain to get the double. They killed Kerrigan already. They saw the second player hurt his presence behind the smoke over at Coffins, and you could see a couple players looking in that direction gave Rain free kills from the back.
Nade over top of the half wall. Deep incendiary as well. They may not know Kickert is this close, especially with smoke being, yep, exactly that, Kickert. That is perfect, especially with that deep smoke being deployed to extinguish the flames. That was just enough of a tell to say, actually, we don't have any Banana. Sorry, guys, we're not here. And Kickert gets baited in by a bit of smart utility from his team.
Man, yeah, they should press the issue here. They should just go take over that B bomb site. Double kill as well. An entire magazine spammed. And that was all the opportunity Kickert needed. So FaZe a little bit sloppy there, not realizing someone had pushed up towards the half wall. They never even cleared it. Rain and Kerrigan go down for free, and it's a free plant, a free round for Virtus.pro, a third one on the board. So fighting back now. FaZe gets out to a hot start, but Virtus.pro is strung 2 together. And starting to take back some of that momentum and some of that control.
So 7-3, 2 on the bounce, and we said the money was fine enough for FaZe last round that they could pursue a few exits, as we saw Twist try and do this time. It's very much not the case. It's spread out all over the map. They've left one in the site, thankfully, Buster, to make sure that no one will bust the mood and bust a move on that bomb like a ninja. But but everyone on the CT side just staying put, waiting this one out. So FaZe will be able to force around this for one more buy at least, but 7 rounds is, this isn't, you go 7-4, you break that money down, you go 7-5. This isn't that far gone really right now as Virtus.pro turn the tables in this map.
No, they would obviously love to get FaZe into a breaking point and be able to win one of those rounds, but this is also where FaZe, if you're looking at your money, this is perhaps where you start playing a little bit more conservatively. If you have one of those rounds where the retake is right on the edge of possible, you might choose to save just to preserve money and continually fight with weapons. So Virtus.pro, yeah, finding ways to claw back into this. Way more aggressive in these past few rounds at taking Banana. Obviously, the double kill in the previous is going to give him some confidence. A timing nade for Kerrigan. It could be perfect. They want to go for an explosion. All 5 players from Virtus.pro here. They're going to turn this corner. They're probably going to beat this Molotov as well.
Has to throw it close, but Kickard's already by. Flashed up, no shot back from CT. Rain got a little bit of damage in, but Kerrigan staying alive. How is he still alive? They're going to go through the smoke side. No, they're not. I thought they were just going to rush him down through the smoke side, expecting that he would be looking the other direction. Instead, though, they do take him down by way of execution style in the entrance of the site. Rain trying to do what he can. Knows that AWP is sticking off of James back, and bomb not planted. Dropped down over the ledge as well. It sits in water as Flit responds in terms of kills, but not in terms of impact, because with that bomb down, they've got to put Buster in that position. 51 seconds is an ample amount of time, and it means more time as that bomb will be conceded. That Olaf can get on the flank. Flit goes hunting, however, and he spots him up first. AK through the wall, damaging. That nade menacing. As Flit goes down to 34, they're going to know he's weak, and they're going to hold him and contain him at the top of Banana. 3 players at this point, they can force the issue all day long. Olaf's low on HP, though. He doesn't want to go too early, and Flit's almost going to pre-fire. That's actually pretty smart. He baits out a few steps, tries to hold his attention, because if he went first, Flit's just going to spray transfer to his right and hope for a lucky headshot.
Yeah, again, experience of Olaf. He knows he's got him beat. He knows there's no way he can actually win that round. The only opportunity for Flit there was to have taken a decision earlier to get aggressive against Olaf Meister and at least clear out his flank, so then he could just turn around and handle the B bomb site. Good job from FaZe. They have answers for everything. Rain sacrificing himself essentially to overextend and stop that bomb plant. Makes the flank more impactful. Forces more eyeballs from Virtus.pro to pay attention elsewhere instead of Olaf's position in Banana. And FaZe respond immediately. They maintain a 5-round lead. Oh. Now the nade's just getting painful. Buster's brought down to 46 HP. Twist drops a Molotov over to the B defenders to ensure that they can have all the utility that they need until the end of the round. And Virtus.pro still looking for the answers.
Rain waiting at the tree is going to make sure that he's able to support Kerrigan, but likewise, Kerrigan's going to make sure that his teammate can get out of that position should the time come he needs to.